What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and yes, this is as far as the iPhone I can hold out because I only got arm length. They got these short, stubby arms. But let me take that fucking shit off. I always just leave that headset on. I will review that later. Yeah, I want to go ahead and give a preview of this video. This video is by my man Ernest Lee. He contacted me on Skype and said I could use this exclusively. His YouTube will be in the bottom link of this video, and also his Twitter will be in the description of this video. And this is some of the Black Ops 2 footage that they recently got at the new event they just had. I don't know what event it was, and I'm basically going to go through it and talk and give my feelings about it. It's not very long. I just wanted to kind of walk into this video and just kind of show it out. Again, this is Ernest Lee's gameplay. This is not my own. I have no experience with the game, but from what it looks like, I'm probably going to like this game. And I'll check you guys in a bit. I've gone over this video a couple times, and one thing I noticed is I really love how clean and crisp all the gameplay looks. If you notice here that this looks extremely good, like there's no like background static. There seems to be a very crisp background. Some of the previous Call of Duties would seem to always put it in a perspective that it was hazy after a certain point. It feels like the field of view is much more clean and clear. Just look off into the background. It looks almost as high def as just what you see in the foreground. That's something other Call of Duties haven't seemed to been doing. And I think it makes the game feel a lot more open and a lot more happy, if you kind of know what I mean. On the other end, this map right here kind of reminds me of Shipment. But to see how they got it split apart, that you can't really throw grenades over the middle, it's like a new and improved Shipment, if you know what I mean. And it has a very Call of Duty 4-like feel to it. I like the time to kill on it as well. If you notice, Ernest Lee right here is taking shots and able to pick his gunfights and actually leave a gunfight if he wants to. And I think that's a really good step forward as well. But I don't know how that's going to affect on stuff like when you actually get into stuff that's not land-based, because I'm pretty sure might be land-based footage. So I don't know what to say about that. The sniping and the tomahawks and the ballistic knives really look cool. Tomahawks is actually something I just recently got into on Black Ops, and you get so much joy out of tomahawking somebody sitting in the corner. I don't know why I didn't get into it earlier, but tomahawks are something I'll probably be using in the future. But that's my take on this little short gameplay. What do you guys think about it? What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you some audio commentary. I know people love that to death, but I want to talk about growing up fatherless today. And this isn't a pity party. This is anything. I feel like I've grown up to be in the best case scenario that I can be. What a lot of people don't know is I kind of grew up without a father figure. I mean, for the most part, there were like guy figures in my life throughout my life. My mother was an attractive woman during her 20s and 30s and even 40s. And so she kind of went through boyfriends left and right. But my father, he kind of left us when we were 2. And that would basically make me raised by women. And I have a woman-like tendencies about me all the time. Like, I cry very easily. Like a Bambi movie or something of that nature would get me to tears real quick. And I'm very sensitive and things. Like, I can't watch somebody like beat a puppy. I can't watch somebody, discipline their children. I remember vividly when I was in kindergarten that if you would yell at me, it would like almost hurt my feelings and make me want to cry. And like, I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle people yelling at me. And I never understood that. I kind of got over it eventually. But for the most part, yelling at Jordy got him to cry. And it's just these woman-like tendencies. Even to this day, I have a really soft heart. And it's not like I don't know my father at all. It's not like he ran away to like Arizona or something. I actually went and started working with my father when I was 16 after school. He would do countertops, and I got to see my father firsthand at that point, which was pretty much, he was an okay guy, but he was a guy that kind of wasted his life, and it kind of molded me in a way that it wouldn't have if I didn't get to see and experience him at an older age. And be, biased by, this is the person that's always been in my life. And I got to see and look and see what I would be if I would go down the route that he chose. One of the things that my father, one of the things that my mother always bragged about my father was he was incredibly smart. My dad is the type of guy that could pick up a guitar and play any song he heard by ear without knowing the chords. He's the type of guy that could look at a wall and tell you how long it is. He just had really good, like, perception in that category, and that's where his power lied, at perception. But what the downfall of my father, and it even came into me as a trait, which I mainly took after my grandfather, my dad's dad, was addiction. Like, addiction is something I've dealt with my whole life. I'm not as bad as some people. There used to be this one guy I used to go to school with. His name was Tommy Galloway. And I remember the song. It was Godsmack's Voodoo. We would listen to it in the car, and he would stop driving and go back on the CD and listen to it again. There was, like, after about the 13th time of doing this, I'm like, can we please listen to another song with the track, Tommy? And he's like, why? But Tommy was a little bit worse than me. But my big vice was eating in video games. Like, if I do anything, I do it to the extreme. If I find something enjoyable, I want to do it over and over and over again till, all the joy is wrapped out of it. And I kind of do the same thing with my YouTube channel in ways. I remember when the Winging It series with Mr. I Tryhard's video comes off, I remember this vividly, that it came off to a real good success, and I ended up doing like 5 more videos, like, right away, because I'm like, man, this is a really cool video to do, and people are digging it. Let's keep doing it. And, like, the idea of, like, giving something a wait period for anticipation just does not sit with me at all. But like I said, my dad was a hardcore alcoholic, and seeing my dad and what he used to be in pictures and things like that, and seeing him now, it helped mold my life. Because at 16, I didn't really know what I was going to do in my life. I didn't know what kind of person I was going to be. I'm a much different person now than I was at 16, but I'm always growing up. Even at age 26, I have a lot of growing up to do, and even people that's been following me for the last 3.5 years will notice that I'm a different person now than I was in Modern Warfare 2, and that's just because I've grown as a person. And that's one thing you kind of get to see with YouTube commentators. You get to see that growth period. And I'm going to talk about my dad more in future videos, but one of the things that I'm glad that I never did pick up was my dad's ability to drink. And the reason I've never touched alcohol is because I've seen what it did to him, and I know I have the same personality he has, and he could have been so much better of a person if he would have never found it. But that same demon kind of manifests me in eating. But it's a battle that we all go through. Is there anything that your dad has ever done that kind of affects you, that you can see inside yourself? Let me know. I'm your boy Wings of Redemption. If you could, please check out my Facebook. I always post cool pictures. I don't know, it seems lame. I love you guys. Peace. What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. No, I hadn't had a lot of videos today, so I'm going to show you an old magic trick. I seen this a while back. A guy making a Sharpie disappear in his hand. You know, the old billiard ball trick. I'm going to try to teach you how to do this with a pen. But first off, you're going to need a pen. There's a pen. Hey, look at that. I mean, you can do this many ways. The idea is you got to misdirect it first. I mean, you could go, do it like this. Show them this hand. So you misdirect it like this. Or you can just go ahead and bring it back. Well, how do you do that? Person that would actually pay attention, I actually left one of the takes in that actually showed how I did it, or I gave it away. I mean, I don't have like years of practice on it, but it's just something I used to do when I delivered pizza. It would actually help me get better tips. And the key to it, let me go ahead and show you. The key to it is tape. What you do is you take a pin and you tape it to the back of your thumb. You want to tape it like this. Let's go ahead and try to get a good angle. You can use 2 or 3 layers of tape, but the idea is just to get it so it sits like that. So when you open your hand, like you see a little black tape there, I'm not using the correct tape. That's one reason that the trick didn't go off on my hinge. Let's see if we can just go and fix it real quick. Boom. When you open your hand up like that, it's gone. See, yeah, that's a picture behind there, so you can't see it. Be like, boom. You got to make sure that you don't see it in the hand, but then you can be like, you can see the reaction changes it, and you like, and then it goes away. That's exactly how it does. If you like this trick, I only have a couple more of them, so if you want to see a couple more tricks, let me know. Grandma, come here. Anything in that bottle?
Hey,
Give it a good shake.
ain't nothing in this bottle. Not nothing. Ain't nothing in it.
You think I could take this quarter and push it through the bottom of that bottle?
No.
No?
No, I don't.
Here, hold the quarter. You want to see it? Hold the quarter? Give me the bottle back. Examine the quarter.
Oh, hand you the quarter.
No, examine the quarter. Watch her examine the quarter.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
We'll take this quarter.
Uh-huh.
We'll put it at the bottom of the bottle.
Uh-huh.
Ready? It's a glass bottle. See, it's a glass bottle? Anything in the bottle?
No.
Okay. Right here. Up right here. Watch it. Is it in there?
Yay.
Yeah. Over that.
Turn it off.
Pain and joy.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I don't really do many tricks, but this is going to be one of them. We're actually going to show you and get the ingredients. This is more of a party trick than anything else. So it should be a good time. But this one requires basically upkeep and it requires spending money. But it's not it's not a lot of money. A lot of stuff you can get right around the house, or you might have anyway. So let's go ahead and go travel. I ran into one problem. Problem is, first store I go to, they had the first ingredient for the thing, which is a bottle of Coke. They didn't have any of the Sobe things. The best way to use it is, Sobe's always been the one I'd go to. There's obviously others too, so. It's been so long since I did this trick that I guess they quit making glass Sobe bottles. So I gotta improvise. The key is to have a glass bottle though. So I bought this Frappuccino. I don't know. It's $3. Hopefully it works. Check you guys in a bit. Oh man, this is hard to do. I see it like right here. Alright guys, so now we're getting into the nitty gritty, and we have to basically start the layout of the actual bottle trick. There's a couple things you're going to need. You're going to need an empty Coke bottle, preferably 20 ounce. This is a 24 ounce because the store close to me only sells 24 and 16.9. You want the one with the bigger label. The label is the part that you want. You're going to need a glass bottle. I have a Frappuccino bottle here. I prefer to use Sobe. Sobe's a lot better of a bottle. And this is what we basically got to do. I don't have anybody to hold the camera for me, so I'm going to try to do it one-handed. So give me some leeway. Alright, you want to rip this in a manner. You're going to rip it fast, but you won't. You know how the sticky tape goes right there? You want it to stay on, so just like that. It's perfect. Exactly right there is exactly what you want. You want that to happen. Now we're going to cut this part out. Alright, I used a razor. I happen to have razors left over from my Nuka-Cola Quantum video. You can see right here, I cut the thing out the bottle. And it's supposed to look just like that right there. This is your prop. Why is this a good prop? Alright, let me go ahead and show you. I'm going to hold the bottle so people can see into the bottle. But you want it to look like it's just another label. I've already ran into a problem with this bottle, and it doesn't air seal. The goal of it is a SOBI bottle, a glass SOBI bottle does it. But the goal is to basically have the quarter on the top of the cap, and you place the cap on the bottle itself, like so. I can't do it, it doesn't air seal, but you just pop it on there, and you tighten it, and you continue to tighten the bottle until the quarter is sucked to the top of the cap. That's why the glass part is so crucial. But the cap on this is way too large. It's way too large of a mouth. It needs a smaller mouth than this. Actually, hold up. I think I got a solution. Look at this right here. Look at this. See how that works? You can't really, this is the glass part of it. You can't really see it. I guess you can see it if you look at the very bottom, but let's see if we can work this right. But see, it just looks like the silver cap. Nobody noticed that. Watch how it works. What you got to do, the top up. SOBI bottles is what you actually need. These are, like I said, couldn't find a SOBI bottle that was glass. I found one that was plastic. Rattling. That's because it's a little too big. But you want to kind of like squish your plastic. You want to get it close to the bottom of the bottle as possible. You want to squish your plastic. And when you're doing this, or you're positioning your hands, you want to be like, going to be tapping all over the bottle, because they're going to look at the tap. Then you come to the bottom of the bottle, and then you go to the back. This bottle's being so bad. Tap it, and then you go to the bottom and be like. And then you pull it over on the side and shake it. And then shake it. You're holding this on the side of the bottle there, and then you push it over. You just let the quarter fall into your hand, and you hand the bottle. You go switch it back to this hand, hand the bottle off. You've pretty much done the trick. It's not as elegant as the other one, but this one's a fun fucking trick to do, because you can hand the bottle to them, and they'll be amazed. I've done this trick all through high school, and I mean, I'm rusty as shit at it now, and like I said, don't have the proper bottle, but it works. You should give it a try. Let me know. Thinks I put the quarter on the lid. Let's see if he can. Can you get it?
Where'd the tape go?
There ain't no tape.
See? Just a bottle.
Yeah, but see, I shook the bottle.
Hey.
See? How'd I do it, Brooke?
I don't know. You done something though. You didn't push that quarter through that glass. Okay, you're done. You had the quarter on the side at one point.
Hmm?
You had a different quarter on the side at one point. Put it back here.
1/4.
What was it?
What's up, dudes? It's your man Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you a MOAB here with just the fucking 44 Magnum. That's just the gameplay. God, I've had this video sitting on my computer for about 3 days now. Whoever did this gameplay, it'll be in the description of the video itself. Yeah, dudes, I've been playing a lot of Resident Evil 6, and I'm really enjoying Resident Evil 6. And it kind of bothers me how bad the reviews of Resident Evil 6 got, because the game itself, it's fucking fun. In my opinion, it is the closest Resident Evil game to come to what the actual series I remember as a child growing up. It's the closest one. I mean, I'm sorry, I forgot the segue there, but it's like everybody wants to criticize it, and they talk about it's not scary enough. Resident Evil hasn't been scary in forever, dude. Did you really get scared during Resident Evil 4? Come on now. I mean, did you I can't remember being scared by Resident Evil. Last Resident Evil I remember being scared by was Nemesis. Everybody remembers Nemesis. Well, everybody is my age remembers Nemesis. What was the big thing about Nemesis? Nemesis is when you first played through it the first couple times, you never knew how Nemesis or where he would be. He would follow you room to room to room to room, and he was so hard to kill. You'd have to dump every bit of ammo you had in a Nemesis for what? A little shitty ass handgun upgrade, little shitty ass shotgun upgrade. It wasn't worth it half the time. But the cool thing about Nemesis versus Resident Evil 6 or any other Resident Evils is the only Resident Evil that almost made it like a different experience every time you played. It was kind of like one of those, books where you get to pick your adventure where does the knight walk down the left hallway or the right hallway? Turn to page 14 for left, turns to page 19 for right. It was that kind of deal. But it was fun. You got to mix ammo, you got to do different things, your ammo upgraded if you used it a lot. And I don't know, I really dug Resident Evil Nemesis. Even though Jill had this skimpy ass outfit on that was not very becoming of a STARS member, it was still a very good game overall. Which is back to Resident Evil 6. I'm not trying to tell you to go out there and buy Resident Evil 6. I'm not. And hell, I'm almost ashamed that I'm not putting Resident Evil footage on this video itself. I mean, this isn't really a Resident Evil 6 review or first thing. I'll probably end up doing one of those as well. But I really want to finish the game before I review it, and that means play all the campaigns, which I just finished Leon's tonight. And that's why I'm kind of, pushing this video out, and that's why there was no videos yesterday, because I was playing the shit out of Leon's campaign. It was a very fun game. It was very enjoyable. And one thing I'm just hoping that's not going to happen with Resident Evil 6 is I'm hoping that the other two campaigns aren't just like variations of Leon's campaign with like two or three different chapters, which is, I'm thinking it's going to be something like that, but kind of different as well, like different story aspects, kind of like the Leon and Claire of Resident Evil 2. But like I said again, they're taking it back to the old school roots where the series was actually successful, where the game sold a lot. Resident Evil has been putting more and more, well, Capcom has been putting more and more money into the Resident Evil franchise, and it hasn't been selling as well. A lot of people will consider Resident Evil 4 the pinnacle of the series, where I didn't like Resident Evil 4. The reason I didn't like Resident Evil 4, it kind of adopted this style that you see nowadays, where you shoot enemies, you get the shotgun shells, blah 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 blah. But Resident Evil 4 also probably had some of the smartest enemies out there. I mean, one thing I liked about Resident Evil 4 that Resident Evil 5 didn't really show me, well, they kind of did. It was just done very poorly, was, enemies trying to outsmart or like get to you, and how you actually block rooms off and give you that Night of the Living Dead feel. That was pretty cool in itself, and you get a lot of that in Leon's campaign. God, I just spent this whole video talking about Resident Evil. And how many times did I say Resident Evil in this commentary? I don't know. I'm just hoping I can find this guy who donated this gameplay. His name has been 2 or 3 days. I also did a magic trick yesterday, and that magic trick went off really well. So I might be doing more of those. And another little quick update with the life. For those I rent a house, and I've been having some trouble with the tenants. So I've been running into some of the I can't say it. Fuck it. Legislative. Got it. Legislative stuff. Oh, there's the MOAB. Legislative stuff about evicting and stuff like that, and that's also been taking up some of my time. So hopefully I'll get things back on track before Painkiller Ray rolls around this week. Thank you guys for always liking the video. I mean, it's not going unnoticed. It actually makes me feel really good. It makes me really happy. I don't really care so much what the views is. I just like to know that people are enjoying the videos and giving good feedback on it. And thank you for all the support. It's been your boy, Wings of Redemption. Well, what's up, dudes? If you're reading this, you probably wonder what happened to Painkiller already. I'm just about as dark in the dark as you. But basically what happened is our hangout got terminated. And it was terminated for breaking the reason code 39. Let's see what reason code 39 actually is. Sorry, I'm trying. Let's see. Reason code 39. And that doesn't help. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm looking at reason code 39, what it is. But whatever that is, we got terminated on YouTube, and they're not letting us stream anymore because of it. And so Painkiller Already is going to have to probably end on that note. And I don't really know what to do at this point, other than talk to guys higher up at this point. But like, we didn't really cross lines that Painkiller Already hadn't crossed before. We've talked about trannies and hookers and all that before, and we've talked about loads worse than what we talked about tonight. But for some reason, I guess somebody higher up seen it. That's one of the risks that we ride during Painkiller Already every week on YouTube, is because it's so vulgar, and that's one of the reasons we decided to take it. We started it off YouTube to begin with. We used to run it through Podbean. But as it says right now, this is what it is. I'm trying to find what the reason 39 is. Reason 39. See, like when I put it in there, it just shows me a bunch of YouTube like code enforcement videos for like the cops and stuff. Find something here. Safety. See, they make this stuff as hard as humanly possible to decipher. Like, you'll click this stuff and it'll be like a YouTube guideline, and then it'll basically help center. Damn, they got all kinds of shit in here. They got thumbnail gaming, category gaming, report category gaming. There's no copyright. This stuff is hard as fuck to follow. And well, basically, this video is sitting there to tell you that Painkiller Already, we don't know what the hell's going on right now, and we probably won't be continuing tonight. We're probably gonna. I can't say for right now we'll be doing it next week, because I can see this being this huge thing. But right now, as far as I know, Woody can't start another stream up because of what happened. I don't know all the details, and I don't even know if I'm going to be posting it on my channel now. So I got to kind of get in touch with you. I will let you guys know. That's where we're at. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you Chaos Theories with my boy Mr. Chaos Math. And I call it Mr. Chaos Math because it comes out better.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say shit anymore. Just call me whatever you want, dude. It's fine. It's fine.
The Bigfoot. Bigfoot is Americana in its greatest form. And the reason I'm doing Bigfoot is that because it's Americana. Obviously, we have the Jersey Devil. You know, British Columbia has the Ogopogo. Scotland has the Loch Ness Monster. You have the superhuman fishes in the Amazon rainforest. I don't know. Help me out. I'm just thinking about different things.
Yeah, I mean, every culture's got its mystical creature, and yeah, for some reason or another, America and North America seems to be fixated upon a giant ape-like creature, Yeti, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever you want to call it. You know, just seems to be one of those things that people are always saying they've seen them, or they see footprints, or this or that. And so yeah, we're gonna see if we can figure out whether we think it's possible or if it's just a big giant ball of bullshit.
Yep. Well, I want to go ahead and bring up the gay boxer.
Come again?
The gay boxer theory. I don't know if you ever heard. It's kind of funny because a boxer just came out and said he was gay after he won a title. But I'm going to bring out the gay boxer theory because Bigfoot is a perfect candidate for the gay boxer theory. Basically, what the gay boxer theory is when you're on the top and you have everything that you need, the only way that you can succeed more is to be something somebody doesn't want you to be. For example, if a boxer was to say that he was a homosexual, what would be the first thing that would happen? People would line up and throw him any dollar sign he wanted to give an interview about him being a homosexual.
Okay.
And Bigfoot's the same thing. How many farmers you think have had like some bad crops and strapped on 2 pieces of wooden feet and walked across their muddy ass field that the crops couldn't grow in?
Yeah, okay, I see where you're going with that. I mean, it certainly does seem like it's a way for people to get notoriety, to come up with, oh yeah, I found some fucking Sasquatch tracks in the backyard, and get the newspaper down and get some fucking reporters in there to take some pictures. So, yeah, you know what? I mean, I think that the Bigfoot legend is a bunch of bullshit, and I think you sort of hit the nail right on the head there, is that the reason that it's so prevalent is because, it attracts attention, and there's no proof, but other people have said they saw it, so yeah, sure, I'm gonna call up the paper and say that I see him too, so there he is. But, is there any actual proof other than a home video of a guy in a fucking ape suit?
Here's another food for thought. 2,000 people go missing in North America every year. This is just the United States, I'm sorry, I said North America, but the United States, 2,000 people go missing in the woods, be it hiking, be it camping, whatever.
Okay.
And most of those people are found. I'd go so far as to say there's a statistic here. This isn't made up. 86.9% of people that are lost are found.
Whether they're dead or alive, they're
dead or alive, but they're found.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. With that margin of error, and these people are not using thermal cameras. They're not using latest technology. They're not trying to like sniff the breeze to smell Bigfoot parts. They're using 4-wheelers and dogs finding these people and helicopters.
Right. Yep.
How?
Yeah, right. So you're saying how could the Yeti go undetected?
Exactly. Like let's say this. Let's say a mass murderer escapes from a prison. Let's say somebody like Charles Manson gets out of prison on foot and hits the woods. How long do you think until we find Charles Manson?
Yeah, exactly. Not too long.
And Charles Manson ain't 8 foot tall and smell like shit.
Yeah, I know, because if Bigfoot was real, that motherfucker would stink. He would smell really bad. Well, here's the thing. Here's some actual, I think, a sort of pseudo-scientific reason why I think Yeti's bullshit. This thing, this is all has to go on the premise that there's some sort of missing link, right? There's some sort of primate, humanoid that is, twice the size of a Homo sapiens, but somehow is missing from the fossil record in North America. There were a couple of primates in like Asia and Africa way back in the fossil record that were really big, but nothing. And they could have gone over the Bering landmass, right? So before Asia separated from North America, you used to be able to walk over, and that's how humans got to North America. But there's nothing in the fossil record that would support any sort of link to this species. And the fact that, like you're saying, at this point, we would have found these fucking things if they were out there in the woods by now.
We would have at least found a skeleton. I mean, we're finding Brachiosaurus skeletons, and we can't find Bigfoot skeletons?
Right. All we find is some fucking, like you said, footprints in some crusty old farmer's, field after some rain. It's just, there's just really not one shred of evidence, like I said, other than a film of the Patterson thing. I mean, if you look at that, and guys, go check this thing out if you haven't seen it. It's called the Patterson film, and it's supposedly, a Bigfoot caught on video.
This is what people get paid thousands upon thousands of dollars a year to do. They look at shit like this, and they try to justify their degree in this field by breaking this video down frame by frame.
Ugh. It's a guy in an ape suit. Come on.
It is. I mean, if you showed me that, and I was skeptical, I'd be like, that dude just went to Spencer's.
It's a guy in a Halloween suit. Like, oh yeah. Well, before we go trick or treating, let's make this home video. I
mean, you got to go look. What people are not looking at is the life of Elliot Spencer. He was a movie producer. That's what he wanted to do. His first feature film failed. He did not have a big enough budget. So what he did with that camera equipment and the people at his disposal, he created this film, and he used this as a scapegoat, kind of like cover up of, basically saying like, look here, I seen this while I was on location trying to film my movie.
Yeah, it's kind of like what L. Ron Hubbard did with Scientology. He couldn't write a good science fiction story, so he made one up and called it Scientology.
Basically the same thing. The Patterson film sucks.
It is. It's terrible. You know, it's like before you get to the part with Sasquatch.
It's like a fucking horse or some shit. Some guy's riding off and he's taking a shit.
You know, it's perfectly still. It's, you know, and then you get to the part with Bigfoot, and yeah, sure, if you saw some shit like that, you probably would be shaking a little bit. I'm going to give you some levity on that. But this damn camera's shaking so much you can't see what the hell's going on. It's just, I don't know, it's amateurish, you know, like what disappoints me about Bigfoot is if you're going to come up with some far-fetched, you know, legend like this, it just seems like we could do better than Bigfoot. Come on, guys. Let's make something up that's a little bit more plausible, a little bit better.
How about we just go a step further than that? All right, let's say Bigfoot exists.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's a mix between he's like basically a Neanderthal and a great ape mix, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that line. Wouldn't he still travel in packs? Humans travel in packs.
Right.
Great apes travel in packs.
All primates, all humanoid life.
So why is he always seen solo? Apes don't hunt like that. Apes hunt in packs.
Right. Where's he going? What does he do?
I mean, so we have basically like a solo ape here. That what is he like going? You know, trying to get a domination win for his Call of Duty footage. Like what is he doing traveling alone? It doesn't fit his characteristic of his animal lineage.
He's like Kane from Kung Fu. He just walks the earth.
Yeah. Where's the guy with the sports car then with a really nice New York accent?
Yeah, come on, man. Bigfoot's bullshit. So
Bigfoot is bullshit.
Is there any of? Yeah, I'd love to hear. You know, because I've been really enjoying the comment section for the series so far. That's one of my favorite things is after we put this out, we get to read through pages and pages of comments, and you know, sure, there's the Wikipedia warriors, but there's actually been some pretty good debates in there. So I like what you guys are doing with that. But do you guys? Is there anybody who actually really thinks that this isn't bullshit? I'd love to hear from you guys on that.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure that somebody still believes that, you know, Speed
Elvis
Racer.
didn't do drugs.
Yeah, Elvis didn't do drugs. Oh man, I'm sure somebody's gonna recognize that one.
Yeah, 10 points if you do.
Oh man, so that's our synopsis. Bigfoot, 2 thumbs down, a fuck you and a shit.
Yeah,
it goes straight to the fucking trash can. I like the idea of Bigfoot being an American Idol. I even like the monster truck Bigfoot, but you know, for it to be logical, it doesn't exist. It's a fairy tale.
There's really not anything there to support it. I mean, usually when you get myths like this, there's at least one shred of possibility to it. But unfortunately, with Sasquatch, it's just a bunch of it's just bunk.
You can't believe that King Kong exists, but you can believe Bigfoot exists.
Right. Right. Exactly.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Later.
Everybody, it's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back and I'm bringing you a dual com today on Weekend Spotlight. What is Weekend Spotlight? Weekend Spotlight is when basically we take a commentator that I feel like does a spectacular job throughout the week. Most of these commentators are going to be in the Call of Duty lineage to begin with, but I am going to branch out and grab other people that might do other genres of games. Because one thing I don't really like about the Call of Duty community is it's the Call of Duty community. I'm a gamer at heart, so I like to experience more games than just Call of Duty. But I love Call of Duty, you love Call of Duty, and Simual loves Call of Duty. Simual, I basically tried to help out. I didn't try to help him. I did help him out back in Black Ops, and I basically gave him the code name Shotgun Wizard.
Shotty Sim, Shotgun Wizard.
Did you actually use the shotgun before I gave you that nickname?
Briefly, actually, and then I just kind of rolled with it, actually, and I really enjoy the shotguns. It's like my favorite thing now in Call of Duty. It's what is bringing or brought that entertaining value back into the game for me.
Yeah, they're really hard to use. Like, you're using the hardest one. I've tried to use this weapon, and it just frustration and tears.
There's a lot of frustration, especially in Modern Warfare 3. There's been a lot of times where you're just gripping onto the controller, just cursing the gun and the game and the developers. And What are you gonna do? That's Modern Warfare 3. That's what we've come to understand. They're so inconsistent. These shotguns.
We're not bashing Modern Warfare 3 here. I mean, there's millions of videos bashing Modern Warfare 3. But the thing with shotguns in Call of Duty is this for me. They've done it right a few times. Like, for example, the double barrel in World at War, in my book, was done right. That's how a shotgun should act.
I like the trench gun in World War II. That was I had a lot of fun with that one too.
It's a fun gun to use, but it's a hit marker machine as well. I feel like the trench gun could use like a 5-point damage buff.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, just to give you that standard.
Yeah, that might be a little bit overpowered though. I would totally take advantage of that and just run with it. And
well, they also have stopping power in that game, so 5 points could easily turn into 7 points with stopping power, and 7 points over 8 pellets is what?
It could easily turn it into a very popular gun overnight.
I don't think it ever been a very popular gun because it has the range of, piss, but...
Well, that's what I like what they did about Modern Warfare 3 is the proficiencies to add to it. I try to find the good parts really in something like Call of Duty. So,
But instead of thinking about weapons that have the range of piss, the sword in Halo has the range of piss, and people love that thing.
I've never really got into Halo. I was a PlayStation guy, and I'm just now got onto the Xbox scene.
Yeah, I was a PlayStation guy too for the longest time. The reason I kind of switched to the Xbox, other than the fact that people said I couldn't do well on the Xbox, but that was a whole different Wings way back in the day. That's the reason I bought the Xbox. The reason I started playing video games on the Xbox versus the PlayStation was, one, every video game I bought would have achievements, and two, they were generally brighter. I'm not trying to say the Xbox had better graphics than the PlayStation. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the Xbox graphics cards presents the games in a brighter, more vivid style. Not that they're more detailed, that they're more vivid.
Well, that goes because I always thought that Sony promoted their shadows. They always seemed like when they were doing the demos in PlayStation 3, like, look at the shadows in this, and looks like Xbox went the other direction.
Dude, like if you set them side by side and you play the same game on both systems and you took out like the squares and the circles and the X's, most games you'd be hard pressed to see the difference. And if you do see the difference, you're nitpicking at that point.
I play pretty well on both consoles. I can't nitpick. I have a good time on, it's a good community on either one.
I mean, there's times I wish I would have bought a game on one console, but I bought it on the other console. But at the same time, there's things that like I realize that if I can't do on one console that I can do on another. Another selling point I have on the Xbox is like, for example, Resident Evil 6. If I wanted to play Resident Evil 6 on PlayStation 3, I first would have to make sure somebody on my friends list was going to buy the game,
right?
Or I would have to make room on my friends list to put somebody on my friends list to play the game with me. And even then, Resident Evil 6 doesn't promote in-game chat, and PlayStation doesn't have party chat. So how do you talk to people in-game on the PlayStation without using some outside source such as, Skype?
That seems like the problem they should have thought about and fixed in.
Like on Xbox, I could just, pop on the Xbox Live chat.
Yeah, but that goes with that whole argument about all the games becoming co-op now. Everything is just online dependent. Everything is 2-player or more. It's the end of a single player.
I don't think it's the end of single player by a long shot. I just think people don't understand how single player games are meant to be made. I mean, really the only good single player games made recently were by Bethesda. Or Bethesda sponsored them. I know Obsidian made New Vegas, but Obsidian made Fallout 1 and 2 as well, and they used the Bethesda engine.
There's just more of a market for multiplayers.
There is more of a market, and people naturally want to play their games with somebody else. I remember growing up as a child, my brother and I would always buy games that had 2 players, be it split screen or whatever, but we would buy the 2-player game so we could play together. Now, since the internet's gotten so big and broadband is so widespread that multiple people have access to it, why not take advantage?
Exactly. It's something that I wish actually I had probably when I was a kid. Starting out as a game, playing Mario online, that'd be cool.
Do you remember, you're a PS3 guy, you remember buying PS2 games that had the thing that said broadband connection required for online play?
That and I used to I used to remember getting like the demo disc in the mail.
I remember the demo disc. Like, they had, do you remember like the demo disc that used to come with games? I remember Eidos would be the worst one with them. Like, a Tomb Raider came with a demo of Tomb Raider 2 plus like
Jet Moto or something.
Streets of Rage or like Jet Moto.
Yeah. Crash Bandicoot was on there. Spyro.
Yeah, those shits were so cool.
Yeah, that's how it was, man. The demo, I miss those days.
Dude.
The old PlayStation, because they had the best RPGs too. And like the RPGs now, like Borderlands and stuff, I can't do that too much anymore.
I'm not into Borderlands. I mean, I'm not saying Borderlands is a bad game.
No, I'm not saying that either.
It's just not for me. I mean, like, I'm sitting here playing Resident Evil 6 right now, and I'm enjoying the shit out of it. I'm probably gonna play Dishonored next week, and hopefully I'll enjoy the shit out of that. I enjoy the shit out of Skyrim, but the RPGs that I love are the ones that would basically allow me to level up and beat monsters and wander in areas and find secret areas and, you know, use magic to best my enemies, sleep in inns, those kind of RPGs, and those are pretty much a thing of the past. Even Final Fantasy kind of broke that formula.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've gone kind of downhill after 10, in my opinion.
Oh, 10 was the pinnacle. Like, I mean, 10 was a beautiful game. Even though it broke everything I just said, 10 was the one experiment that went right.
We gotta get a petition going to have them make Blitzball its own separate game.
Oh man, Blitzball was... Who was that guy? Brother owned Blitzball.
And that game was so addicting.
You remember,
you know what?
Brother?
I didn't mind the Triple Triad actually in 8 either, the card game. That one I thought was actually pretty fun. That was 8.
The Triple
with
Triad was
in the
an 8.
gardens and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but did you play Final Fantasy IX's card game?
Yeah, it was. I like Triple Triad just a little bit better. I like the way that you collected it the same way. You know,
I was just saying, like, how stupid it was. Like, I never understood that. Like, I scratched my head on Caravan when I first seen it in New Vegas, but I figured it out. I have yet to this day figured out Final Fantasy IX's card system.
But that's that mini game. You know, you don't need to go for the cards. Just ignore that.
Oh, I love the card system in 8. I could play cards all damn day in Final Fantasy 8.
Oh, I find myself just progressing the game just to get the cards, just to get all the rare ID cards, man. The Ghost Train and stuff. That's not a rare one.
The rare one was like the Moogle.
Yeah.
No, the Moogle was you got in the Bahama card.
Onbury or something.
Yeah. Well, Gilgamesh was a rare one. Leviathan was rare because you got to.
That's right.
That's the king of the cards.
There's
I don't know. We're running out of
like
time. This is Simual. This is part 1. Weekend Spotlight is a 2-part show. So we'll check him out again tomorrow. And if you like what you see, check his channel out. As always, it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. Peace. Let me call you right back. What's up, motherfuckers? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. It is the weekend, and I usually take the weekends off, and we do the Chaos Theories and the Weekend Spotlight. And generally on the Weekend Spotlight, I like to basically make 2 videos with the same commentator. And basically to help sell his channel the best way possible. I generally pick it. I've been picking people that I've known, had experience with. Like the first week, we had Colt Side of the Pillow, a very strong player from my Road to the Lost series. This week is one of my buddies, Simual. He's a really cool guy. You've seen his gameplay a couple of times on my channel. And he also does what I like to do as well. He likes to hit a controversial topic. And I watched a video of his a while ago, and the video was about the judicial system. And I felt like one of the best ways that I could personally help promote this guy's channel is to show this video. So instead of doing like the follow-up dual com or some kind of commentator breakdown on him, I'm just going to go ahead and show you the judicial system video because it was very well done and I very enjoyed it. It's a really good listen. If you could give the guy some love, ratings always helps out. Ratings makes you feel real good too. Sorry I'm talking so low, it's really late and it's like 5:02 in the morning right now. Hope you guys enjoy the video and I'll see you back Monday.
What's up, guys? Shotty Sim here. I'm having a real tough time kind of giving you this message. I feel really passionately about it, and I really want to use my words properly in this. I really do. I've done a few takes of this just because I want to get it absolutely right. But before we get into it, this is a ground war match. I don't play ground war too often, but we had a full group, and we said, yeah, why not? We do work this game. Let's just say that. Me and the crew, we're doing work, and it's a high-action game. I'm sure you'll not be disappointed or bored. It's going to be fun to watch. So if you're into that, then go ahead and have at. I apologize. It's shaky cam theater mode. I really need to start recording live a little bit more. Anyway, let's get into what I wanted to talk about: the American judicial system and how it's just such a broken process. Lately, you guys probably know in the news that there was a recent event in Phoenix, Arizona. Some carjacker went on a high-speed chase, and it ended with his live on-cam suicide. I saw it. I saw the video. I'm sure most of you did as well. And I've seen worse. I give it a 4 out of 10. But it's not the first time that this has happened, where a criminal has said, well, I don't want to do this. This is just an ugly. I don't want to go through the process of legal. I'm just going to end it. I'll just save you guys all the time and the money, and I'm just going to go ahead and kill myself right now. They do this because they know how it works. They may not understand it, but they know what's going on, because once you're in that system, the American courts, you're not getting out. They'll say all the time, oh yeah, that'll be wiped off your record in about 2 years. No, it stays with you for the rest of your life. If you're 53, they're going to pull up some shit that you did when you were 16 and use it against you. And you'll be like, wait a second, that was 50 years ago. That was a long time ago. It's 47. But it doesn't matter. It's on your record. You've done it before, and for them, you will do it again. It's a purchase history. That's just flat out what it is. It's a business. That's the disgusting part about it. It's originally supposed to be there to serve justice. It's supposed to give everyone an equal opportunity to represent themselves and say, this is why. This is what happened. This is why he did it. This is why I did it. This is what happened. It's supposed to be a system of understanding. But it's not. It's a business. It's an ugly business. It's one where the criminal is the product. The victim is the product. They each have a sales representative. Prosecuting attorney, defense attorney. They are the salesperson, and they are selling that product to the judge, to the jury, to the media. They're selling it. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It doesn't. It doesn't matter if in actuality this person did not do the crime, or in actuality this person is lying about it the entire time just because they're a fucking dickhead. It doesn't matter. It's a business. It's what you can prove in court. It's about if you can win or not. If you have more sympathy or are more sympathetic towards the other. It's glorified. It really is, as an image. I'm frankly embarrassed the way it works in America, because all processes work like that in America. Everything is a business. Everything is not here to help and better you. It's a business. Schools are supposed to enrich you and help you learn, but instead it drives you into debt with no result in a failing economy. And the judicial system is similar, because it's supposed to help you out and put you onto a straight path and give you discipline, but it doesn't. It keeps you locked in the system because they know you're going to do it again, and the more that you do it, the more money they make. The jails, the prisons, the courthouses, the police officers, the police headquarters, they're all federally funded. And of course that's maintained and given by volume, size, activity, area, through taxes. That's their base pay. And then at the end process, court fees, fines, penalties. This is their commission. That's money on top of money, and it constantly increases. And then there's further corruption behind that too. Check this. This is a fun conspiracy theory. I guess the state prisons, federal prisons, had in like the 80s had taken the side of the music industry. They pulled them off to the side and they said, hey, listen, you guys had this new thing coming out, very controversial, called rap music. We know what it is. We know what the image is. We want you to do whatever you can to glorify this. Push it. Put it to the public. Say that this is the new thing. That you're cool if you listen to this rough, this image where you can just be mean and gritty. Sell it. Sell it as much as you can, so that inner city kids can look up to these people, these idols, and say, yeah, that's what I want to be. I want to be a thug. You know, I want to go cop killer and shit like that, so that they can go into the system, so that they're done. Each one person that goes into a state prison or a federal prison is more money for the state prison or the federal prison. They get more money with more people that are coming in. Prisons are just packed, overcrowded, and it's just no result. So many innocent people in there, so many wrongful people in there that shouldn't be in there, really. And that's why people kill themselves. That's why these criminals, they know how it works. They may not understand it, but they know how it works. And again, they just say, you know what? Well, again, I'll just do you guys the favor. I know how it ends. I know how the story goes, and I'm just gonna kill myself right now, because it's a nightmare. It's hell on earth. No one listens to you. When you say listen, you don't understand. It was just a mix-up. It was an accident. I'm a good person. Look at I'm a civil servant. I give to my community. I do community service. I pay my taxes. It doesn't matter. You are a dollar sign in someone else's checkbook. It's embarrassing, because this is what America is. It's what you can sell. I've said it before, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. But that's really what it is. It's embarrassing. There used to be a way to go about it, you know, to present your case in front of a civil court, kind of through reasoning. People can hear and understand you and say, yes, I get it. I understand why you did that. It's wrong, and you go to jail. Or I understand why you did that. Listen, you need to do this, and we'll call it even. Like, but now we have this. It's people just kill themselves because they don't want to deal with it. They're fed up. Have you seen these people who are it's just like crack under pressure, and they go on these rampages, or they do something just completely out of character, just radical or irradical, and it's just completely. It's the only way that they can do it. It's the only way that anyone will let them do it, is if they do it themselves, and it's by extreme measures. It's a pity to see these people do these things. It really is. But at the end, they have no other option, because they know that what they did was wrong. But they had to do it, and they kill themselves after, because that's just it. If they don't, then they're going to be perceived as this monster, this devil in the media. But nobody's heard their stories. I'm not trying to be sympathetic towards criminals. There are bad people out there. I know this. You know this. But there also are very, very much a lot of good people out there too, who are very misunderstood, who were brought up in the wrong area, who were not given the chance that they deserve, and because of that, it's disappointing. They choose the actions that they do because of it, because they don't know anything else. It is shameful. I wish there was another way to do about it. I wish I was more prepared, I guess, with proper examples to really give you. But it didn't always used to be like this, right? I don't. There has to be another way, a more humane way. It really seems, again, like there's just no way out. It's a bear trap. But it makes money. The more money you have, the more money you can give to this business in the courts, they'll let you go. They'll say, okay, we'll hear you. You have money? Oh yeah, we'll listen to your story. You don't have money? Then you are just scum. You're a criminal. You have nothing. You have no money. You've contributed nothing. But oh, you're a businessman. Oh, you're successful in that way. You have money. Yes, come in. We'll listen to you. Oh, we feel so sorry for you. Again, I'm really not trying to be sympathetic towards criminals, but this is really just a way to just speak out towards the people who are unheard, the misaccused. And I don't know. Those are my thoughts, guys. Thanks for listening.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we're back with Chaos Theories. This is the Sunday version, and this is one I've been waiting to do for a while. We're going to do the JFK assassination.
Big topic.
Big topic. You know, this might not actually be a conspiracy theory, but there's a conspiracy theory built around it. Everybody knows JFK was assassinated. That part is set in stone. The motherfucker's head got flattened like a pancake at IHOP. But there was no Russian waitress here to scoop it on up and put it with a side of eggs.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, I went there.
It's okay, you went there. I mean, we've all seen the chunk of his head flying towards the back of the car there.
Dude, that new HD footage of it, dude. If you guys never seen the HD footage of the, what's it called, the Zapruder film?
The Zapruder film, right?
Zapruder film, yeah.
That's the popular film that everyone's seen. If you've seen the movie JFK, that's based around that. So I found this sort of slowed down, high definition version of the Zapruder film. The critical part where he's getting shot, and it's pretty rough, man. I mean, you see this thing come apart. It's right there in front of your face. It's pretty crazy, but. Yeah, so Wings and I are talking about this, it's a pretty big topic, there's a lot to talk about, so what we thought we would do is make this a two-parter, because there's really two pieces to this conspiracy. A is, what's the motivation behind it? Like, why would they want to off him, whoever that may be? And then second, there's so much debate about the actual assassination, who was involved, whether the Warren Commission was correct. So for part one here, we're going to talk about the motivations for it. So what do you think, Wings? Do you have any guesses as to why people would want to off Kennedy?
The Illuminati.
I know. Yeah, you had to say that, because the comment section for every single Chaos Theory video we've done has been 100 people asking for the Illuminati.
Yeah, people want the Illuminati.
Yeah. What do you think we should give it to them? What do you think?
We'll get there. Illuminati is a big topic.
I know. That might have to be like a 4 or 5 chapter.
That has to be a two weekends worth of at least.
I know. But
there's always that theory, and this is Bubba Chaos Theories, that he did the speech right before he got shot, and he said something about the secret powers. I don't have it right in front of me, but he says something in the context of he is not going to basically listen to secret powers. He's not going to take under the table bribes. He's going to be the president for the people, by the people, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden his brains are sitting in the back of a Lincoln Town car.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I think anybody who's got a proper brain on their head knows that there's people who are pulling the strings behind the scenes. And in the case of President Kennedy, there was a very serious development going on in a country called Vietnam that there was a lot of money riding on. There was a lot of plans to do a lot of things there. And the big reasoning behind why would anybody want to kill Kennedy was in large part revolved around his willingness to turn Vietnam into what it would eventually become after he was, gotten rid of, after he died. Vietnam obviously became a gigantic part of U.S. history. The economy, a lot of dollars were involved in this thing. So a lot of people think that, this was obviously an inside job, and it really stemmed from the military, big generals.
Here's the thing with Vietnam. I don't know how other people seen it. Obviously, there's more in line, there's history and all this thing, but I've seen Vietnam more as like the Cold War was right there, and we wanted to test our military power, and I felt like Vietnam was the stage that we used it in.
Yeah, totally. But you also have to look at this, right? What is one thing that President Kennedy is known for?
The Bay of Pigs.
Yes, right. So if you ask me, President Kennedy had the biggest balls of any president.
He stared nukes right down the face.
Yeah, any president since, say George Washington. I mean, because that guy was a badass too. But, I mean, John F. Kennedy basically looked the Russians right in their face and said, fucking bring it. You want it? We got it. And he stood them off. So if you look at it from that perspective as, we need to prove to the Russians that, what we're capable of, I think Kennedy did that without firing a signal shot with the Bay of Pigs. he showed them the kind of resolve that just backed them down. I mean, he was ready to all out thermonuclear war, and he made them turn their fucking boats around and go back. So I think it's more driven by the economics of a war than, say them wanting to show up the Russians.
Yeah, but at the same effect, who really wants a thermonuclear war?
Nobody, but the Russians really had no choice. I mean, he pretty much told them, look, if you cross this line, if you bring those boats, because, what was happening was, the Russians sent a bunch of ships. They were going to go to Cuba. And Kennedy basically told them, look, if your ships cross this line, we are going to retaliate in full. So he didn't threaten them with nuclear war, but he basically told them, like, you need to turn your shit around or shit's going to get real.
So it basically had the Russians right there ready to fucking fuck his shit up.
Yeah, he called their bluff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a hard bluff to call, too. Like, somebody's going to be butthurt, especially in people in high power that never been told no before.
Well, yeah, I mean, the world came close to being over at that moment. But Kennedy, I mean, how many presidents could have done that? I mean,
Obama couldn't.
No,
I don't think Romney could either.
Hell no. No modern president.
Well, just imagine we had Romney in the White House when that happens.
Oh, I know. He would, yeah, he would have had, like, today he would have said yes, tomorrow he would have said no. But anyway, that's a whole different another thing. But you know what I mean? I mean, Kennedy stood him up right in his face and was ready to, he just gambled the whole world against, look, we need to put these guys in their place. So again, I have to say that if there was a motivation within the government to get rid of Kennedy, it was because of the money that they smelled in Vietnam. And Kennedy didn't really want to turn it into what they wanted to turn it into and what they would end up turning it into. And so, sort of an inside job.
You're talking about the flower child stuff?
Well, no, just the involvement in Vietnam. I mean, the whole cover-up that it was, oh, well, if we don't stop Vietnam, then communism is going to spread around the world like wildfire. I mean, that doesn't stand up to me. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, wars are usually generated to make people rich and to spend money, and keep an economy moving. And, of course, Kennedy got involved in Vietnam for the right reasons, but I don't think he was interested in committing America the way that we ended up committing after he was gone.
I'm kind of fuzzy on my JFK. Oswald, what did he say he killed Kennedy because?
Why did Oswald say that he assassinated Kennedy?
Correct.
Well, I believe I think he was a patsy, but I believe, and of course the comment section is going to tell us after the fact what's right, but I believe it had to do with, his stance on communism. I think that he was somehow painted as a communist after the fact, and he had ties to the Russians. Something like that.
So basically, he basically stood up to the Russians and said, go to fuck home, and he got branded a communist because of that?
No, I think that Oswald was pro-communist.
Oswald was Marine, though, right?
Well, he was, yeah, at one time he was, yeah. Yeah. But, that's something that, like I said, I'm sure the comment section will correct us on. Maybe we can research that for part 2 when we start talking about what actually happened.
I think we might have more than one part 2.
Yeah, right, I know. Maybe it's going to be like 3 or 4 parts, but, but think about it. For this to come from within, it would have to come from, like you're saying, the people who are pulling the strings in the background. And a lot of the people who pull the strings in the background are really connected with the military.
I just find it odd that he had a motorcade that was basically a drop top.
Yeah.
Around all these buildings. And like I said, some people say there was 3 shots. If there were 3 shots, more people would react. Because how fast can you get 3 shots off with a bolt-action rifle? 4, 5 seconds? 6 seconds?
That's a lot of the debate is, whether he could have actually pulled it off in the time. And, the Warren Commission ended up saying that he can, but there's a hell of a lot of people who say that there's no way he could have tracked a moving target and gotten those. I mean, it's bolt-action rifle, like saying this isn't Call of Duty.
This is a Sears bolt-action rifle, too. It's not no top-of-the-line one.
Yeah, well, there's even dispute on what kind of rifle he used, but yeah, I mean, but I think that it's also, know, you're saying the motorcade, obviously, you know, it was pretty easy to shoot him. It was like shooting a fish in a barrel there, but I'm pretty sure that was kind of a standard thing to do back then. You know, I think after he died when
he wasn't the first president to be assassinated.
No, but he was the first president to be assassinated in a long fucking time, certainly since they were riding around in cars and shit. So I think it was after he got, you know, killed that the security really sort of got beefed up, and they started to say, hey, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't, you know, drive these guys through huge crowded cities without a little bit better protection. I mean, shit, even afterward, I mean, look at Reagan and his assassination attempt. I mean, he got lucky.
All right, guys, that's probably going to be part 1 right there, but I'm going to leave you on this note before we go into part 2. Look at the Zapruder film and look at the cops and everybody around them. None of them react to 3 different high-powered rifle shots. And tell me what you think in the comment section. It's been your boy, Wings of Redemption, and we're Audi 5000. Peace, pimps. I'm sorry, guys. I got to talk about this. This is some stupid bullshit. And what I'm talking about is this, and let me go ahead and lay the framework here. It's about Modern Warfare 2 and Favela, and it's about Infinity Ward. But it's about a video I seen. I don't have the link to the video. You have to find it. I'm not going to promote it or any way like that because it's stupid. And I don't even know if what I'm hearing is right, so let me go and lay the foundation for you to kind of know what context this video is coming to you in. Alright? Well, I was sitting on Twitter. I was about to play some Resident Evil 6. And Thunder tweeted out that, oh good, they took Favela out. I didn't care about that shitty game anyway. And, you know, obviously the standard, you know, I hate Call of Duty kind of stuff. And that stuff happens. But what happened was somebody else tweeted and said they took it out because of something that was offensive to a religion was in Favela, to Muslims. So I went and looked the video up, and the video basically is this. It sets it up like this. There's a bathroom in Favela. It's right above the B flag. And in the bathroom there's a toilet, and above the toilet there's 2 pictures with frames on them. The frames have Arabic writing on them, and they basically portray Allah as a good God or whatever. But in the Muslim religion, you're not allowed to put something like that in a room like the bathroom. Okay. Let me go ahead and say some stuff right here. And what I'm about to say might offend some people. I can guarantee it's going to offend some people. And good. Because you're fucking retarded. I'm serious. Like, I beat around the bush all the time about this. But to take a map out of the game, keep in mind this game is about the Russians having a war with the United States. A more serious threat than religion in itself. This game was ridiculed for killing civilians in an airport with machine gun fire. But you want to take a map out of a game that is 2 years old. Well, no, it's 3 years old at this point, because it says Allah is good on a picture frame in a dirty bathroom. Are you fucking retarded? Seriously. I'm failing to grasp the words required to eloquently speak this. You believe in a false deity. You believe in a magical man in the sky. You believe motherfuckers can fly. You believe that a boat carried 10 million motherfucking species for 40 days and 40 nights. You believe that some man can live inside stomach acid of a whale for 3 whole days and come out scathe-free. You believe in Set. You believe in the fucking day and the night gods. You believe that you are the center of the fucking universe. You believe that the sun goes around the earth and the earth doesn't go around the sun. You believe that everything is all-knowing, all-being. Let me get you in on this. Let me lay it to you flat. This right here might crash my channel, but I don't give a shit at this point. The earth is something like 12 billion years old. Humans are somewhere along the lines of 4,000 years old. So why would a deity zap us into his creation, and snap us out. I said the universe, right? I meant to say Earth is 4 billion years old. The universe is 12 billion, and humans are around 4,000. These are not direct numbers, but these are basically generalization. But why would a deity create us in his likeness, and remember, in his likeness, and zap us out just as quick? 4 billion years, that's a long motherfucking time. I mean, what percentage is that? That's like 0.0001% of the time on this earth. And let me go ahead and go back to in his likeness. If we were created in a deity's likeness, the deity would not be all-knowing or omnipotent. You know why? We wouldn't have alcoholics. We wouldn't have addiction. We wouldn't have crackheads. So if a deity would make us in his likeness, he could be an alcoholic or a crackhead too. That's the way it works. But the fact is, we are an microorganism on a speck of dust in the scheme of things. Just like we have bacteria in our stomach. We don't know the bacteria's name. We don't know their culture. We don't know anything like that. They might have a little world down there. Who knows? It might be microscopic. But on the same breath of that, we are that in the world. We are not the center of the universe. We're not even the center of our own galaxy. We don't even have the biggest star in our galaxy. We are not the only planet that can sustain life in the universe. We are not special in any form or way. Life is not sacred. If life was sacred, how can thousands upon thousands of motherfuckers be snatched away every second that you breathe? If life is sacred, it's almost as stupid as PETA. Yes, I said PETA. The PETA. The stupid animal organization. They save on average 2,000 animals a year. They put to sleep on average 1,400 animals a year, but they firebomb clinics that make diabetes drugs. They firebomb places that work on shampoo. Medical research on animals is the key to keeping longevity in life. That's why we live 80 years instead of 50. Peter, fuck, I don't even know why I'm going on about this. I'm just upset right now. Why on earth are you changing a game based off a religion, a fairy tale, a false belief? Yes, you can bomb the fuck out whoever you want to bomb over there. But look here, you're playing in an American game where we have the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech and everything, and you choose to play this American game. Don't be making them change a game because of that. Guess what? There is death, there is killing in the basic Modern Warfare 2. There is killing that happens in this game. That is against the 10 Commandments. Another fracture, another spin-off of your belief. But you know what? We're not taking the maps out that have killing in them, are we? It's fucking stupid. Your opinions. What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. And I'm just going to follow a video on my religion video that I did the other night. And no, there's not going to be an apology video. I mean, I'm not going to apologize, and I'm not going to consider what I did disrespectful in any manner. To say that something is disrespectful means something has to have, has to have some kind of honor or stature. And if somebody would say 2 + 2 = 5, and I said, no, you're an idiot, 2 + 2 = 4, is that disrespecting the guy? I guess in a way, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And for the death threats, come on, people. Come on. You've seen Painkiller already. Please. Please. All I gotta say, I've gotten like, I don't know, 12,000 some messages, and like, I'd say a good half of them are death threats, and it's like, seriously, quit talking out your ass. that's just plain and simple. Quit talking out your ass. Some updates on me. Finally got my iPhone working. I had to get a new one. So if you're having a no service or searching issue, it is not the phone. Well, it is the phone, but it's not the actual phone. What I went up to the Apple store, or their so-called Genius Bar, and it turns out that my my antenna and my network card were both malfunctioning. So they ended up giving me a new iPhone 5, and it's working flawlessly. So if anybody else has that problem, go do that. And there's lots of stuff I could hit on right now, and it's stupid. I could talk about the Fisticuffs video where he talks so slow. It's like, well, Wings does not God, you sound like a fucking 4-year-old, dude. Please, just keep my name out your mouth. Seriously. Just please keep my name out your mouth. Go back and support the Tigers and the Lions, because they're the same thing. You are a loser. Period. I'm probably giving you more exposure than you should. I have no qualms with Fisticuffs. I don't. I mean, I say certain things because I based opinions on them, but the fact is I choose not to hold my opinions back. If Fisticuffs wanted to be a cool guy, I would be a cool guy with Fisticuffs. Don't make it seem like I'm this horrible person that hates on people just to hate on people. I'm not that kind of way at all. There's nobody in this community that I hate. Hell, Keemstar tried to get my channel took down. He stole my Xbox Live gamer tag, but guess what? I went and hung out with him at the Billionaires Bash. You know, I go on the Bad Kids show. I invite him on Painkiller Ready all the time. I don't hold grudges. You know why I don't hold grudges? Because when you hold a grudge, you're giving that person a piece of you. And I don't want anybody to have more of me than me. And that's just plain and simple. And to all this religious stuff, dude, I try not to be very open with it. And the video I said last night was done in anger. Like most of my videos that happen like that, they're done in anger. And it's angry because they're basically, you have people preaching that religion is this good moral output, this good moral outlet that makes some of the best, finest people in the community. But on the other hand, I have probably 6,000 death threats. 6,000. I'm not trying to say that's the whole community, but the fact is, I was talking more about Southern Free Will Baptists in the video than I was Muslims. I don't know anything about the Muslim religion. You know the only thing I know about the Muslim religion? They have a thing called a Quran, and their God is named Allah, and Allah means God, and their God is generally the same God that we have. Or we as Baptists. I was brought up a Southern Free Will Baptist. So, to basically say that I was ousting Muslims and getting Muslim traditions is wrong, not only is a reflection of how bad your hearing is, or how bad how you can basically observe or hear something and translate it into thought. It's elementary. It's juvenile. That's just what that is. And I know I'm trying to sound smarter than I actually am. I never claim to be smart. I claim not to be dumb, if that's correct. I mean, I'm dumb about certain things, but I claim to, if you show me something, I generally can pick it up. I'm not going to be like, this is hard. I'm not that kind of person. I will try to figure it out. If I can't figure it out, I'll put in the extra effort to figure it out. Point an example, YouTube channel. I jumped on YouTube's bandwagon before YouTube's bandwagon was popular. What people are doing now that basically that people find easy is stuff that I helped pave the way for. You know, that kind of deal. But I just wanted to go and comment on that. I'm not sure how that video is going to affect me in the long run. I didn't expect the video to get as big as it did. I kind of expected the video to get around 40 or 50,000 views. I knew it was going to be a better viewed video on my channel because it was controversy, but I didn't really think about that at the time of recording it. But now that it's on the front page and it has like 20,000 ratings and like half of them bad, half of them good, and right now it's on the people and blogs most popular. I don't know where it's going to go. I mean, it's out there. I'm not ashamed of the video. I'm not going to take it down either. The reason I'm not going to take it down is because I spoke what my mind is, and I'm not going to go back. I'm not a politician. I'm not going to flip-flop on something. That's my opinion on it right now. Will my opinion change somewhere in years to come? Doubtful on that issue. Very doubtful. I mean, you got to look at it this way. I'm so set in my ways that I'm a 400-pound fat man that is like 2 Twinkie bars and a peanut butter crunch away from a heart attack. And even then, I do not fear a deity because I do not fear death. You know why I don't fear death? death is not something I can control. I can do things to keep myself from not dying, like not walking off a cliff, not sticking my head underwater, not putting, not putting myself in like the oncoming traffic lane, going 100 miles an hour. I can do little things like that to keep myself and add a little longevity to my life, but I can't control what happens to me after I die. You know why I can't control what happens to me after I die? Because there's not a person on this planet that knows what happens after you die. Most people that die and come back generally don't remember it. My grandma Ernestine, she died 4 times. 4. And each time she died, she never realized it. There was no bright light, there was no angels, there was none of this. She just went to sleep and they resuscitated her. Went to sleep and resuscitated her. She was an older woman. But yeah, that's where I'm sitting at right now. I don't know. My Resident Evil series hasn't went over as well. And I'm sorry, this is a bad segue. My Resident Evil series, I recently tried to attempt a Let's Play and it got like 4,000 views on my channel. I'm not going to abandon it because it's already done. I've already have the entire 5 chapters Let's Play done, so I'll be uploading that on War God YouTube, which is in my description below. It's my secondary channel's always been in my description, so you should check it out. And hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Peace. Yeah, boy! It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back and I'm bringing you some audio commentary today on some Medal of Honor beta footage. I want to go ahead and express some of my concerns and some of my thoughts about the Medal of Honor beta. And this is more of a first impression video than a review. And this is, keep in mind, I've only played probably about 15 games of it in total. So that's why I'm calling it a first impressions. So let's go and get to something a little bit more action packed. My first impression when I first touched the game is it felt really clunky. But you got to remember the fact is most of the first-person shooters I've been playing recently have been somewhere along the lines of Call of Duty and not just any other regular 30 FPS shooter. I also realize that this game is a PC game created specifically or ported specifically to the consoles. So I also had to keep that in mind since it is powered by Origins. What did I like about the game as a whole? Well, I really, really love the same thing as I loved in Medal of Honor, the one that came out in 2010. I love how they reward you with an offensive and a support kill streak at the same time. I love how points kind of build towards your kill streaks other than just kills. I love how they have a heal and spawn system. I love their new fire team system itself. It makes the game a lot more fast-paced. It makes the spawns less hectic, and it means that you won't get Yoshi'd by 3 or 4 people at a time. The most person you can get Yoshi'd by is 1 person. What is a Yoshi? Well, Yoshi is what I like to call the buddy spawn system that you'll see in like Battlefield 3 and generally EA shooters, where somebody will pop out somebody's butt while you're shooting them, just like Yoshi would have the eggs. So there is a degree of Yoshiing, but they've kind of cut back on it, and it makes the game feel really fast-paced since you can heal and re-ammo at the same time. It's almost like a really dumbed-down version of Battlefield 3 or Battlefield Bad Company, which whenever you prefer. I love how the kill streaks are done themselves. The kill streaks are very tastefully done. They're not really overpowered, as it seems like this might look like it's overpowered, but the fact is they only last between 30 and 40 seconds, and a lot of the spawns are done inside of the building. There is some main concerns, though, at least main concerns that I've had seeing through the beta, and I do realize that it is a beta and it's subject to change, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about them anyway, and you can express your thoughts in the video below. One of the concerns is the set spawn systems. The spawns are set in stone on the map. There is no boundaries keeping people out of the spawns themselves. So you could pretty much spawn trap them on every spawn once you learn them. Within 3 or 4 games, we had learned that there was a defensive spawn on one of the close bombs, and we could pretty much spawn trap him that entire bomb site. It'd only take a little tweaking and a little playing, but you pretty much could set up the entire game So you could spawn trap on all 5 bomb sites if you want, because of the way the spawn systems are set in stone and there's no flipping whatsoever. It might seem like there's flipping, but there isn't. And I'll show you a clip later on today basically showing that off. Another thing that is my concern about actually purchasing the game itself is I purchased Medal of Honor in the original, and the original Medal of Honor was plagued with snipers. And the other thing that nobody really talked about was the fact that Medal of Honor had nobody playing it whatsoever. I think the game has a good premise. I think that Danger Close Studios has a really bright future, and I'm really wondering what the single player Medal of Honor is going to look like, since they did such a good job on the Medal of Honor single player last 2010. But I'm also worried about buying a game and have like 2,000 people online. That's the exact number of people that were on the Medal of Honor, and I feel like the fact is the last game had such a bad showing. This game right here might get even less of a showing itself. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Would I suggest picking this up? I'd play the beta and see if you like it or not. But should you pick it up? I mean, I'm gonna go the other route. I've pre-ordered this game at this point, but I'm thinking about changing my pre-order, mainly not because it's a bad game, because I just don't see myself putting enough time in it to justify $60. I might pick it up somewhere further down the line when it's a little bit cheaper, because I see this game getting cheap really quick. So you could probably pick this game up for $20 sometimes in like February or March, and I'll pick it up then to play the single player campaign, since that's all I really want to do anyway. What are your guys' opinions on the new Medal of Honor? Let me know in the comment section below. As always, check out my Twitter and my Facebook. I post some really cool pictures on it. As always, if you could, please like the video. It helps me out tremendously, and it's the best thing that you can do to help support my channel. Peace, guys. What's up, guys? This is your boy Wings of Redemption. And this is one of my main concerns I had with this game. The defense bonds are really, 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 really shitty. They're stationary to the point. Do you guys remember Black Ops? What was the one gameplay that everybody took advantage of in Black Ops that had stationary spawns? Give up? It was Demolition. Even though I love Demolition to death, Demolition was a game notorious for people leaving. And with Medal of Honor not having the Call of Duty fan base, I feel like this right here will affect the game so negatively that it will make it so that it's hard to find full games. Anybody ever play a game that isn't full? Or anybody ever watch XCal and he talks about games or people leaving, or 3v3 games on Black Ops? Nobody wants to play 3v3 domination. And nobody will probably want to sit there and play the entire team. Like, look at this. My entire team at one point is right here. The whole team. And that's like 8 to 10 people. I don't know how many people are in the game, but there's a lot of people. It's over 8 people are just standing right here waiting on these guys to spawn. There's this whole huge map for them to spawn at. But what do? They keep spawning right here. I understand this is Danger Close's first attempt at actually making a multiplayer game. And I think it's a really good and coherent game for what their first attempt is. But I feel like before this game releases, they need to fix this or address this in some fashion or form. Because, like I said in my first look video, this right here could easily transition into the entire map. I understand that once this base is gone, this spawn trap ends. But what's to stop you from doing it in the other 3 or 4 bomb sites as well, since the spawns are so stationary? But I just wanted to go ahead and point this out. I know somebody else has probably pointed it out before me, but that doesn't matter. This right here is one of the reasons that I'm going to probably, change my pre-order over to something else. And pick this game up when it's a little bit cheaper just to play the single player. Other than that, it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. If you could, please leave a rating. Check me out on Twitter and Facebook. Love you guys. Peace, pimps. What's up, guys? I usually do these on a background of the film itself. I figured I'd try this one live. So it's probably not going to be as eloquent as my future reviews, but I went and seen Taken 2 tonight, and I'm not going to say it's a horrible film. I'm not going to do that. But I am going to point out horrible aspects of the film, and there might be some spoilers. But I'll let you know when the spoilers get in there. I usually do the spoilers about halfway through, and it's for people who've seen the film already. The film's been out about a week now. Let me go and give the short review of it. On 1 to 5 stars, Taken is about a 3.5. Well, Taken 2 is about a 3.5. The reason it's got such a low rating is because it doesn't quite grip you as good as the first one. The story falls a little flat, and it feels like a teenage movie based around kids, and it feels like none of the actors really cared about actually doing this movie, and it seemed like a contractual movie more than anything else. And if you stick around for the spoilers, I'll tell you why this happens. Should you see Taken in the movie theaters? No. Why should you not see Taken in the movie theaters? Because it pretty much adds nothing to the experience. And I suggest if you should see a movie in the movie theaters, that pretty much what I'm telling you is the surround sound, the audience, the atmosphere is what you need to go for. With this movie, you could pretty much get this atmosphere off of your regular TV with just the speakers on the TV itself. That's how this movie plays. It's a movie that's going to pretty much live off the first movie, and it has done that already. I think its opening weekend was like $50 million. They made this movie for $45 million, whereas the first movie was made for $25 million, and it grows $230 million. So they're probably going to cash in again. But like I said, Taken 2 is already at a much lower score. Let's see what Taken 2 scores at. You're seeing all the stuff I do generally before when I do aftermarket commentary. Taken 2 is already at a 7, and that's with the people just now seeing it. I expect Taken 2 to probably get around a 6.5 after everybody weighs in on it after the first month or so it's been out, or after the theater run. So spoilers are coming in, and this is where the fun stuff happens. Why is Taken 2 such a mediocre movie? I can't really call it a bad movie, a mediocre movie. Liam Neeson is one of my favorite actors. The only problem I have with Liam Neeson is every time I see him, I think of Fallout 3, but that's one of my own problems. And he did not seem to care about this role at all. If you've seen Battleship was a movie that he was contractually obligated to do. And since he had to do it because of his contract, he didn't play the part very well. Taken 2 seems like something else that he does. Normally I wouldn't be so hard on a sequel, especially a sequel called Taken 2. I don't like the name of the sequel, to be perfectly honest. Taken 2 just seems so fucking dumb. Why did they have to name it that? Why couldn't they name it something else and just tie it into it? I mean, obviously that's the trend of stuff. You have Friday the 13th 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Godfather 1, 2, and 3. But why not just name it something different? Everybody knows Alien Resurrection is Alien 4. Everybody knows that Rambo is Rambo 4. People don't really need continuity like that in the titles anymore. You know why? We have the internet. The internet is right there. Why do we have to have continuity in the titles? Taken 2 is such a dumb fucking title. We're seeing Taken Part 2. They didn't even put part in it. It's Taken 2. I get called out all the time for doing bad titles in YouTube videos, and I make probably 2,000 of those motherfuckers a year. They make one movie a year, and they pretty much did what I did with my TDM series. You guys remember the TDM series? TDM 1, TDM 15,000. That's how I used to do the TDM games. And that's pretty much what this feels like. Taken 2. And a stupid-ass cartooning. When I was watching the movie, I had to go like, this can't be the same writer. And lo and behold, it is. Luce Benson and Robert Mark Kamen both wrote both films. I'm at a loss for words here. I'm trying to be witty and come up with it off the top of my head, but let's just point some shit out. There's a stupid driving scene in the movie where his little girl, the girl from the first movie, she doesn't know how to drive yet, and she gets put in a Mercedes-Benz taxi cab in Istanbul, and she has to drive because her father has to shoot. So a person that can't even pass the driver's test all of a sudden starts hitting the fucking gears in a straight drive Mercedes-Benz like she's like a pro stock car champion, outrunning lawmen, doing 360s, doing fucking brake spins,
outrunning trains, and I'm like, she ain't grinding one motherfucking gear. Not one gear. She can't parallel park an Escalade, but she can fucking run down the small-ass streets of Istanbul, busting out, avoiding cars, avoiding police, avoiding gunshots, like a fucking champ. Yeah. And Maggie Grace, the actor that actually plays his daughter's name, I don't remember his daughter's name at this point. I don't. She took very little part in the first movie because she got captured almost immediately. In this movie, she plays a much bigger role as like his secret agent, like side help keeper, where Famie Jemison, you know, the bitch from GoldenEye. She's pretty much the person that's stealing at this point. And the guys that do the stealing are by no means credible at all. They feel like a bunch of high school thugs that just come in like, yeah, you killed my son, we're going to go off revenge. It's like, how does the town do that? Old man who has a son in the sex trade industry, he gets killed. Do you not expect to die when your job title is you sell fucking pussy for money that you kidnap from other men? I mean, that's kind of part of the job. I mean, like, if I sold bitches for fucking money and got them hooked on crack and shit so they'd fuck until they're pieces of meat, I would, if I got off, I would not expect my father to give vengeance. I wouldn't. Like, who does that kind of shit? Especially when he lives in a whole other country. It's retarded. He lived in some Albanian village. Did the whole and he brung like fucking 45 guys. Did like his son die and everybody in their village just go along like, yeah, we got to take out this secret CIA agent, and they're like paying off like hotel bellboys and they're paying off the cops and all this other stuff, and it's like, these guys aren't that fucking in tune, dude. They live in a fucking village in fucking Albania. It's ridiculous. It is. And the action is horrible. The little action there is. Believe it or not, there's like 2 fight scenes in this whole movie. Seriously, 2. There's one when they first started getting captured, and there's another one right at the end of the movie. He hardly does any fighting, and there's very little blood. Thinking off the top of my head, the only blood that you see is actually from the torture scene. Every person you shoot, there's no blood. Every fight that happens, nobody bleeds. Almost all the fighting is upright. There's like nothing in the fighting. It doesn't happen as good as Taken. What took me in the first film, because I didn't even heard of Taken until I seen it on TV, and I'm like, as soon as I seen the first fight scene, because I didn't know what to expect, I was hooked. I could not stop watching the movie. Here, I was wondering, like, are they seriously going down this route? Because it's almost like a Twilight kind of movie setup. And it's like, it just hits on all the cliches. Like, they attempt to recreate the scene where he picks the phone up and he starts talking about, I have a good set of skills. But this one, he does it in another way. He's like, me and your mom are about to be taken. You know, they try to recreate that scene, and it comes off so fucking lackluster. It's ridiculous. It makes you want to put your hand over your face and go, come on, this is stupid. And the worst part about it, he does it while holding a gun, and he has like 5 other guys holding guns on him. Like, they would sit here and let him have this conversation. And he even tells them that they're going to call him and stuff, and they tie him up with a fucking zip tie on a piece of metal. Come on now. If this movie would not have happened if they used fucking handcuffs. I mean, they're paying off cops and all this other stuff, and they can't get a pair of handcuffs. They could pay off bellboys, cops, and everybody else, and they can't get a fucking pair of handcuffs. They have this like rope machine that looks like a funky ass sex machine made with chains, you know, to kill Famie Jansen's character in like this bizarre way. And it's like, you have this, but you don't have handcuffs. It's like a Deus Ex Machina. They like, well, this is the only way Liam Neeson can get out of this situation, so it happens this way. And like, all of a sudden, he's able to like count the ticks and like follow where the van's going. Even the music's playing in the van by the sound of a watch and the sounds he hears. And it's stupid. The whole movie is stupid in that aspect. And the reason I'm not giving it a lower rating, because it's somewhat entertaining. It's not like it's a horrible movie, but it's a red box rent. It's not a theater seat, and it is a very shame. You know what the worst part of all this is? Taken 3 has already been announced. Fuck that shit.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and some people told me to hold the thing further away from my face, so I'm holding it at full arm's length now. want to go and talk about Microsoft fucking up. And we're going to do this in parts, so there's not going to be a whole lot of things, but Microsoft is fucking up. Check the intro. Oh, I gotta remember the camera's right there. This is a hard decision. I just came and picked up my Dishonored. Ooh, got tarot cards. Picked up Dishonored. So, been really looking forward to this game for a while. So, I love stealth-based games. I love the ninja aspect of video games. But back to Microsoft. Oh, but by the way, another thing I'm really confused about is, like, I'm in town right now. I don't know if you can see that. I'm in town. And, yeah, I'm sitting in reverse, too. I don't know if you caught that. But, wait, put that back in park. One of the things I struggle with is I got it really late today. I mean, I had a full day yesterday and I was tired, especially with my low-calorie diet. I mean, I take anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 calories in a day. And, like, one of my loves lately have been tangerines. And I've been using tangerines to get me, when I get a hunger, if my pills don't do it, if water can't suppress it, I usually eat a couple tangerines, and they're like 50 calories a piece. But, like, I'm in town right now, and town's a good bit away. It's like 8 or 9 miles. And I'm debating, should I eat now or eat later? But I'm thinking if I eat now, or pick something up to eat now, I'll eat it now, and the temptation be too great. But if I eat now, I'll probably want to eat again later. See, this is where I run into a lot of problems at. I know the answer is not to eat now. And this is one of those battles you have to face. But, who knows? I don't know if you guys can see this, but homeboy here is, he's got his GMC truck, he's got all his fish stickers on, but he won't spend the $40 required to fix that tailgate. Let me go ahead and get up on the tailgate a little bit more. So you can see it. I don't want to tailgate him too bad. I'm a firm believer in having time to brake. You know, much happier with my iPhone since it fucking works now. Oh shit, it's backwards. No? It's not. Alright, we're going to talk about Microsoft. Microsoft is fucking up. Why is Microsoft fucking up? Well, let's look at it this way. Microsoft is putting Halo 4 out. Okay? Well, Halo 4, you know, a lot of people are looking forward to it because it's not Reach. Reach was basically a prequel to the Halo series, and a lot of people didn't like the mechanics they took to it. They actually followed a game called Shadowrun. And the guy who invented Shadowrun actually took most of his stuff and took it to the Halo. And I don't know anything about Halo 4, so I'm not even going to pretend that I do. I haven't followed the game. Hell, I didn't even have a desire to pick the game up. But I do know that Microsoft announced that they were going to be not allowing any ads to be ran over the game via YouTube. What this means is it basically takes all of its YouTube revenue and throws it out the window. Not revenue like they're making money, but like people like me, Blame True, Woody, or whatever. We can't make money off the game, which is fine. It's their game. They made the product. That's cool. And if they want to do that, go for it. It's up to them. It's their choice. It's their game. It's their platform. What I'm trying to say is I feel like they're making a mistake doing this. Why are they making a mistake doing this? Let's go ahead and think of what the YouTube advertisement does for video games. Think about two games in general that are huge. That never would have been huge without YouTube commentators. Minecraft. There's a bunch of games like Minecraft. Minecraft is by no means the first game to take Lego blocks and make them into the world. It's the first game maybe doing the 3D, but CNanners made Minecraft for the most part. CNANers, in basically forums, the internet made Minecraft. Notch might have coded it. Notch might have did all the patches. But all the publicity was done through the internet. Another game, DayZ. DayZ, huge selling game recently. It's that mod sold so well because of YouTube. If every YouTube commentator for that month wouldn't have been playing DayZ and having a good time and selling it, how many Arma 2 copies you would think was sold? It wouldn't have been over 1 million. Keep in mind, we sold over 700,000 copies of Arma 2 within 2 months. 2 months. There's 1.7 million people that show up to watch Call of Duty videos alone. Call of Duty was a success even before YouTube happened. The YouTube movement happened. Before Machinima happened. Before Yoush happened. Before the Game Station happened. Machinima was Call of Duty was a success. But I can't pinpoint it, and I can't say it for a fact. But Call of Duty 4 was heralded as the better Call of Duty. World at War was heralded as a flop, even though it sold just as well. Call of Duty commentators came in towards the end of Call of Duty 4, and it took off towards the end of World at War. With all that being said, as soon as the Call of Duty commentators took off, so did the Call of Duty series. Modern Warfare 2 sold the most copies of any Call of Duty of its time. Black Ops broke that record and destroyed Modern Warfare 2 sales. Black Ops, in my book, was the pinnacle or the height of the YouTube movement. And Call of Duty selling record amounts can't help. And keep in mind, 1.7 million people show up every day of the week to watch Call of Duty commentaries. That's on average spread out through all the commentators. 1.7 million people. And if you're going to turn down a chance to advertise in front of 1.7 million people so you can make $0 extra, because what we're doing is basically advertising their product for free and making money out of it through other third-party companies. So they're basically turning down free advertisement. Why? Maybe they know why. Maybe they got people smarter than me figuring out a reason. But this is just the way I see things. What do you guys think about this?
Greetings. It's your boy, Wings of Redemption. And I'm bringing you another Paramount Picture Association. Terry Brockenheimer and shit. Feature presentation of Paranormal. 20 days.
What's up, guys? Go ahead and load me a clip here. Preparing for the zombie attack. It's gonna always happen. You know, he's got to prepare for that zombie attack. We're in day 2 of 20 of the scariest places on Earth, known as Paranormal. 20 days of Paranormal. And today, we're actually going to be doing Helltown, USA. Luckily enough, Helltown, USA is actually right where the girl got uppercutted at. In Ohio. We're going to be showing you pictures. And we're going to show you some gameplay by Simual. So let's go ahead and get to that.
Stay alive. Welcome back. I'm going to drop this creepy ass voice soon.
Helltown, USA. Helltown, USA is actually part of Boston, Ohio, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but that's exactly where it's at. It's the Boston Township in Ohio. And the reason that it's well, let me tell you what Helltown is. Helltown is basically an abandoned town. All there is burnt down buildings, boarded up buildings, kind of like Raccoon City or Tall Oaks or any other kind of zombie horror movie film. There's actually a town just like that. And it's not because, the job market caved in or anything like that, or everybody moved away. I mean, there's plenty of towns. Like, there's Plantersville, there's McLarenville. Plenty of small towns that just pretty much have no job market whatsoever, but they're just what you call pass-through towns. And Boston, Ohio wasn't a pass-through town. But the fact is, it looks like a zombie apocalypse town. Here, take a couple looks at some of the pictures here. Anybody remember this barn? This is actually a barn in DayZ. And this is actually part of Helltown, USA. It's actually, the barn was actually designed after this barn right here. If you ever played DayZ, you know what I'm talking about. Does this look like every crawl space that you'll ever seen in a horror movie? This is actually under a bridge. This bridge. Does this not look like a bridge going into like Silent Hill or some shit? Like I said, zombie apocalypse. Half the towns are burnt. Half the buildings are either burned up, dilapidated, or boarded up. And we'll get to that in a minute. But it's just so surreal looking at this. It looks like a horror movie scene. Look at that. It looks like there'd be like a monster or something waiting in some of that overgrown bush. It's one of the places I actually want to go if I ever go to Ohio, which is Helltown, Ohio. Because it looks like a 1980s horror movie. Well, how did this town get this way? Helltown, I said Helltown didn't pretty much dry up as an economy, and people just didn't move away leaving their house. What ended up happening is in 1974, the government granted Ohio the rights to build a national park. So the state of Ohio ended up buying a bunch of land, and the land was actually right here in Helltown, Ohio. And when they bought the land up, they ended up boarding up homes and stuff like that, and they slowly got people out of there, buying it, and every time they'd buy a house, they would board it up. Well, what ended up happening is they had their funds pulled. And by the time they had their funds pulled, they had already gotten everybody out of the town. So the town sat there dormant. And nobody moved back into the house because they didn't own the houses. So what they would do is they would allow local fire stations to actually burn a house down to help train people and how to handle situations of burning infernos in houses and stuff like that. That's how some of the houses got burnt down and things like that. But other than that, you have just Mother Nature with natural dilapidation. But it's a really cool, it's a really surreal looking town. It's something that I picture when I play a horror movie, or something I actually look forward to seeing when I see a horror movie. There was a movie came out recently called The Chernobyl Diaries, and in that movie itself, there was a dilapidated town there, and that town was the one with the nuclear reactor, where basically everybody picked up and ran away. Almost the same deal here, but this one wasn't quite as bad, and it's not like radioactive or anything like that, so you can visit it and walk around very freely. It's actually a very popular tourist spot. That's why it's not completely overgrown. If you remember that road closed sign, well, it's overgrown to an extent, but the fact is that road's probably still used. But the town itself, really, really fucking cool. And you can tell a lot of cues from a lot of people. You don't believe me? How many of you played DayZ? Look at this house. Is that not the house that you pretty much seen when you go through to get items? I thought that was cool as fuck. And, it's cool seeing what video games are based after at times. And even though I know the boogeyman doesn't exist and demons don't exist, I still like to pretend. I love the pretend of them. And, there's a movie that came out recently called Sinister. And Sinister is a movie I'm probably going to avoid watching because I know I'm going to be terrified of it. Why am I going to be terrified of it? Because it hits at the greatest fear that I have. I'm normally a very, very strong person when it comes to watching horror movies. But there's one type of horror movie I don't like. And I don't like anything that involves horror in your own home, such as something living inside the house, or something coming into the house via a picture or something like that. Reason being, I feel like the scariest thing you can see is something that you can relate to, and everybody can relate to going into the kitchen at night to get a glass of water or a midnight snack, and just be walking through that dark living room and just looking and wondering what would happen if a pair of eyes would basically pop up. And that is what Helltown is to me. That is the epitome of that childhood fear. But that's number 2 in our 20 Days of Paranormal, Helltown, USA. Hope you guys enjoy. Remember, if you could, please leave a rating and check my Facebook out. Peace, people. And some days I feel lost and uncertain of the future. And then I look back and see the construction of the past.
and see how it kind of leads the way to the future. One of my favorite games I've ever played was Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. It's two different games, but they're pretty much one and the same. They run off the same engine. In day 3 of Paranormal, basically bring light to structures that looks like they were ripped straight out of Fallout 3. And the structures I'm talking about are the Zanzu UFO houses. Like a lost piece of paper on a dusty table. The Sunzu UFO houses, or the Sunzu pod houses, were constructed in 1978. Or they began construction in 1978, and it was planned as a vacation resort in a part of the northern coast adjacent to Todd's, Mizzou, where it was marketed toward mainly U.S. military officers and wealthy foreign dignitaries. The project was abandoned, very quickly might I add, after several car wrecks and a curse. Ooh, a curse. Ooh. Apparently, the contractors moved a Chinese dragon sculpture that was located near the gates on the winding road that led to the buildings to make room for an extra highway. And as soon as they moved this structure, a couple of the key engineers were killed in a car wreck. This, along with dwindling sources of money, quickly made the buildings be left to rot. And that happened in 1980. A lot of people construed this as a curse via from moving part of the dragon's back, or from actually the place being built on a Dutch cemetery. But for the most part, they were left to rot. And the reason I'm adding these is because 20 Days of Paranormal is more about being creepy than it is about being about the paranormal or ghosts. Even though there's no proof that ghosts actually exist on the property itself, and there's really no listing of anybody ever actually dying on the premise of the Sanzu Resort, it leads me to believe, what other resort town that was left abandoned that never has people willing to enter? What's up, people? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and it's the weekend, so you know what time it is. It's time for them chaos theories. Last week,
shit.
Shit, homie.
You know how we do.
How we do it. But I think KRS wants that you never should go ahead and grab the mic and say, "Hey, you need to drop your bars right away." So we're going to go drop the bars. We got Chaos Math here with us, and last week we were doing JFK, and we pretty much talked mainly about how he got himself set up to be assassinated to begin with. Now we're going to actually talk about, debunk, theorize about the assassination itself. You want to start out, Mr. Chaos Math?
Yeah, I think you guys will like this because, when we've talked about this, we actually we don't agree with each other. So, there's most of the speculation around the JFK assassination. Of course, we talked about this Zapruder film, and, the big question is, did Oswald actually pull off those shots? Was there another shooter, the grassy knoll, all of that sort of stuff? So we're going to kind of get into the meat on that one. So I guess I'll start off to say I don't think that Oswald acted alone. I think that he had an accomplice, at least one, maybe two. And before we get into the actual, magic bullet theory and how he could have done it and how it hit the guy in front of him and stuff, I'm going to say this. The biggest reason why I think he did not act alone is because this was an inside job. Because there are so many people involved in wanting to assassinate him, I'm going to say that they would make sure that they just didn't leave it up to one guy to get the job done. That if he was going to miss, and he was, if they were going to go for this thing, they need to make sure that when that car left that, intersection where it was, JFK was going to be fucking dead. So they were not going to leave it to chance and hope, hopefully he can pull it off and take the guy out. So I'm going to start off to say right there had to be more than one shooter, just because if they were going to pull a job like this, they were going to make sure that the job was successful.
And you're saying he was basically a puppet from a puppeteer, and mainly because he got killed right after? Did any guy who got killed like right after police custody?
Oh yeah, Jack Ruby came up and shot him like on live TV.
Jack Ruby was a cop, right?
Jack Ruby, no, he was connected to the mob. So there, and you know that.
But wasn't JFK's father like a liquor runner?
Yes, JFK. The Kennedys had ties to the mob. So there's another theory that he was assassinated because he pissed off the mob.
Could Jack Ruby have just shot him because the fact is his father was so good with the Capones of Chicago and stuff like that, running liquor across the border? They killed my son. I want this fucker dead. That kind of deal. A father's vengeance.
Oh, you're saying okay? So Ruby was doing a favor because they owed the Kennedys something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not too sure about Jack Ruby himself.
You have JFK in the White House. I'm not trying to say JFK's infallible. I mean, he had a fucking affair with Marilyn Monroe in the White House.
Dude, he fucked half of Hollywood when he
fucked half of fucking Hollywood. I mean, his dick was not clean. It had poop all over it from the anal sex he was giving everybody.
Can you imagine what Fox News would do to JFK if he was in office?
Jerk him off. I mean, wasn't JFK a Republican?
What? No, he was a Democrat.
It was a Democrat. See, I'm not going to sit here and claim I know a whole lot about JFK himself, but he, Fox News would rip him a new asshole, but I just don't see how it's inside job. I think it's just a crazy person, just like the Oklahoma City bombing. I mean, you got Timothy McVeigh, and what was the other guy?
So wait a minute. So you think that Oswald was just a lone gun?
I do. I think Oswald was a lone gun.
And he was just butthurt because he was pro-communist.
Look at it this way: do you think that the mob took out Abraham Lincoln, or do you think John Wilkes Booth acted on his own volition?
I don't know enough about enough about it, but I'm pretty sure that there. I mean, I suppose there's some element of the mob back then.
I'm just being. I was being just funny, but the fact is, like, there's probably people that wanted Abraham Lincoln dead, but do you think somebody paid, John Wilkes Booth? I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, I think the theory with him, we're getting way sidetracked there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that Abraham Lincoln's death had something to do with slavery and what he was trying to do.
But the whole point was JFK wasn't the first president to get a bullet.
No,
I mean, I don't think he was the last one. Was he the last one to catch a bullet?
Well, Reagan was the last guy to take a bullet, but he didn't die.
Yeah, but I just don't see it like that. I feel like Jack Ruby probably was doing some family vengeance. Jack Ruby was probably some thug. They got called upon. He's the lowest man on the ladder. Like, here, kill this guy. This guy fucked with our family. I mean, they pretty much took the ties out of the mob. I mean, JFK, fucking Marilyn Monroe and everybody. He had mob ties in with his father. You damn right he probably passed a bill or pushed something through to get a little payday. I can almost guarantee that.
I'm going to say that Jack Ruby killed him to shut his ass up because they needed to tie up the loose ends. I mean, if you're going to pull off something like this and then the guy gets captured alive, last thing
But now we're doing speculation instead of actually using the facts.
Well, what are the facts then?
The facts is Jack Ruby had ties in with the mob.
That doesn't mean that it wasn't a vengeance kill. That's speculation right there. I mean, it's circumstantial, isn't it?
Well, it's circumstantial, but the fact is it has more grounds than like the Illuminati set Jack Ruby up to kill him.
Hell no, dude. It was fucking. I'm thinking CIA generals, guys who wanted Vietnam to happen, big dollars were going to be behind it. They said, let's fucking kill him. And then, of course, some people in the comments I wasn't really too aware of it, but I ended up researching it after I saw some comments. Apparently, Kennedy had some plans for the Federal Reserve as well. So that would piss off more than a couple people. But yeah, if this was an inside, I believe it was an inside job. And there's no way in hell that they would leave it up to one guy. And again, we haven't even started talking about the fact that could one guy actually pull it off. There's a lot of
I think one guy could pull it
about
off. Because I've looked at a lot of documentaries about this, and like the shot's pretty much a downward trajectory. If you've ever done any kind of like shooting, downward trajectory is the easiest shot that you can take. That you pretty much take all the bullet drop out of it because you're shooting downward anyway. So there's so you're shooting into gravity.
Right, but I think it has more to do with acquiring a target and chambering the next round on a bolt-action rifle in the time frame that he had to pull off the shots. I think that's where a lot of the questioning is. But
There's videos out there of people acquiring targets that are like a mile away with a bolt-action rifle and hitting them in the same period of time.
Yeah, but I'm going to bet that they're probably a better shot than Oswald. I mean, he had qualified. He never qualified expert.
It doesn't matter. I mean, he qualified as a marksman, though, period. It doesn't matter if he was an expert marksman. I mean, expert marksman's what, 300 meters with an M16 iron sights?
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. I just can't believe that this was just one random guy who decided to take out the president.
I don't know off the top of my head. How far was the motorcade to that book depository? 60 meters?
Something like that.
It's not a far shot. I mean, there wouldn't even be bullet drop at that point. You pretty much had the president in a straight line with you, and you shoot him toward his back.
Yeah, but how fast did you say that you thought the car was moving? About 25 miles an hour?
25 miles an hour.
I mean, that's
but you're going down a straight line at this point, so the car's speed is almost irrelevant since you're lined up with him.
Right. He's got to reacquire that target every single time he shoots. I mean, if it's moving 25 miles an hour...
I hate to break it down like this.
Chamber.
Let's think about some Call of Duty. If you got a guy running at you straight, all right? You got a guy running at you straight. All right? Will it matter if he's sprinting or just running at a leisurely pace when you shoot him?
In Call of Duty, how can you compare Call of
I'm
Duty?
not comparing. I'm not. I know there's different physics, but I'm just trying to get you to see the point. If the guy's sprinting at you, or just walking at you, the fact is the target's in the same spot most of the time. There's very little change in where the actual silhouette of the character is.
Yeah.
So
he wasn't. But that's not how this would have looked.
I mean, on the computer programs I've seen. It wasn't pulling away from him when he made that. When they made that turn, he was directly in line with that window of that book depository, straight in front of him.
Okay.
At about, I think they said 60 meters.
Okay, so there's one shot, and then in 2 seconds at 25 miles an hour, how much do you think it would have moved?
Very little, because the bullet moves at 2,700 feet per second.
Right, but for a car that's going 25 miles an hour in 2 seconds, that's going to cover a lot of ground as far as having to reacquire a target after you rechamber a bolt-action rifle.
Yeah, but he shot 3 times. The first one missed completely.
Yep.
The second one he slung up, hit him in the back, upper back, and by that time they had slammed on brakes after the first shot.
The second one got him in the throat. And then
the second one got him in the throat, and it hit the Dallas governor. And then the third one actually hit him in the head. When they hit him in the head, he was they were almost completely stopped.
Yeah, that was a pumpkin shot that got him. But I'm really, you know what? I like this because it's like you obviously feel pretty strongly about it, and I got to say, like I just can't buy it. I've got to think, you know what? This was an inside job, and there was at least 2 guys. Like, I mean, I think the grassy knoll theory holds water because, like, again, just for the fact that they would not leave it up to chance for one guy to get this job done.
I think we talked about this a little bit off camera about the grassy knoll theory. You feel like somebody shot it from the grassy knoll, which at the time, in relation to the book depository, would be on like the, northeast of the Lincoln Town car that the president was riding in.
Right, but the thing is too, like,
but the bullet came out the front of his head.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't even know. Here's a lot of the theories is one of the killing shot came from the grassy knoll. I'm not saying that necessarily happened, but there is in the film you can see the Dallas governor's head jerks, and it looks like there might have been another shot that also missed that came from that direction.
Yeah, but there's a chance that the bullet went through Kennedy's throat and hit him in the back.
It might not. No, I'm saying that the second shooter might not have actually hit anything. He might have taken a first shot. He might have missed, and then Oswald hit him, and then he might not have... But
the Dallas governor was hit, too. He got shot as well.
Well, right. He got hit... Well, he got hit from the same bullet that went through Kennedy's throat.
Yeah, they're not saying... There's actual pictures of where he got shot at.
Yeah, it came through and hit him in the nipple. It came out of his nipple.
Yeah, came out right under his right nipple. So how does somebody shoot him there and the bullet come out, which would be behind him as well? Because with bullets, exit wounds are always bigger than entry wounds. Entry wounds are usually very, very small.
Of course, yeah.
And the exit wounds, after where the bullet gets in there, it starts ripping shit up, it starts ripping meat out with it and takes it right on through your body. That's what it creates this huge exit wound. That's what you see in the Zapruder film when Kennedy had to have been shot in the back of the head for his front of his head to explode like it did.
Here's a question. Why doesn't he have a bigger exit wound in his throat?
Because I don't know.
You know, I'm just saying that's kind of interesting if you think about it. Because
I mean, it would maybe it was he was lower down in his throat. It didn't come through his actual neck area.
Well,
maybe it went through the windpipe that goes down into the lungs.
If you look at the exit wound on his head, right? I mean, it's a pretty big one, right?
It's a massive. It's a 30 caliber bullet. It's going to fuck you up.
So a throat coming out of his throat, where there's even, I mean, you would think there would be blood spraying everywhere from an exit wound out of the front of his throat. But there's no blood. Like, you don't see any blood in the Zapruder film until the headshot comes. Interesting.
I don't know. Like I said, all the explanation can give you that. Hit him in the back of hit him in the shoulder, in between the shoulder blades, and it came out the front of his chest, and hit him in the windpipe there, and blood just started up through the windpipe and started choking him.
Yeah, it's crazy. I gotta say, there's got to be more than one shooter.
Where's the second shooter at, though? All the bullets that hit JFK hit him from the backward angle.
He's fucking running his ass down the street.
Wait, did the cop on the motorcycle behind him shoot him?
Oh, did you hear theories that it was fucking Jackie Onassis shot him from the car because she found out he was boning Marilyn Monroe?
Yeah, I told you that. I'm like, look at it. Why can't old Jackie just put a gun in his mouth right there and just blam?
Yeah, she was like, break yourself, fool. You're gonna fucking fuck around on me.
And there's also the theory that, it was the driver. And I'm like, it isn't the driver.
It's not the driver.
I mean, that was a huge exit wound. What did the driver have? A fucking Smith & Wesson 500, which didn't even exist at the time.
Exactly.
And right. I mean,
he threw fucking dynamite at him. Threw dynamite.
That was a high-powered rifle that hit him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
His head got flattened like a pancake.
Oof.
I mean, but it's all speculation now. I mean, I don't even know why there's a conspiracy theory, because pretty much what I said is what's actually in the history books. So, Oswald shot him. He shot him 3 times. He hit 2 of the 3 shots. And he did it with a Sears and Roebuck bolt-action rifle, which he stowed away because I think he was part of the cleaning crew of that library, that depository.
Yeah. I'm not buying it. I refuse to accept your thesis, sir.
Well,
conspiracy. I'm going to put the big red conspiracy stamp on this one, guys.
So can we just go with plausible?
What? Plausible that Oswald was a lone gun?
Yes.
I mean, technically it's possible, but I don't think so.
All right, guys, what do you guys think in the comment section? As you could, please, if you enjoy the series, let us know. Leave the video a rating. Check out Mr. Chaos Math's channel in the description below. He does really cool videos, and you should check out his character, the Governor.
Right, thank you.
Peace, people.
Later, guys.
Perfect. Hold up. Let me call you back. What's up, guys? Welcome back. It's Chaos Theories. And today we're going to talk about a subject that I'm very passionate about, and I've actually done quite a few commentaries on it in the past. And what is that I'm speaking of? Aliens. As always, we have my colleague and, residential manservant, Mr. Chaos Math.
Well, excuse me. I'm not a servant.
Yeah, get me a Pepsi, son.
Yeah, Pepsi? You don't drink Pepsi, do you?
No, I don't.
All right,
Pepsi's
good.
sugary ass.
Just checking. Aliens.
Coca-Cola all the way. Oh, aliens. Aliens is something that I was scared was going to play a huge part in this series as a whole. The reason that I was so scared aliens was going to play such a huge role is because it's like the Deus Ex Machina. It's the God of the Gaps. When I'm referring to the God of the Gaps, I'm actually referring to religion. Like, oh no, there's that R word again, religion.
Don't click this video.
Yeah, don't click this video. But religion always goes to the point of saying that if you can't explain it, a deity did it. And I'm not trying to say that's false. I'm not trying to say all this other stuff, but that's what you call a God of the Gaps theory. That if you can't explain it, somebody else done it. And I'm not a very fond of the God of the Gaps argument, because look at it this way. Let's say the guy who basically cured polio looked at some child like they couldn't walk and shit, be like, God made you so you couldn't walk, so it'd be against His will for me to fix you. Or like,
it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, it's like, what happens when somebody goes like, well, you're born retarded, so let's not study neuroscience.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, and right. So basically, what you're saying is, you're worried that it's always going to be, if you can't explain something, aliens.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we were talking about the Great Pyramid, aliens, or Easter Island and the MOAB.
Aliens. Yeah, I hate using it as a Deus Ex Machina, especially with I have no roots other than speculation. You ever see The Amazing James Randi?
No. Who's that?
He was a magician. For a while he was known as the Amazing Randy, and after what he ended up doing is he started debunking other magicians that would claim they had psychic powers. Like his big one was Uri Geller. You remember Uri Geller?
No, I'm terrible with magician history.
He was a psychic. He wasn't a magician. Like what he would do is he would use magician-like tricks, sleight of hand tricks, and make it look like he had psychic powers. His big thing was he would like take a spoon and rub it, and as he rubbed the spoon, it would melt, like it would bend, like he'd say he's using his mind.
Okay.
That kind of stuff. James Randi ended up ruining Uri Geller's career. He ended up getting in a legal lawsuit, blah, 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 blah.
Do you end up getting punched in the face by any chance by any mad magicians?
James Randi?
Yeah.
Well,
did anybody kick his ass?
No, James Randi never gave magicians' secrets away. He just debunked psychics, like Miss Cleo, Uri Geller, people that believed they were like Long Island Median. You ever seen the show Long Island Median?
Actually, just before I came down here to do this, there was a skit on Saturday Night Live making fun of the Long Island Medium. Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. Like.
Yeah, it is.
Like.
It is.
It goes so far to be like all the bad things happen are my fault, and the one good thing, like, let me put it this way. If I guess 10 times, and 3 out of those 10 times I get it right, which is probability, those 3 times I did it right, I'm a psychic, while the other 7 is I was wrong.
It's called the magic of editing.
Yeah, but the fact is, I just can't stand that kind of stuff, and I don't know how we got to this point of aliens. What I was trying to talk about, the speculation part. Yeah. But what I was talking about is I just didn't want aliens to be there. But I think we both agree. Aliens are real. At least they are in my heart. I can't prove they're real. I can't see them. I never have seen them. I have no proof of evidence. And it almost sounds like I'm believing in the Bible at this point.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's sort of how it is.
But I do have a foundation for my belief, other than pure faith.
Well, you talked about probability before. Okay.
Yes.
Now, I believe in aliens as well. I think that it's an absolute impossibility that there is no intelligent life in an infinite universe. Whether or not we happen to be, in this small blink of an eye that is, the entire human history and the ability for us to be visited is another thing. But for me to think that there's no aliens in this gigantic infinite universe is just absolute craziness. That's crazy to me, to think that there aren't any. Just strictly by probability. Of course, again, you're going to butt heads with religion on this, because according to religion, there can't be aliens because, the whole universe is centered around Earth. But I'm not going to get into that, how I feel about it, but I'm just going to say, that there's got to be aliens out there. What I'm not sure of is whether we've actually been visited or not. I mean,
or if they're even able to visit us.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Because I'm pretty sure they started at the same place we started at.
Right. So they've got to get here. They would have had to, develop the technology to get into space travel. If they're not using wormholes, that is, right? If they're just actually, making flights and there have entire generations are born and died on their spaceships, right? They would have had to have left whatever, say they're in Andromeda, right?
Yeah.
That's still a long fucking way away from here, right? So they would have had to have left, hundreds of thousands of years ago if they were going to land now. And so if they were going to land now, a lot of people say, oh, well, we've got SETI and we've got all these things that are broadcasting and stuff. Well, the time it would take an intelligent life form to receive that message, first it's got to travel in time to get there, and then they've got to come and get here. They wouldn't get here for thousands of years from the closest galaxy. You know what I mean? So the chances that a life form would actually run into us are very, very, very small. And that's which, you know, I mean, it's probably a good thing, because I'm going to go ahead and bet that if we do run into aliens, they're going to fucking destroy us, because we're not very nice.
Yeah, we're not very nice at all. Like,
No.
if we went to another country or another planet, and even if we did like the Generation spaceship, and we see like, oh, you have oil everywhere.
Let's kill them.
There'd be a lot of fake handshakes there.
Yeah, right. Well, it's like, what, Avatar, right? Basically, you know, we go there and we enslave them and take their minerals and stuff to try to keep our own punk asses alive, you know.
Yeah,
'cause we're,
our society is a using society.
Mhm.
I mean, we're nomadic people by nature. We use what area can do, and then we move on. But the fact is, we've grown so nomadic that we use the entire planet for all it's worth at all times.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only thing that's ever going to unite humanity to make any real big scientific advances is going to be the fact that we got to get the fuck out of here, because we've
Hunger.
destroyed the planet.
Hunger
You know,
hunger is the ultimate driver.
That's right. And you got to feed your kids. You know, you can accomplish pretty much anything. But yeah, I mean, there's got to be aliens out there. There has to be. There absolutely has to be. Just doesn't seem possible for it not to be going on. And it's really cool when you think about it, because it's like, you know, there could have been, and you know, it sort of gets into Star Wars, you know, like a long time ago, galaxy far away. Like, there could have been the most, you know, advanced society of aliens that we could never even dream of, but it actually happened, you know, 2 billion years ago on the other side of the universe. It sort of bends your mind when you think about it like that. You know, like, we think about, you know, hit the past and future and, you know, advancements and stuff, but there could have been a whole alien society that lived, you know, 2 billion years ago on the other side of the galaxy that just, you know, accomplished things we could never even dream of.
Well, I would, every time you hear this talked about, the first thing I think about is the Drake equation. Are you familiar with the Drake equation?
Tell me. I'm a little bit, but tell our listeners about
Well, the Drake equation is a mathematical equation made by Nathan Drake. That it was an astrophysicist, and it basically was a math problem that dictated the probability of life on another planet. One of the pieces of the puzzle for that math problem is technology's rise. What does that mean? People always assume we have survived technology's rise. We can still snuff each other out, and it's getting closer and closer to that happening.
Yeah.
Or are we one of the societies or foundations that are just going to kill itself by actually growing and becoming smarter?
I do. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. And I think you're right. I think a lot of people make the big mistake that, you know, the Cold War was the, you know, you can breathe easy because we got through the Cold War, but
You can't breathe easy until you destroy all evidence of the atom being split.
well, it's also more about motivation. Like, you got to think of what would actually bring humanity to pull that kind of shit. Now, obviously, political differences and superpower Cold Wars wasn't quite enough. Almost. I mean, we came close quite a few times. Not just the Cuban Missile Crisis, not just in the 60s, but also in the 80s and 70s. I mean, things got really close. I mean, I didn't even know about it, but, you know, when the Soviet Union fell with the whole coup and Gorbachev, I mean, that could have easily gone the wrong way had the wrong people taken power in Moscow. But anyway, I think, you know, we could very well be snuffed out because of what's about to come, which is dwindling resources. Mm-hmm. We're all all the you know, major superpowers are gonna start fighting over what's left of fossil fuels and clean water very, very soon, like in the next 50 years. That sort of shit, you know, combined with, you know, where all the last of these resources are going to be, like in the Middle East and everything that's going on there, I think that the stage could be set for something like what you're talking about. Are we going to be able to actually survive ourselves? I think that the rough waters are yet to come in that area.
Yeah, you're correct, and I back you 100% on this, because just look at it this way. All right, say the fossil fuels start running out. Irregardless how many we have right now, let's fast forward to the point where somebody goes, sticks the dipstick in and goes, oh shit.
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
done out.
The whole system would fail. The whole system. All of a sudden you have people with cars that they just bought that runs off fossil fuels. they don't want to pay for. They turn them in, the credit goes bad. All these people turn their cars in at the same time. The bank fucking collapses. When the bank collapses, all the money in the bank goes away. Everybody loses their life savings. All of a sudden, people are broke and hungry. The businesses can't rely on the banks to finance their products, so the jobs shut down. Unemployment rate shoots up to like 99.8%. Everybody don't know what the fuck to do. They can't grow farms. They have no land skills.
Right. How many John Deere tractors that are harvesting runoff of solar energy? I'm pretty sure they all run off diesel and shit like that. So I mean, when the fossil fuels get low, everyone's going to go hungry and really, really, really fast. Because what's happened now is because there's so many people, you go to the supermarket. Where does all your fruit come from? It comes from Chile and
some
all
stupid
over the
place
world.
all over the world.
So,
like, why the fuck do we need grapes from Argentina?
Well, because there's too many people. Because America doesn't have enough agriculture to feed us, so we've got to ship it in from all over the world, which takes a lot of fuel. So it's only going to take like 2 weeks for that to stop. Like literally, it would take less than a month for the entire United States to just fall into anarchy because we can't get enough food in to feed people, and they're going to start looting. But anyway, so surviving ourselves to get to the point where we could actually leave Earth. The only thing that could unite us, if we could survive it, would be the fact that, we've used up all of our resources and we decided to band together. But I don't know. I guess I'm a skeptic, but I just can't see humanity pulling together.
Romney fucking scares me because of what we just spoke about.
Yeah, why? What do you think?
I just feel like Romney would take our country in the wrong direction. I'm by no means pro-Obama. I don't feel like Obama was a good president at all.
No,
I don't think he'd be a good president in a second term.
We haven't had a good option in I don't know how long.
Yeah, it's like, what gives the right to vote if there's no one to vote for?
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's just a bunch of...
Because look at it this way. It's always about job ratings. What's the unemployment rating in this state? It doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because they're all subjective. All right, so say this city has a 10% unemployment rate versus this city has a 6% unemployment rate. Guess what? There's probably another city over here that has a 4%. You're going to pick that 4 and that 6% to reflect your goals of getting in the presidency versus picking that town that, like in Ohio, that has like a 28%.
Do you think Romney's an alien?
No, I don't. I think Romney is...
He might be a robot, but he's not an alien.
I think he'd be closer to a robot than an alien. I'm not trying to say Romney's a dumb man. He's by no means a dumb person. Somebody that makes as much money as he does and can run companies like he does is obviously a very, very smart financial man and knows how to work the system. But I think he's a easily influenced smart person.
Well, they all are, though, aren't they? I mean...
But this is political debates, and we're stopping on. The reason we're getting into the political stuff is because what would happen? Do you see Romney or Obama dealing with like a missile crisis?
Not in a good way. No. Well, I mean,
who would you rather have in the driver's seat if we had nukes on the line?
If we had nukes on the line?
I'd rather have Obama there.
I would say Obama, yeah, because I think that, I don't know, Romney just sort of has that scary hubris, and, he seems to be a little bit too easily swayed.
I mean, look at his previous history of fucking his companies that he worked for.
Well, I wouldn't so much look into that as I just think he's got a lot of people whispering in his ear, and that's when you really don't want an impressionable person, as if, somebody could just talk him into, pushing the button or whatever. But
it'd be like, yeah, push the button. We'll nuke them in the next week. They won't get one fucking nuke off. We'll go take there and rape their children, whatever.
Yeah.
But we're talking about aliens here, guys. Stay with us here.
How much have we actually talked about aliens? But you know what? Hopefully you guys appreciate that we're just shooting the shit. This isn't some scripted bullcrap. But aliens. We got to stay on topic. Maybe we'll have to do part 2 so we can actually talk a little bit more about alien sightings and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but the fact is, when you talk about aliens, you got to talk about how you become an alien. And like this right here is pretty much the foundation of it. For a company such as I don't know, what's a big company? The Dow Jones.
What do you mean, like a company that's
like the parasite, like a JP Morgan, a company with all the dough load, the big money,
Amazon.
Well, yeah, bigger companies than Amazon do, like the poison companies and stuff like
Dude,
that.
petrol companies, yeah.
Yeah, petrol.
Petrochemical or pharmaceutical. But I'm telling you, dude, fucking Amazon.com is turning into a gigantic company. They're going to swallow up everything, just like Walmart did. But
yeah,
what do you think?
But the fact is, how can you influence that right there? Because right now we spend so much fucking money on defense budgets. Why? When the most important thing we could be spending money on is interstellar travel. Because one day, that fossil fuel is not going to be there. One day, that fresh water is not going to be there.
Yeah, but Wings, the problem with that is that none of the governments think ahead. They only think about...
They think about profit margins.
They're going to think about... Well, they're going to think about short term. They think about what's going to get them reelected, what's going to take care of them and their kids, and you know... Nobody's thinking long term. I mean, no government is for years and years and years. If they would have done something about clean energy in the 70s when the scientists started telling them, look, you know, you're going to run out of oil at some point. I mean, you have to be an idiot not to realize we're going to run out of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, you could pretty much stand around and start seeing it pumping out. Like, I wonder how much is down there.
Well, people argue about, peak oil is going to be here.
I think peak oil's already hit.
But it doesn't even matter. Like, there's only so much shit in the ground. Like, what is fossil fuel? It's decayed organic matter from millions of years ago. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all it is. It's dead creatures.
You're driving dinosaurs.
Right. You're driving dinosaurs and plants. Right. It's gonna fucking run out at some point. So if you're not doing anything to seriously address it now they're like, oh, we gotta get energy independent.
I just thought about something creepy though.
What?
Just imagine there's some scientists out there working on a way to turn dead bodies into the fossil fuels at an expedient rate.
Well, I'm sure you could turn a body into
just imagine instead of people, when people die, instead of getting a proper Christian burial, they just throw them into a meat grinder and be like, all right, put it in the Chevrolet truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah, sure. There's plenty of ways to turn a corpse into energy. Yeah,
because it's just useless energy that we're letting rot away. Well, and it doesn't rot away; it transfers into something else. But we eventually take those nutrients and put them back into the gas tank and transfer them into vapor.
Maybe they can hook some sort of hose up your ass so that you can just shit and fart, and it will go back into your gas tank. Now that's efficiency.
All right, I think we're running out of time here.
How much did aliens did we talk about?
About 3 minutes.
Fail? Is this a commentary fail?
No, it's not a fail. This is a good commentary. It's a usable commentary.
Oh, I'm having a blast, dude.
Yeah, we're about 19 minutes in right now. We got about 3 minutes of aliens under our belt. All right, guys. We'll see you next weekend right here with Chaos Terrorists with Mr. Chaos Matthew Will, Wings of Redemption. Make sure you rate the video and help support the series. See you guys later.
Right, guys.
Me. Call you back. What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back and I'm bringing you audio commentary today. Gameplay today is brought to you by Simual. He's been a very good friend lately. He's been donating gameplay left and right for me. He's trying to fulfill my gameplay needs. I burn gameplay like the plague. I've had guys try before to keep my gameplay needs up, and I just pretty much exhaust all their gameplay within a week. I mean, there's some real champions out there that just continually try to keep playing Modern Warfare 3, and I thank them for that. You can check Simual's channel out in the link below, and as always, he's been a really good friend for me. But I wanted to talk about something else. It's about gameplay itself. It's about that series that you see every night about 8 or 9 o'clock. It's called Road to the Lost. And my last video, Road to the Lost, somebody said something that kind of offended me. But it didn't offend me in a way that I couldn't see where he was coming from. Apparently, I skipped a video in Road to the Lost, and I know I skipped a video. And that video was automatically subjugated as a loss. It was like, oh, you skipped it, must have lost. And we didn't lose. There's actually going to be 3 games I'll be skipping during the Road to the Lost series, or at least Session 3. And the reason for it is, they're just fucking boring. The idea of YouTube videos is generally to have a good time and to have fun. And I'm a pretty honest person for the most part. As for the most part is, I'd sucker punch you. I mean, that's where my dishonesty would come into. Like, I can't fight worth a lick. I seriously couldn't. Like, if you wanted to get into a physical altercation with me, there'd most likely be a sucker punch somewhere. But for straight up honesty, if I lost, I'd put the loss up. You know why I would put the loss up? It'd give me a chance to, like, refresh myself and revitalize myself, because Road to the Lost is a series I really want to start on Black Ops 2. I actually want to start it on the day one of Black Ops 2. You'll see my first gun, my first pickup, and everything, and see how far I can take a win-loss on Black Ops 2 going hard on the PS3. But, like I said, I have proof that I won the game, and I'm going to put that proof up right the fuck now. See, this is what I hate about putting my face on the camera itself. Yeah, there's going to be, where that cut is, there's going to be actually a picture of us winning the Havana game. There's also going to be a firing range and array game that I actually cut out. The reason being, there's an array game where I get like 10 kills, and the game lasts for like 10 minutes. And like there's like 2 people in the lobby at the whole time. It's a very easy win, and I could post that up too if you want me to. And there's also like a firing range game that we pretty much lock everybody out, and the game ends within 3 minutes because the whole other team leaves. Like games like that, do you really want to see? That's the real question in it. And people will ask me to face cam it and all this, and I think a lot of people watch the series just because they want to play with me. Because the biggest comments that I actually get on those videos is like, you should drop these guys and pick me up. Well, I can't do that, dude. You got to pretty much follow me on Twitter if you want to get picked up for Road to the Lost. And that's the only way you can do it. I only can do 4 people at a time. There's 57,000 people on my Twitter. 4 people out of 57,000. They're better odds than winning the lottery, but, you know, it's just all about timing. It's all about knowing when I usually play. Kind of follow me. And like when I usually play Road to the Lost, it's somewhere in the afternoon, 3 or 4 o'clock Eastern, and it's usually once every 2 weeks. So, chance of you getting into the Road to the Lost series is slim pickings at best. but that's just the way it is. I mean, I just pick people randomly. I don't pick them based off their stats. I don't even know what these guys' stats are. The only criteria I have for Road to the Lost is you have a good microphone and you have Skype and you're able to talk on Skype while playing the PlayStation 3 at the same time. But like I said, I usually record 14 to 15 matches in advance, so there's generally anywhere between 10 to 15 matches between each Road to the Lost. So you pretty much got to stick with the same set of guys. But like I said, I do skip videos. Like I think we had 16 or 17 matches with these guys. I'm going to skip 3 of them. And I've already put up 3 of them, counting the one that's going up tonight. So that means I only have like 11 or 10 of these left, and that's pretty much going to take me halfway into next week. And I'm kind of hoping, I was kind of hoping that I could do the next one on Black Ops 2, but it doesn't look like it's going to work that way. Looks like there's going to be one more Black Ops 1 session on Road to the Lost. But like I said, that means one more session of people trying to get into them. Road to the Lost is a PS3 series, and it's one of my favorite series to do. I really like it because I feel like it rounds my channel off and gives it some kind of structure. If people hasn't realized this at this point, I'm actually going for structure in my channel. And that means like on the weekends I have the Chaos series. The Chaos series is 12:30 on the weekends, Sunday and Saturday. And generally the weekends are weekend spotlight, but since I'm doing 20 days of Paranormal, my 7 a.m. upload is generally 20 days of Paranormal. So if you look for 20 days of Paranormal, they come up at 7 a.m. every day of the week and for the month of October. And the reason I'm doing that is because of the month of October. And this video, where you see it in this time frame, is generally like a 1 or 2 o'clock video. And it's generally like a gameplay commentary or some kind of live video or whatever else I can fit in for that day. I'm just trying to give structure to my channel. You know, it helps me, it helps you, and it helps people know when the content's coming out. What do you guys think? Let me know. Oh, one more spiel while we're at it. I give a lot of flack for people who rate videos, and I kind of understand. I kind of had to explain rating videos, the way it works. Generally, favoriting videos doesn't help channels anymore. It only helps big channels like, you know, White Boy, a Syndicate, you know, a PewDiePie. Those channels get thousands upon thousands of favorites. You pretty much put you out the lane. What liking does is it helps you get into the sub box. Liking helps you get onto the highlights. Liking helps you get onto the, you know, highest rated videos on the front page. Liking helps you get to like the most favorited, you know, fastest growing videos on the front page. So essentially, if you watch a video and you don't rate or you don't like, you're worth 1 view. But if you watch a video and you like it, you're worth 100 views, give or take. But that's the reason that most commentators hound you for likes. But it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening and stay safe. It sucks that the Gamecocks lost. One of the most beautiful things that you can see in a horror movie telling is the Ghost Hotel. What is the Ghost Hotel in reference to things? Like, where does the Foundation actually work from? There's hundreds, if not thousands, of hotels that claim some kind of specter or some kind of haunting or some kind of murder happened inside of them. So in that aspect, this place is no different than your standard mom and pop rest stop or things. Anything to where the interstate doesn't go through to pull people into their hotel versus a Hilton chain. This place, though, actually has a legacy and put down. Everybody's seen the story of 1408 by Stephen King. That's pretty much the pinnacle of haunted hotel stories. But let's go ahead and go a little bit further and go into one of the creepiest hotels you'll ever see. And yes, I'm talking about the Del Solto. Let's go ahead and go over the history of this hotel. The hotel is now abandoned, but it was created in 1928. It is part of a tourist attraction on the Bogota River and is basically based in Colombia. The idea of the river itself was the cliffs were what you call a suicide cliff. People that were trying to escape oppression would jump off this cliff and become eagles to escape their captors. Since the hotel opened, it's had a history of the spirits that had fallen from the river on top of the rocks to basically be in the rooms and be very aggressive toward the tenants and people of that nature. And at one point, the river had become contaminated, and the people kind of left the area. This was what's pretty much caused the downfall of the hotel, because it was a popular tourist attraction strictly before its haunted lore. And now it's been in dilapidation for almost 15 years. It actually looks the part of a haunted hotel. It's actually one of the top 5 scariest places or most haunted hotels on people's vlogs or people that have traveled or even people that write books about ghost stories, that you get the most graphic or the most genuine sensation dealing with this hotel itself. And that pretty much leads me to my next point. Ghost and haunted hotels. There's going to be quite a few haunted hotels on here, obviously, because it's one of the main attractions of it as itself. There's also like the Winchester House, and there's a couple other things. But there's also some things that I actually live near, like the Battery in the Battery in Lucas Bay Road, and there's Punch Bowl, and there's also like old Civil War churches. And I'm hoping to go through and actually do some of the old Civil War churches on the 20 Days of Paranormal. Trying to get a real life vibe in it. And I'm kind of spending this last few minutes of this video kind of to guide you through the series. Because 20 Days of Paranormal, some videos are going to be easy, some videos are going to be hard. This is actually one of the harder videos. The reason this video is harder, because there's actually not that much history behind the hotel. Most people that actually committed suicide on the waterfall adjacent to the hotel. The hotel was built because of the waterfall itself. And there is even a rumor that the waterfall itself actually wasn't there. The river was there, but the waterfall wasn't. The rocks actually created a barrier. And the guy who built the hotel blew up a section of the rock so the waterfall would actually happen, to kind of attract wealthy guests, to kind of attract like politicians and things to his hotel. It's got a nice subtle look to it. And the reason I picked this to be day 4 was more because of the look of the hotel itself. It pretty much looks like an abandoned castle sitting on the side of the cliff. Kind of reminds you of the house on Haunted Hill, that kind of theme to it. And I really enjoyed that kind of theme to it. It makes me almost want to go inside and just look inside the hotel. Even though it's been out of repair for 15 years, I would risk it, because that hotel has to be super fucking cool on the inside. And just imagine how cool it would be if you could go into one of those hotels and stay the night. Just imagine how cool it would be to be able to do that with cameras and put it on YouTube. That'd be fucking righteous, dude. But that's just some stuff I would really enjoy doing. And There was another movie that kind of reminded me. It had a haunted hotel and people had to live in it. I can't remember it off the top of my head. For some reason I want to say it's like the Hotel on Mountain Pass, you know. That movie always stuck into my head because it had like this really chubby girl with like really bad makeup like Mimi from Drew Carey Show, just on the front cover with a knife. I just always remember that as a child. But the idea behind these is some are hard to do, some are hard to do, some are easy to do, but I'm trying to pick them based on creepiness, not by how long the video can be. So if the videos are too short for you, feel free to click another video because there's going to be 20 of them. As always, if you guys really enjoy this series, you want to see it keep going, if you could please strive for 2,500 ratings, that would help me out tremendously. Thank you guys. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm also trying to improve these videos slowly but surely. I'm trying new elements out with them. Stay with me. I want to try to make them creepier and creepier and creepier than standard gameplay commentary. What's up, mofos? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we're talking about brains today. I was sitting around watching Hoarders just a minute ago, and I seen something that I haven't really noticed before. Well, I've noticed it before, but at the same time, I didn't notice it. And what it was is that these people with Hoarders, they have this like horrible brain. Like they just can't think straight. You kind of see that they're tired and they want to quit, but they don't quit. And like some people have that self-motivation inside of them, whereas some people don't. And it kind of makes you wonder why certain people do things. And this current episode of Hoarders happened to have Sal on it. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It kind of help you gather what I'm saying. And Sal had this, I don't know, I think he was her son. And he was like this crackhead that had like this horrible temper. And he had like pinky rings all over his shit. And like he would boss around the cleaning crew. And the cleaning crew itself kind of let something out that they normally don't let out on the show. That the house was pretty much in ruin, and even if they cleaned it, it would have to be tore down. Kind of like, it kind of ruined the show in that aspect, but they couldn't clean it because Sal was so aggressive towards them and like sending them death threats on the phone in between the days of the shoot and stuff. And let's not concentrate on how big this son was an asshole, but let's concentrate on why he did it. How many people can think back and actually think about why they're doing something even though they know it's wrong? Have you ever like stood up to a boss or told no to somebody that you know you shouldn't tell no to, like be it a police officer or like a boss man when he tells you to do something, and you get that butterfly feeling in your stomach, that feeling like, man, I'm fucking up. But at the same time, you keep doing it because there's like that shot of adrenaline that keeps going in behind you, and you feel like you need to stand up for what's right no matter what the consequences actually are. I think he was in that kind of zone. Like somewhere in his mind, he had convinced himself that he's right, and nobody was going to tell him any different. And it sit there and makes me wonder. All right, what about other situations? Like, why do we do that as a human? Like, another situation would be like, you ever see an argument on the internet? And I'm asking, you're on my channel. You've seen arguments on the internet. But you know when there's an argument in my comment section and somebody has a difference in, opinion to somebody else, and the first thing they do, what do? Come on, everybody say it with me. What happens when somebody has a disagreement with somebody else? Let's say it be anything. Let's say somebody agrees that the left Twix bar is better than the right Twix bar. Well, what's the first thing they do? They fucking insult them. They act like insulting the person is going to clearly change his point of view to yours instantly. It's like, oh, well, listen here, fuckhead. The whole like, listen here, you shit eater. Just because you called him a fuckhead or a shit eater doesn't mean he's going to start liking the left Twix bar any faster. It actually probably would kind of dilute the whole idea of doing that. But why do humans feel that they need to tear somebody down before and then bring them back up? Because that's essentially what that's doing. You're insulting him to hurt his feelings, and then you're going to give him the best information that you can give him at the time. And the effect that the left Twix bar, I know this fucking sounds stupid, but it's the first thing I could think of at the time, that the left Twix bar. I mean, a stupid-ass commercial. But why do we do that? Like, you ever sit there and think about why humans do certain things? Like, why do we feel the need to tear somebody down? Why do we feel the need to tell somebody they can't do something just because we can't do it ourselves? Why do we feel the need that? Why? I don't know. It's all pride in this pretty much example. But like, pride is this thing that I don't know, we always dealt with. Like, some people have pride worse than others. People generally with pride generally do better work, be prideful of their work. People without pride generally do sloppy work because they don't care what other people think of them, which is good in that aspect. But the aspect of not willing to accept help, throwing your back out because you're too prideful to ask somebody to help you to pick something up, making somebody else suffer because you're unwilling to accept help yourself. That kind of aspect of pride is actually worse. And then there's the people that know it all. Man, I used to be in this category. I still am, kind of. I always feel like if I know what I'm talking about, it makes me feel better. And, like, I've slowly tried to pull myself out of this in the last 5 years because I kind of see what people were talking about in my youth, that, nobody likes to know it all, blah, 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 blah. And the reason being is nobody knows everything. Albert Einstein didn't know everything. Your math teacher doesn't know everything. President Obama doesn't know everything. And how can I be reassured in this? Let me go so far as say this. A Ford engineer does not know everything about a Ford pickup. He doesn't know how to make the wheels better. He doesn't know how to make the grill better. He has ideas on how they'll make it better, but he does not know how to perfect it. If we perfected things, then we could actually say that. But nothing is ever perfected because we don't have the complete understanding of anything. And that's where you have error. And in all factors of life, there's always error. And there's always mutations and things like that. So why, as humans, do we feel the need to cast out these errors ways and then look down upon people because of that? That's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Like, why do people feel the need to call somebody else fat? Why do people feel the need to make fun of somebody's eyesight? Why do people feel the need to make fun of somebody's athletic ability? You either have it or you don't. It's not somebody else's fault that they were born with a different body type or a different bone structure. Beauty is the most abstract one of them all. How can you insult somebody for being ugly? They generally don't even get a say in what they look like. That's the mixture of two parents. What do you guys think on this subject? Let me know in the comment section below. Peace, people.
What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and today we're going to bring you the Willowbrook State Hospital. That's a state school. Willowbrook is one of the things I actually wanted to save to later on in the series, but I felt like I needed something I could actually talk about. And to actually talk about it would give me a better video. What is Willowbrook? Willowbrook is situated on Staten Island and is a state hospital and was pretty much ousted by this guy, Ronaldo Rivera. Ronaldo pretty much came in here trying to set his career ablaze, and he found something that was very, very, very morbid. Take a look.
I want to go ahead and point out that Willowbrook is actually home of another mythical or conspiracy theory of a mythical creature known as Cropsy. And there's actually a film on Netflix called Cropsy if you want to learn more about him. But we're going to talk more about Willowbrook and why it's in relation to a mythical creature named Cropsy. What is Willowbrook? Willowbrook was a tuberculosis ward that actually turned into a state hospital. The state hospital itself was very underfunded. And to kind of make up for underfunding, it kind of ran on a shoestring-like staff. And it was very dilapidated. It was so dilapidated that a doctor ended up calling a press, which is Ronaldo Rivera, in to basically document it so it could be ousted. So he could basically see these kids that were suffering from things like tuberculosis and Down syndrome to try to get them out and try to get their lives to be bettered.
So what are some of the things you find in a hospital that housed tuberculosis ward and has something like 60 kids per actual nurse? Well, it's nothing like you find something over the cuckoo's nest. What they found was people had shit in the corners, people had pissed on themselves, and people were going weeks without baths. The kids would get physically abused by the staff and manhandled. And some kids would actually wander away from the building itself and end up dying in the woods located around Staten Island. And even to this day, this is referring more back to Cropsy, they're actually looking for a girl named Jennifer, which was kidnapped by a local pedophile. And they found Jennifer near the woods near Willowbrook State School. I want to call it a hospital. But the fact is, when they were searching for Jennifer, they found, I want to say hundreds, but it's not hundreds. They found a lot of bodies. Some ranging, been in the ground 22 some odd years, from kids that with Down syndrome that did not want to be in the state hospital. So they wandered off, and they would basically fall or freeze to death or go hungry or get lost in the woods around the hospital itself. And if you go there now, you can see just images such as this, you know, trays just strewn through the woods, bicycles, playground equipment that's, you know, torn up and rusty, just so much dilapidation. This building was pretty much run just like Nurse Ratched. This is a real scary thing or individual. Just look at some of the children that they found in these photos. Look at this. Rivera quoted that you can see people hungry, you can see filth, you can see rust on pipes, you can see calcium deposits, you can see stalls just ripped off and no privacy whatsoever. And you can even see the misfortune in people's faces when you look at them while they waller in their own shit. But what you can't see in these pictures is the smell that brung with him. He said that he would remember this state school the rest of his life. What is up Willowbrook today? Well, Willowbrook today is pretty much just a home for homeless people. It's in a big abandoned building on Staten Island, and bodies of homeless people litter it, and there's going to probably be skeletons in this area until they decide to tear this building down and mow over all the trees in the forest. But that's day number 5 of Paranormal, Willowbrook State School. What's up, pimps? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm going to talk about a subject I said I wasn't going to talk about just like 10 seconds ago on Twitter, but the ideas out there is good, and I want to talk about Amanda Todd. Amanda Todd, if you don't know what this story is, it's about a girl that when she was 15, she ended up showing her breasts to a guy on webcam, and the guy basically screenshotted those breasts, and he used them to blackmail her later on in life. She couldn't handle it. She ended up drinking, doing drugs, and so on and so forth, and she continually fell back into with the same guy who constantly dogged her to the point that she ended up taking her own life. If you guys don't really know about internet bullying, or you don't know like the Megan Meyer case and things like that, you got to stay with me here. I'm not going to talk so much about this story as I'm going to talk about the idea behind this story. Alright, there's flaws on both sides of the parties. You got a girl that's 15 that wants to show her breasts on camera to a guy that she doesn't know and doesn't even have an idea of knowing. She does that, and he turns out to be a scumbag. Big surprise. And this guy basically gets his jollies by watching underage girls show their breasts, and he just loves to have that dominance. He loves to be able to push her buttons. He loves to see her cry. He's the kind of guy that wants to watch the whole world burn. And that right there in itself should have tipped her off that, man, maybe I should just distance myself from this person. But she took it to another level. He basically sent it to her friends or family and whatnot. Instead of actually going to police, because this guy obviously had child pornography and she was misled, she decided to go another route and go to drinking and alcoholism, which in itself is a mistake to begin with. My buddy Bastard Brooke right now has a liver that's failing him. And once his liver fails him, his legs are going to start spurting water. He's going to fucking be drinking one day, and he's going to pass out, and he's going to go into a diabetic coma because his sugar's too high because of fucking sparks. But that's another thing in itself. That's self-destruction. I did a video a while back called The Art of Self-Destruction, which basically talked about a friend or family member that was going through this. And everybody has self-destructive tendencies. Me, I'm morbidly obese. You know, I let things get to me as well. But the fact is, even though I get to this point where I feel like breaking, I've never broken to this point. You know, I've never broken to this point because at the end of the day, I realize that it's stupid, and I try not to let my emotions cloud my judgment so much. Because I know when I get up out of this chair and I go out that door right there behind me, everything goes away. You know, NASA 1 goes away, Twitter goes away, all the haters go away, all the trollers go away. Out that door, I'm a different person. And most people see it in my videos, and that's why they enjoy my real life videos a lot more than my YouTube commentaries. But, let's get back to Amanda Todd. This video is not about me at all. Obviously, she did some things wrong. She shouldn't have been, you know, skimpy on a webcam. She shouldn't have turned to alcoholism. And she shouldn't have killed herself over all this.
But at the same time, what makes me sick is watching these people cry and thing and make these videos talking about how great a person she was and how she was so innocent. And at the same time, while they're crying over this girl that was pushed too far, there's a guy at the end of the lunch table getting pushed just as far, but he hasn't broke yet. This is what I've always talked about when I talked about my video trolling. When trolling got super popular about 4 months ago, I made a video why I don't condone YouTube trolling. And even though I've trolled people myself, I have 2 videos on my channel where I troll people. I have Beast Mode Engage, and I have a video where me and T-Mart pushed this little kid to basically lose his mind for a minute and a half on World at War back in the day. Both of those are really good videos. Matter of fact, you can find my videos right here in the bottom in the video section. But enough with that. Why I usually agree against it. Obviously, everybody's trolled at some point. Well, troll's an easy word. Bullied. Cyberbullying. That's what that is. That's the word. Trolling is like this safe word people use. You're a cyberbully. Everybody has done it. Hell, I did it just the other night. And the reason I did it was more of a retaliation bully, but I did it to a person named Melanie Nicole on Lefty's live stream. Basically because she sends me, hate messages all day. And it's more of a fight than cyberbullying. But I had a stronger medium than her. I have a bigger voice than her in the community, so in a way it is bullying in that aspect. Me being the stronger member of the party picking on the weaker member. Same reason you don't hit women in real life. Men are naturally stronger and faster, so you don't hit them because they are not equal. And you can do the same thing in the hierarchy of like YouTube or the internet. I have a medium where more people can hear me than her, so obviously my words are going to come through more clearer than her. Not in the sense of audio, but in the sense of I project further. But let's keep going with this. How can you sit there and cry when there's just as many people still being bullied? There's just as many girls that showed their breasts on webcam. There's just as many people do this, and this. Hell, even our own community, we had, sex scandals. And I just don't understand why this is getting blown up. Why this has 4 million views. Why that somebody needs somebody, and just because she's a pretty little white girl that everything's okay at this point. No, she's made bad decisions, and somebody should have reached out and helped her long before this point. But see, nobody was there. Her parents weren't there. All these people that are crying and lighting candles were not there. Hell, and if you watch the video, half these people crying and lighting candles, they were the people that abandoned her while she needed them most. I'm not going to put any tears up here for Amanda Todd, and I might not even get, all the sympathy here. But the reason I decided not to do a video right away was because of things like this. Like, I just can't see myself agreeing on all aspects. This is 2 wrongs, and 2 wrongs don't make a right. Do I feel bad that Amanda Todd ended her life? Yes. But am I going to make a vigil or sob tears and cry about it? No, because guess what? During this video is 6 minutes and 30 seconds long at this point. There's been over 1,000 people died in this world. Some of them with different means and aspects. Cyberbullying is a crime. It is something that needs to be abolished. It's something that needs to have some kind of law put into effect. You have laws. You have laws from every type of action for damn copyright. But if you really want to prove life is sacred, and you really want to prove something like this, change it. Make people accountable for their actions. When they make a Facebook page with an underage girl's breasts on there, turn their fucking address into the police. Come on, Facebook. When somebody gets on a Twitter account and they're caught actively bashing somebody, create some kind of software that throws them on a list. This might sound like 1984, but I don't know. What do you guys think about this case? Let me know. Oh, by the way, check out my videos. I did Willowbrook, and I did Secrets of Mine. Make sure you rate the video, too. Peace. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you an audio commentary today on Black Ops. And what I wanted to talk about on Black Ops is something, well, even if you're young, even if you have no experience in driving whatsoever, you can pretty much tell me what the main stress of money is in the basic average household, and it's gasoline. Gasoline is something that everybody needs, everybody has to have, and cars, unless you live in like certain areas of the country, are a necessity more than a privilege. And car companies answer to gas. Instead of making better fuel efficient engines or making cars more aerodynamic, their answer is to make
electric cars or electric and gas hybrid type cars. And I wanted to go ahead and say this is not the answer. You might be thinking, well, how's an electric car not the answer? It takes away smog, helps the ozone layer. Well, it does do all of those kind of things. But the fact is, it also does another thing. Electricity is another resource that we cannot renew. Coal is also, just like oil, is unrenewable and is actually a dirtier resource altogether. And we already run electricity in our homes, we run electricity on our iPhones and our computers and batteries. There's so many things that we use electricity for, and then all of a sudden we're going to start passing on our fuel consumption right into the electricity market as well. Basically what you're doing is you're passing the buck. You're not solving a problem, you're solving a problem the government set out to do. The reason car companies are pushing electric cars so much is because they have this quota, this mandate to have a certain miles per gallon average on all of their vehicles in their lineup by the year, so many years. And they don't want to lose money, so they're actually trying to make cars that can outweigh like their big heavy truck frames and actually get better gas mileage that way. Even though it's a good bill altogether, but who's to say that somebody couldn't just drop the truck out of existence in whatever year that they designed to have this mandate done and then just run off like their electric cars? The car companies don't care about the environment. The car companies don't care about a renewable resource. All car companies care about is profit margin. And that's why electric cars go so well in that situation. They're good at getting a lot of miles per gallon over very little gasoline. Because that's what they do. They don't use gasoline. But the fact is, electricity is horrible to run our cars off of for the main reason that it's another unrenewable resource that we're going to use up at an even faster rate that's going to pollute the air even worse from extra factories processing coal. Coal is what makes electricity for the most part. And let's just go and talk about other alternative fuels while we're at it and why a lot of things won't work. Another waste of fucking time is ethanol. Why is ethanol a waste of time? Other than the fact it does not have the same energy rating as gasoline. If anybody ever has a flex fuel or a car capable of taking, ethanol 100%, you'll know what I'm talking about. Ethanol will get you about half the miles per gallon as a regular gallon of gasoline. And they started putting ethanol in regular gasoline to kind of like dilute it and actually get less miles per gallon that way too. And it also eats up your fuel pump. Have you ever changed a fuel pump in a car that has been running that 10% ethanol or in some cases 20% ethanol? Hell, some of the engines that we have nowadays can't take 20% ethanol. Hell, I just bought a brand new truck, and that brand new truck can't take 20% ethanol. So if they ever start issuing only 20% ethanol gasoline, my truck might be worthless because the most my engine could take is 10% ethanol. So if they decide to start doing that, they can almost kick that in effect and make you buy more cars that way. Why is ethanol a joke? Why is it a waste of time? It isn't just because of the less energy rating. It's because it takes more gasoline to create a gallon of ethanol than it makes. So that's a negative. So if it takes you, let's just go ahead and use this in gasoline terms. If it would take you a gallon of gasoline to make a gallon of gasoline, you're not getting any profit. If it takes a gallon of gasoline to make half a gallon of gasoline, then you're making profit. Well, ethanol, it takes like a gallon and a half of ethanol to make 1 gallon of ethanol. Thus means it's a waste of time and resources. You're making ethanol, yes, but you're using more energy to make ethanol than ethanol makes itself. So it's a losing situation. I mean, the only way you can have a renewable resource or resources itself is to do it in a way that it doesn't use energy such as ethanol. And like John Deere tractors and things like that, they use diesel and stuff like that. So the only alternative is to make a tractor capable of pulling plows through dirt, or even to step back and go back to the mule, which we're not going to go back to the mule to make ethanol itself. And even then, cars will skyrocket. Ethanol's prices will skyrocket if you have to start muling the fields. Because at that point, it's a harder commodity. It's rare. It's not made in mass production anymore. And the only way that we can do and get through this resource crisis is, 1, find an alternative mode of transportation, or 2, find an actual renewable resource, something like the wind, something like the sun, something that's abundant, that we can never run out of. Well, we can run out of the sun, and we can run out of, I don't know if we can run out of the wind. I don't know the logistics of that. But the sun has like such a long period, you wouldn't have to really worry about it. And solar powered is probably the way we'd have to go. A solar powered car, blah 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 blah, and just limit our night driving to a minimum. But solar powered wouldn't last that long either, because you'd have no range. You'd pretty much limit the freight of the world. And that's another thing that you have to worry about, freight of the world. How are trucks going to get to all the food lines? How are trucks going to, pull those heavy trailers? How are trucks going to do this? What is the energy of sun? Like, how much power can the sun put out? If you ever look back at cars beforehand, before we redefined gasoline engines to what they are today, gasoline engines used to have like 100 horsepower and be like V12s. How is that even possible? Well, it was possible because the gasoline was so poorly engineered that it had very low energy rating. So those V12 engines, which nowadays would put out 700 horsepower, used to put out 100. What are your guys' opinion on renewable resources? Let me know.
What's up, Blade Boys? I'm doing this on Rut, and I'm doing this on the actual YouTube web thing. But I just wanted to go ahead and talk about the electric cars and how they how my latest video is doing so poorly with the like and dislike ratio. And a lot of people seem to say I don't know what I'm understanding. So I figured I'd go and try to spell it out more clearly. A lot of people thought that I was unaware that electricity is a renewable resource, and they list stuff like hydro mills, nuclear power plants, water, wind, so on and so forth. Well, those are renewable resources. So in a way, it is a renewable resource. But what I'm saying is the volume that we need electricity in is not renewable in those mannerisms. Have you ever tried solar power? It takes forever to heat something up. Forever. Like forever and a day. And it's something you have to wait around on. And let me go ahead and use this kind of scenario here. Let's say I got to go to Charleston, and the car I'm going to drive is a Nissan Leaf. Alright, the Nissan Leaf has a 200-mile range on it. That's 200 miles on one charge of the batteries. Charleston is 110 miles away from my house. So when I get to Charleston, I'm going to need to fill up. Be it however long it takes for the electric car to fill up. An hour, 10 minutes, I don't know. I've never drove an electric car before. But I do know this, that there's not going to be a pump station. There's not going to be somebody refining it out of a solar windmill. There's not going to be anything of that nature sitting at that pump station. What's going to be at that pump station is an electric outlet that I plug into, which is going to run off coal energy. And the reason we run it off coal energy is because it makes it in an abundant quantity. Let me tell you a story. I used to work at a company that we had these big 40-ton melters. And to turn one of these 40-ton melters on would cost us somewhere around the ballpark of $60,000 worth of electricity. And since it requires so much electricity to turn these melters on, we would have to call Santee Cooper in advance and let them know, hey, we got to turn one of these melters on. Can you go ahead and prepare the grid? Because they actually had to prepare the power grid to withstand the amount of electricity that we took to turn that one melter on. Well, what happens when that one melter gets 1.5 million cars put on that same grid with it at the same time? Everybody loses power. Everybody. I get these brochures in the mail all the time talking about saving power, turning lights off, and blah 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 blah, because they can't keep up with electricity needs. What happens when all these 8-9 million worth of cars we have sitting in the United States have to start running off electricity? What happens then? Well, let's go into more theatrics. What happens with tires? Tires are made out of oil. Plastic is made out of oil. All these other variables that are made out of oil that go onto electric cars. I mean, just not just run it itself or lubricate it. Petroleum is really hard to replace, and the fact is we have to start rationing it just for that fact that we have to keep making tires and lubrication parts from basically oil. So instead of using electric cars, which has a renewable resource, why don't we use the most abundant resource in the fucking world? What is it? Come on, kids. You've been to physical science. It's hydrogen. You make hydrogen from water. What is water? H2O, 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. And the fact is, here's the kicker. Hydrogen atoms are split further apart. So in outer space, hydrogen exists. Hell, most of outer space is hydrogen in a vacuum. So we could just suck hydrogen right out of fucking outer space and keep running it. And here's the kicker. Hydrogen burns water. At the end of the day, hydrogen has oxygen, turns to fucking water vapor. There's no smog. There's nothing of this nature. There's no coal to burn. There's very little refinement process. Hydrogen would be the key. And like, what's the big problems with the hydrogen? What's the big problems altogether? Well, you need a particle accelerator, which is considered criminal. Basically, the stuff that you need to make hydrogen at your own home, which is another problem that people don't want you to do. They don't want you to make hydrogen, is that you need something that's required to make a nuke or a hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bombs will be more readily available to the public because of using hydrogen as a fuel source, which is, again, against the law. The fact that somebody can make hydrogen on their own and not have a company sell it to them would also be something they wouldn't like, and why they're steering clear of it versus electricity. I mean, yes, you can make electricity at your house on your own, but like I said, it's a slow process, and people nowadays live life in the fast lane. Most people can't even watch a movie that has dialogue on it. Do you expect them to wait 2 hours for their electric car to charge? It's what it is. But the idea that the electric car is going to solve things, it does not going to solve anything. It doesn't solve the big truck problem. Electricity doesn't put enough power units through to actually run like a big truck, like a semi-truck pulling, 60,000 pounds or 100,000 pounds. And those trucks stopping would be the downfall of America much quicker than running out of fossil fuels. Yes, I understand that electricity is a renewable resource, but I also understand that hydrogen is an abundant resource. And when I mean abundant, we'll never run out of it. Humans are more likely to live thousands of generations and die before hydrogen is used up, because the entire galaxy is made of hydrogen. I mean, what are the bases? There's carbon, hydrogen. I forgot what the other one is. I'm being dumb right now. But there's like 3 main elements in the universe, and hydrogen is one of them. And hydrogen fuel cells would make a car that costs like $1 million, but guess what? That's because nobody's making hydrogen cars. When you start making more of a product, it gets cheaper. Like for example, like the iPhone 4S right now is like $100, but when it launched, it was like $800. And if you launched the iPhone 4S back in like 1970, it'd be like $500,000. But the fact is, supply and demand. I just wanted to go and clarify this, and trying to get my position out there. Peace.
What's up, dudes? It's your boy WingsofRedemption, and I didn't upload anything yesterday, and there's probably not going to be too much uploaded today either. I don't know, I just needed to talk to somebody right now because, like, I gotta get more serious about this diet thing. And this is not another one of those videos, but I just needed to talk to somebody right now because right now I'm at one of those points where I'm really contemplating about cheating. And, like, I want to do it so bad it hurts me. And there's just nothing I can... Let me go ahead and put this over here. So there's just nothing I can do to get this hunger to go away. I don't know. This is a cool angle, right? Yeah. There's just nothing I can do to get this hunger to go away, and it's like, man. And it's even harder since I actually want to drive my truck right now. For those of you who are unaware, let me go and fill you in. I fixed the seat of my truck, and basically it's fucking flawless now. It feels great. The only thing that kept me from wanting to actually use the truck is now fixed, and now I can fully enjoy the truck I bought 7 months ago. And like now it's at the point like, yeah, I really want to enjoy the truck. It's almost like buying it again. But yeah, it's like I know not to get in it, and I know not to go fill it up. Like a couple of things that crossed my mind recently is like, oh, I may have to take a gas. I can go get gas and grab me a sandwich while I'm getting gas. Shit like that's actually what you think about when you're losing weight. And it's like, no, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. What you need to do is you need to drink another glass of water, and you need to, like, force yourself to go to sleep. And, like, I don't know what it's been with me lately. Like, I'm getting to the point where all I want to do is sleep, and I don't know why that is. Like, I just don't feel like getting out of bed. So, like, I shot a text to
to somebody just recently to try to go and line me something up this weekend, and I'm like, hey, you want to go dumpster diving? Because there's this girl I actually hang out with, and she likes to drive around and, you know, pick up furniture that people like throw away, and she likes to like create stuff with like mosaics and pieces of art, and you know, it give me a reason to drive the truck, and it give me a reason to get out the house and do exercise or just movement in general. And it give me, you know, somebody else there to support me when I want to like eat the wrong things and things like that nature. So hopefully that's going to work out. But that's going to be like Saturday or like Friday afternoon. I got to get to Friday afternoon, and it's like 5:30 in the morning right now, and I'm not even a bit sleepy, and I'm hungry as all get out. One of the things I'm lucky with tonight is there's nothing to eat in the house. I mean, there's literally not a damn thing. There's sandwich meat, but there's no bread. There's like 2 apples and a tangerine left, and I could eat those. But at the same time, I don't want to eat something that's sugary right before I go to bed, which I don't know when I'm actually going to go to bed. That and some... What the fuck the hell just kicked off? Sorry, I'm watching Conan the Barbarian, and I guess it just got done queuing or whatever. Ah, man. I don't know. I just need support right now, and I need like positive comments to keep me from like eating a fucking sandwich. It's fucking sad that I'm thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna fill the truck up. Maybe I'll just get a little something. It's just like, no, I don't need that little something. I don't know. I picked my mail up yesterday, and I guess the Keystone Junior High School. I don't know if you guys can read that. I guess they, I don't know, I haven't opened it yet. Let's go ahead and open it right now. Okay, give me something to do. Oh, hey. I think I'm gonna like this kid. I'm gonna like this kid right here, right out the gate. That's a perfectly written address. Oh, man. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Oh, what is this? We're hoping to raise as much money as needed to sell the magazine subscriptions. Either ones are renewals. Looking at the close list, saving up, pick your favorite and order which magazine is a gift. The Keystone Seniors, grade 12, from Jacob. Good luck on your weight loss, man. I have a... If you have a magazine which you need to be renewed, please renew here. Let's see if I have any of these magazines. I only have one magazine. For some reason I don't feel like it's going to be on here. In case you want to see what magazines we got. It's basic stuff. It's like Money, Sports Illustrated, Health. Let's see. Please help us. This is basically a fundraiser. Yeah, that's all this is. This is a fundraiser. For like $20. Oh, hell. There's a large list of magazines. They got Car and Driver on here? Yes, they do have Car and Driver on here. $21. I might actually get Car and Driver. I don't know. I mean, this is just me fucking... Let's read that fist, dude, while we're here. Let's see what this guy has to say. Let's see what this guy has to say. You know, it's a damn curse. The Detroit Tigers are doing so well. They're going to win the Super Bowl. Well, I just called to win the Super Bowl. They're going to win the World Series. Let's see. Hey, man. First, thanks all, at least for all the replies on Twitter. Would have liked to have done a hangover, but... Would like to have done a hangout, but I see where you're coming from. You get a lot of haters, and I don't know why. I actually have liked everything. Any fucking way, dude. Hit me up on the Google Hangouts or the Twitter. Vibration. I guess that's the name. I know you get thousands of requests, but I'm not a 12-year-old brat. P.S. Fuck Fist. He's a fake ass. Your boy Terry. And there's a phone number there, which I'm not going to read off.
That's pretty cool. I guess he knew. Oh hell. Okay, these are two different places. This next guy's named Terry too. I don't know. This somehow turned into a fan mail session. I love reading fan mail. I mean, I wish I got more. I mean, it's kind of faded off since I stopped doing the videos. And I didn't really mean to stop doing the videos. It just never really did well. This one's got a... God, I wanted to see that movie too. I don't know the name of it. You may know the name of that movie right here. It's about the old guy with the balloon house. I forgot that. I forget movies come out that I want to see. Like, I want to see Ice Age 2. It's a fucking long one. What's up? My name is Terry. I'm 25 and I watch your videos a lot, but I wasn't always a fan. When I first started watching you, I was always a hater, and I would watch your videos just to leave stupid comments and call you names. I would like to apologize to you for my immature behavior, and although you probably never read the comments, I was really weighing on me, and I'm sorry. And to my surprise, while I was hating on you for doing what you do best, I came to see what an amazing person you really were, and I began... I don't know what word that is. It's B-E-G-A-N-E. I don't know if that's an actual word. Begotten. I don't know. To realize that all of you YouTubers, that out of all the YouTubers I watch, you're the realest one of all of them. And I know that when I watch your videos, I'm getting to hear what you really believe, and that you're not sugarcoating it for anyone. I've been watching you. I've been wanting to write for you for quite a while, but I never did. But in light of all your latest videos and problems, I really wanted you to know that you're not alone in this, and I really feel for you. And everything you've been going through, and everything you thought, even when you thought about suicide, just remember, there's a lot of life in this community, and I love you. There is a lot of people in this community that really love you, and I am one of them. So don't give up, and don't get discouraged. Be careful, because you are an amazing individual, and you're capable of great things. Also, tell Gangsta Grandma she is awesome. Let's see, and everything else is just the standard Xbox stuff, but really cool. I'll get to the other ones a little bit later. I figure I'd go ahead and open a couple of them. I hardly ever get to open them on camera. I usually when I bring like letters in, like my mother will like tear right into them. She loves the fact that I get fan mail. And like she has like the extra box of my keys, so she like stops by and checks it almost every other day. And holy shit! I don't know if you have to see this, but it's another fisticuffs letter. I don't know. I guess people really don't like fisticuffs. I mean, the dude is... Fisticuffs is a solid dude when he's not needing drama. Fisticuffs and DJ Keemstar, they pretty much base their entire channel around drama. And, like, you know, it's fun to watch every now and then, but it gets really tiring. And, it gets even more tiring when I'm the basis of all their drama. And I know I'm the reason why I'm the basis of most drama on the things. Because, one, I have a big mouth, and two, I don't know when to shut up. But I don't know. I just needed somebody to talk to. I needed something to do, and hopefully you guys understand. Peace, people.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and we're back with Chaos Theories. Come on, and we're
going this time.
We're going. We're trying to just do something a little bit different here, and we're actually trying to put the cameras on it as well. And we're going to do something that's a little controversial. I want to go ahead and put a disclaimer out there. All these theories are not of machinimas or anybody of that take. These are just personal opinions and personal views based on knowledge that was gained and created. And this series is by no means a... What word am I looking for here?
Just look.
We're not a textbook.
Yeah, we're not experts. We're just, and this goes with everything we've said. Like, we see a lot of people in the comments like, you guys need to research more. Like, look, if you're coming to Call of Duty channel looking for like textbook information on any of this stuff, you're in the wrong place. We're just shooting the shit, giving opinions. There are opinions. They don't represent YouTube. They don't represent machinima. They don't represent anybody other than two guys talking to each other on Skype. So
this is basically what this is: two guys hanging out talking about theories and just shooting the shit. And if you like them, cool. Make sure you leave the video a like. If you don't like them, leave it a dislike. It's up to you. We were talking about a controversial subject, 9/11, and I want to go ahead and say that we're not going to try to discredit anybody that may have died during the 9/11 attacks, because we have two different basically theories. Eric seems to think that the towers fell on their own. I seem to think the towers fell because George W. Bush wanted them to fall. But who wants to go first? You want to throw your case first? Or you want me to throw mine first?
Now, I think you should go first because, if you feel like they came down, basically you're saying that, look, this thing was put together, this was a conspiracy. 9/11 was staged by the United States government as grounds to go to war. I mean, that's basically your stance, right?
That is my stance, yes.
So why don't you talk about, how you feel about it, and then I can sort of try to give you my rebuttal on why I think it's not true.
All right. For those of you who don't know, I have a background in metallurgy. And metallurgy is the understanding of metal and how metal melts with other things, how chemistry happens within the metal, and how you change the chemistry of a metal to make something else. And with this knowledge of my understanding of it, I look at the Twin Towers or the two planes hitting the Twin Towers, and I think, man, how the fuck did those two planes bring the towers down? I've seen the videos. I've seen like the construction where they basically would one beam fell, another beam fell, pop, 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 pop. But the fact is, the support beams on the Twin Towers, which basically was the whole center core of the building, which was encased in concrete, which is important, basically went up the whole flight of thing, and that held the entire weight of the building in itself. I don't know how much force or what would they measure that in with something just falling? What's something falling measured in? I'm unfamiliar with how you basically measure something falling. It's not coming to the top of my head right now. But basically, the top 20 or so floors of the Twin Towers, I just don't see the weight there collapsing the rest of the towers. And one thing I know about, I don't really know about building demolition to a key, but I know about how metal reacts to things. Mm-hmm. And for the fact that the top 20 floors of that tower to come crashing down and to split those metal beams at a 45-degree angle would be almost physically impossible. Because I don't know if you remember like tanks in World War II. One thing the Germans did to the Tiger tank that the United States didn't have with the Shermans was basically they had what you call sloped armor. And when you slope steel, it makes it thicker. It makes it harder to basically compress. So busting at a 45-degree angle is very unlikely.
Sure. Yep.
So what that leads me to believe is, I don't know if you guys ever seen any kind of demolition crews actually destroy a building. There's this thing called controlled demolition. And when you basically control demolition of a building, you make it so the building falls in on itself. So it's one big neat pile right where the building used to stand. So it doesn't fall over on, the building beside it. Doesn't fall over on the building next to it. It doesn't fall into the traffic. It falls straight down on the foundation. And both of the towers fell straight down on the foundation, almost at free fall speed. That's undeniable.
Yep.
And if you look at some pictures, like I'm gonna put some pictures in the description of this video, you can see how basically the main supports of the building had been cut, just like they would in a demolition thing. Generally, you cut them at a 45-degree angle. You slab a fucking piece of explosive in there, and then when you're ready to go, you punch that button, and that fucking main support goes out. The rest of the building comes down right with it.
All right. Okay. So there's the first part of your problem with the whole thing. Excuse me, is the way the towers came down and some of the evidence that you've seen in the.
Well, I like to also say that there's been other buildings hit by planes, and they didn't fall.
What else? I know you've got a couple other beefs with some other things. One of them is the Pentagon, right?
Well, the Pentagon. The fact is there's no footage of a plane. There's no plane wreckage. Same thing with the field in Pennsylvania. There's no plane wreckage. The hole that the plane left is not big enough for a 767. The hole in the Pentagon is not big enough for a 767 to hit. And it just doesn't make sense in that matter. And another thing is the center supports of the World Trade Center was wrapped in concrete. Anybody knows that concrete is resistant to heat. And that would make it even less temperature actually getting to the main steel support beams, even if the jet fuel was capable enough to basically melt it. And here's some other things. To melt steel, ternium steel, you have to get to degrees of 1400 degrees Celsius. You can do it at 500 degrees Celsius, but it takes a long time, something like 2 hours. And that jet fuel would not sit around there for 2 hours. That jet fuel sat there for like 10 minutes, and it made a molten pool of metal. There was so much molten metal that actually happened from that tower that it basically was there 2 or 3 days after the fact in the rubble.
Right. Okay. All right. So you've sort of given a lot of the popular theories as to why people call them bullshit on 9/11. So we actually, Wings and I, we talked about this a little bit in preparation, like just to, you basically told me, hey, I think we should do, 9/11. A lot of you guys have been asking for it in the comments section. So we started talking about it, and, the basically what you were saying is, the Bush administration needed to go to war, and they needed some very strong, something very strong to enable them to get Congress to pass the War Act and authorize them to go down the road they were going to go, which, first was Afghanistan, then they came up with the bullshit weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and the rest is history and lots of...
One big river of flowing bullshit.
Flowing bullshit and flowing cash and a lot of dead Americans.
And young blood, the blood of young soldiers, all of it right to a river to Iraq.
All right, so let me give you my thing. I ended up doing some looking around on this, okay? And the reason was because, I've known that there's 9/11 conspiracies out there. And one of the things that we talked about, because I had told you that I didn't think it was staged. And, you said, you don't want to believe that your country could have done something like that. And I had basically said, look, I know that, the United States has gone to war for profit many times before. We just talked about Vietnam with the JFK thing.
Hell, we used to be known as the Doughboys.
Well, yeah, other than World War II, what wars have we gotten into in the modern era that weren't driven in some way by profit, right? But here's the thing. I just couldn't believe that, our government would be willing to sacrifice not only all the people who died in the attacks, from the people who were in the towers to the policemen, the firefighters, the first responders, thousands and thousands of people. I'm no fan of the government, and I know, all the shit that goes on, but I just had a really hard time grasping it. And so I ended up doing a little bit of looking around. And I'm happy to say, and here's where I'm going to try to basically, disprove everything that you've just said, because I basically looked up all of the stuff that you've talked about, right? Here's the first thing. Let's talk about the towers and how they came down. What you're talking about, a 45-degree angle, is thermite. Mm-hmm. They put thermite, 45-degree angle, and they can take down the supports of buildings that way. So the what you see, those pictures that you showed me of, and you can put links to the description so everybody can check all this stuff out. But basically, there's pictures of the World Trade Center, and you can see these support columns are cut at 45-degree angles, the steel columns. Those were cut after the towers came down by the cleanup crews, because they were bigger, and there's actually video of one of the cleanup guys on site talking about how they were taking chunks of the support columns down, because there was still a lot of stuff left, tall in comparison, debris that was, pieces of the building that were still there after they came down. They had to clean all this shit up. What you see is chunks of the support columns that the workers were cutting away, and there's actually video, you can find it. Basically, all the stuff I'm going to talk about, there's YouTube videos called 9/11 Debunked. And you can search it, and you can pretty much find debunking videos on every single conspiracy theory involved in 9/11. So what happened was, after the towers came down, the workers had to take all the rubble away, and they started cutting down the support beams. And there's video of a guy who's showing what they did, and there's some that are still left that haven't been cut yet. Next thing would be the Pentagon.
And they're cutting them in 45-degree angles, kind of like trees, right?
They're just cutting them down, chopping them. That's just
so they fall a certain way.
Yeah, right. Because they didn't want the rubble to fall outside of they wanted the rubble to fall in on itself. They didn't want these big steel beams to fall and hit anything else. So they cut them at 45-degree angles so they would fall in towards the crash site and not outside. Okay, so that's that part. The next part would be the Pentagon. The hole that you're talking about, actually, if you look, there's another 9/11 debunked video that talks about this. The hole is big enough. And there is video. It's really shaky, obviously, but a missile, the cruise missile, would not come in at the trajectory that it came in if it was not a plane. The little video evidence that there is, the plane comes in almost, at ground level, right? It was very, very low. A cruise missile would not be able to fly parallel to the ground at under 100 feet and hit the building. You couldn't do it.
I understand. We never said a cruise missile hit it, but the fact is, you're trying to tell me that a guy that just learned how to fly a plane was able to fly a 767 parallel to the ground.
Dude, they hit light poles. There's damaged light poles.
I understand that. A 767 is huge. It's going to take out whatever fucking hits.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's a bunch of shit that it fucking hit on the way to the Pentagon. It hit this giant power generator. One of the engines smacked into it, and there is debris. They did find pieces of the plane. Okay, so that's another video you gotta look for. But the hole is the size of the plane. The trajectory of it couldn't have been a missile. It couldn't have been a missile. Missiles come. Shit.
There's a thing called a Hellfire missile, which is standard on most of the fighter planes.
Yeah, right. They got them on Apaches too.
Yeah, and what? You sure it wasn't a Hellfire missile they just launched into that motherfucker?
You don't think anyone would have saw that?
Do you think?
Where would they fire? Where did they fire the Hellfire from?
From the plane?
From what? What plane?
A fucking fighter jet.
It wouldn't. Yeah, but that's the thing. That if you fired a air to surface missile, it's going to follow a trajectory from the plane to the target. Mm-hmm. It's not going to fly level off at 50 feet above the ground and then fly straight.
I understand that, but the fact is, I've seen the video that you're talking about, and it's 3 seconds long.
Yeah, you can barely see anything.
And there's pretty much nothing there to see, and it just looks like a cover-up video. I'm trying to say that I don't see a guy that can't even land a plane, fly a 767, 100 feet off the ground into a fucking building. I don't care how many light poles you knock over. You know what else can knock a light pole over? A fucking F-450.
Okay, all right. So let me move on to the last one, which would be United 93, right?
Yeah.
You're saying there's a crater and they didn't find it. Mm-hmm. Dude, there is a shit ton of not only eyewitness reports of it, but I saw so many pictures of debris of this plane. They say they actually recovered 90% of the plane. There was a shit ton of debris, dude. There's pictures of it, everywhere.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. If they recovered 90% of the Pennsylvania flight, why couldn't they recover 90% of the flight that hit the Pentagon?
There's pictures of debris of that, too.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures of the debris. It's enough to a person to hold in his hand.
But see, we're going off of the evidence that was chosen to be published, okay? Mm-hmm. So when you're developing a theory and you're basing your theory on what you've seen and not what you've actually witnessed yourself, you're really subject. You're really hostage. You're
really just going out there. I know. I understand the concept completely, but here's another thing I thought about the other night after we talked. How the fuck has the 9/11 victims not had a ceremony every year for the last 10 years?
Why isn't 9/11 a holiday yet?
I'm not talking about the people in the plane. You never hear about them no more. I remember them publishing a log of who actually was on the plane, but I tried to look for it the other night, and you can't find it.
Well, this is what I'm saying. There's the people that were on that plane who are heroes. There's the people who are firefighters and policemen and first responders who are heroes. Why isn't 9/11 Remembrance Day? Why isn't it a national holiday? Still, it should have been.
If that's the case, we got to make Pearl Harbor a holiday too.
Yeah, well, sure, but
because almost just as many people died in Pearl Harbor.
Seriously, why do we have fucking Columbus Day? The fucking post office is closed on Columbus Day, but we can't get a Pearl Harbor or fucking 9/11. Come on, the fuck? Seriously, Like what 9/11? George Bush should have passed a law to make 9/11 like Remembrance Day, like national holiday, like just as important as anything before he left office. And then the fact that
but what's the grounds of making 9/11 a holiday other than remembrance? I mean, they have Veterans Day for remembering people.
Sure. Why? So why? I mean, isn't it a big enough event that it should be a holiday?
It's Veterans Day.
Why not though? Why does?
Because
I don't understand why it's not as important.
Because there's so many other things that outweigh it.
Like what?
Like the Holocaust.
The Holocaust didn't happen in America.
I understand that, but the fact is, that America found them.
So what?
It's just a bigger tragedy. Like it would look arrogant if we had a holiday.
Come on, man. That's bullshit. If we have to like kiss ass to other fucking people just because like more people died in the Holocaust,
it also would support terrorism. If we have like Remembrance Days and all this thing right here, you basically show them that you've actually messed with our mental psyche.
Oh, well.
But I don't believe in a war against terror anyway. You can't fight a war against something that's, subjective.
I mean, we can't live the rest of our lives like hoping that we don't throw a bone to the fucking terrorists. I mean, I think that's a dishonor to all the people who did die or who did, give their lives for other people on that day. I mean, I just think 9/11 should be a fucking national holiday.
I just look at it as subjective like this. I mean, I understand that they came and attacked us first, but how many people did we kill in Iraq, bombing them before we sent the troops in?
Oh, dude, I mean, the reasons why...
Thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Listen here. Like, I don't... And, this is where we're going to get into territory where we're going to start getting, like, fucking Toby Keith sort of people going fucking ape shit in the comments section. But look. The reason why we got attacked by Al-Qaeda is because we've been meddling in the fucking Middle East for decades and decades and decades. You can go all the way back to the coup in Iran. I mean, we supported Saddam Hussein when they were fighting Iran. We were giving them money for weapons then, and before that, we supported Iran when they were fighting Iraq.
And then we had the oil deal with Saddam Hussein too, with George Bush Sr.
That's right. I mean, we will get in bed with anybody as long as we can get fucking some dollars out of it. So, and we've been meddling in the Middle East, since the 50s, I think. Pretty much right after World War II, we started some bullshit over there. So, people say, I don't know why they attacked us. Well, it's because, we've had our fucking hands in other cultures. We've been meddling with them. And then when we're done with them, we abandon them. I mean, look at Afghanistan.
Look at Israel.
We trained Osama bin Laden when he was the Mujahideen, when they were fighting the fucking Soviets when they invaded Afghanistan in the 80s. We created the beginnings of Al-Qaeda. And what weapons do you think that they used to fight the Soviets? Fucking American weapons. So, we're not innocent by any means as far as, why did these fucking terrorists come after us? There's reasons why they came after us, but that doesn't mean that what they did was okay or justified. And it doesn't
the reason the terrorists came after us is because we made the oil deal with Saddam Hussein. Beforehand, we were in bed with the Osama family for the oil, because Osama came from oil tycoons. And then we made an oil pact with Saddam Hussein, and we basically give us cheap fucking barrels of oil for as long as we allow him to stay in power. And then we basically double-crossed the Osama family, and he's had a grudge ever since.
Well, yeah.
That's the backstory.
Our relationship with the Saudis is very dirty, and there's a lot of double dealing going on, and there's a lot of people who are unhappy about it, including bin Laden.
And because you got to think about it, George Bush had just got in office, and guess who fucked over Osama's family in the oil business?
Well,
George Bush Sr.
Sure. I mean, if you ask me, the reason why we ended up in Iraq was two reasons. Not only was it all the money that we could profit from, not only military, but in contracting and Halliburton and the connections to Cheney and stuff, but also, George Bush wanted to clean up the mess that his dad didn't clean up. He wanted to show his dad that he was a big shot, and, I'm going to get him, Dad.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you remember, but the guy running against Bush in his first term was Bob Dole.
Bob
Dole. And do you think Bob Dole, if he would have got elected back then in those Florida states, that we have had 9/11?
If Bob Dole had been president, would we have had 9/11?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the fact that Bush was president is one of the things that triggered the attack.
I think they were. No. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I think it's still, maybe it wouldn't happen on that day. Maybe that sped it up by a year or two, but it still would have happened. I mean, this thing, we talked about it before. It's not the first time they attacked the fucking World Trade Center. They
attacked them before.
a car bomb in the basement, right, during the Clinton era, right? So, the Al Qaeda, I think, claimed
attacked the warship
for the Cole, the USS Cole.
Yeah.
So I mean, they wanted to hit us. I don't think that the fact that George Bush was president was what caused the attack.
Well, after I said it, I started thinking about it. I'm like, it's something like this you got to plan years in advance for.
Exactly. I mean, the resources that they needed to do to set this up, get them in, train them, and orchestrate this whole thing, it was years in the making. So they were planning this attack before Bush was inaugurated, or before the primary, before he even was elected.
It also leads me to say is like, how did nobody stand up in those fucking flights? How many people are on these flights? Like 4?
What do you mean? The ones that hit the towers?
No, yes.
Like, why didn't they do what the people on 93 did?
Yeah.
Maybe they did. We don't know. We don't know what happened. Maybe.
I'm just saying, like, there's enough grown men to outpower 4 to 6 other men with guns.
I know, but it's hard to say how people would react. You've got, you know what I mean? Like, and their ability to... The thing is, the hijackers on the two planes for the towers, they might have been able to pull it off in a way that by the time people knew what was going on, it was too late, and they were already locked in the cockpit. You know what I mean? Because the cockpit can be locked. So with 93, they were able to basically, get in there and disrupt them. And it's my guess would just be that the hijackers for the 2 planes that hit the towers were able to hijack the plane and successfully get themselves and lock themselves in the cockpit so that nobody could do shit. I can't believe that on those 2 planes there wasn't somebody who was trying to stop what they were doing. But
that shit probably wouldn't happen nowadays. Nowadays, if you're a brown man with an AK in a plane, you're gonna get beat up.
Now there's a guy with a fucking Sig Sauer sitting on the plane somewhere who's gonna fucking get a headshot.
Well, even then, like let's say you're on a plane and you see this guy. He looks like he's from the Middle East. He pulls an AK out. What's the first thing you're thinking about?
An AK-47 on the plane? But didn't they use box cutters?
I don't know what they used.
I'm pretty sure they had box cutters. You can't get an AK on a plane.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in your carry-on? It's just nothing. It's nothing. It's just a replica.
Well, box cutters either way. But with box cutters, man,
I think they used box cutters, man.
Didn't the plane doors lock regardless?
What?
Didn't the fucking pilots' things lock just like you said? Like, why would the pilots even open the door?
I think they used the stewardesses to get in. I think that they they grabbed the stewardesses and then had them, held a box cutter up to their throat and had them knock on the door. They probably have some sort of knock that lets the pilots know that it's okay to open, and all they had to do was get in. And pilots are busy.
It's not that fucking secretive, dude.
Well, that's what I mean.
It's more like this, It's not no secret knock.
Hello. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they. I mean, I would hope that there's some kind of protocol for opening up the cabin.
There probably is now, but
or even then. I mean, it's not like this is the first time planes got hijacked. I mean, hijacking has been going on for a while. Not so much in the United States, but around the world, especially over in the Middle East, it's been going on for a while. But I would assume there's some sort of light protocol. But I think what they probably did was they held a box cutter up to some stewardess's throat, and all she had to do was knock on the door, and bam, they're in the cockpit, But so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that there's some weird shit about 9/11, but I can't believe that. As much as I do strongly believe that the Bush administration falsified the evidence they needed to get us to go to war in Iraq because there was absolutely no need to do it. I'm going to say that I don't think that there was a conspiracy to stage 9/11 in order to go to war with Afghanistan, because I don't think there was enough of a benefit to going to war in Afghanistan. If we had gone straight to Iraq, then maybe there would be more credence to motivation to stage it. But initially, we just went to Afghanistan. We didn't go to Iraq. It was like, we're going to go to Afghanistan and stop Al Qaeda. And there wasn't really enough profit in that operation, I don't think, to justify killing thousands of people and knocking the trade centers down.
Well, there we have it. That's the 9/11 debate. It's for you to decide. And this has been Chaos Series with your boy Mr. Chaos Math and myself. The video kind of cut out halfway into it, mainly because of bandwidth issues. So enjoy the gameplay. Make sure you please rate the video. It helps it roar. Peace.
Later.
Call you right back. What's up, Playboys? It's Wings. What's up, guys? Alright. For those who've been following my channel for a while, or even follow my Twitter, you know I kind of bicker a little bit too much on Twitter. And I'm not going to give a sob story based on that, but I bicker a lot on Twitter. A lot of it has to do with basically my channel hasn't grown in about 2 years. I generally have somewhere around the ballpark of 18 to 25,000 solid subscribers that generally watch my videos 2 times a day, and that's my core audience. But Black Ops 2 is coming out, and I basically want to create a bigger base audience to basically give me some sort of growth. That's what I'm looking for, is growth. And after been doing YouTube as long as I have, there's a couple things that I noticed that makes channels successful. One, really good thumbnails. The Gervin does my thumbnails, and in my opinion, they're some of the best on YouTube. So I'm pretty good on that part. Some would argue like Hutch and C Nanners, but if I asked the Gervin to do that, he could probably do that too. I really don't feel like the face on the actual person adds too much to it. 2, smiling. Always be like smiling. I see it in all kind of walks of life. Like you watch a Title Max commercial, it'll be like, "Get your title back with Title Max." You know, just straight up smiling, even when you're not happy. You know, just that fake smile. Oh, see, I suck with a fake smile. It's like, see, I might have to do like something like this, like, see how I raise the eyebrows and it makes me look happier and be like, "Wow, what's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and it's the fucking bomb." You know, instead of like, "What's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. It's the fucking bomb, son." See, I lower the eyebrows there. Lowering the eyebrows makes it stern, which kind of pushes little kids further away. Or at least what I've seen. So I need to start doing stuff on camera at all times. And when I'm doing stuff on camera, try to put the demeanor in of being happy. Keep in mind this is just a test, and I probably can't do it on every video, but there's more to come. There's just a test. Just keep in mind that this is a test, and if you're a hardcore subscriber, just have fun with it. Just roll with it, pretend like it's not even happening. I'm going to see if I grow more in the next week than I have in the previous week. It's just something fun to do. Alright, we went to the smiling. Never having a negative attitude. Always pretend like you have, you know, you just took a big old poop and it's chocolate ice cream. That's pretty much all it can be. It's like nothing is ever wrong. You're always at the peak. You're always at the best performance. People don't want to hear about the dregs of your life. They either want to see you fail, or they want to see you basically they will either want to see you fail or they want to see you succeed. There is no middle ground. They don't want to see you just get by. They don't want to see you, you know, accomplishing something slowly. Nobody watches workout videos over and over and over again. They'll watch 1 or 2 of them, but they won't watch every one of them. They want to see the video where you determinize yourself, or where you give yourself perseverance and determination, and they want to see the update videos where you can see noticeable losses and weight gain, and they want to see that montage video at the end where you basically do all this. And like I've thought about this over and over in my head again, over and over and over and over again, like how I would do that montage if I ever lost the weight. And like I always thought it'd be doing something like in the background, be like, you know, just something like that, and then like have like the camera, just have like a piece of white paper up in the foreground. Let's see if we can do this. You know, I can't do it because the camera autofocuses. But like a camera like that one you see right there, I can focus that on a whim. Just have like the piece of paper sitting out there, and have like something written on it. Be like, and then like have it slowly go in focus, and have it say something like, "I want to change my life," and then like just have like a montage of me working out as overweight and so on and so forth. That's the way I hope for that. But like I said, they don't want to see you just getting by. They want to see you fail and break down, or they want to see you succeed. There's no in between. There literally is. In between is an oasis, and I'm somewhere in between here. Some of my videos I succeed in, some of my videos I fail in, some of my videos get lost in translation. I'm in this loop. This is where I'm at, into this gaping desert. And I'm not complaining about it, man. I'm just kind of explaining the situation. Even though I got 20,000 you motherfuckers with me, that's another thing I gotta stop. I gotta stop cussing. And reason you gotta stop cussing is, one, you alienate people. You can't ever alienate anybody. That's why opinions have to go out the window. Cussing alienates little kids. Little kids can't listen to it in basically their living room, in front of their mother, so on and so forth. So if you notice every big channel out there, none of them cuss. I think I've heard PewDiePie cuss, but he doesn't do it often. And there's a reason for that. Hell, like IGN, they won't even allow you to cuss in the contract. Like, you're not allowed to swear. You could lose your channel if you cuss. So that's that. So far we've come off. Be positive. Always smile, or do what I like to call the TV smile. Be like, like the Jim Carrey smile. Be positive. Always fake smile, or just smiling regularly. The reason I'm calling it a fake smile is not because oh man, nobody's ever happy. It's because you have to do it in a way that portrays happiness and not like the actual smile. See, this is my actual smile. It looks dumb as shit. But see, if I did something like this, it looks a lot more happy. That's why I call it a fake smile, because you have to physically think about doing it. And so positivity, fake smile, no cussing. Thumbnails being really good in that way. And another thing people like is, for some reason, stupid out of the wall things. Like, if you look at TV nowadays, like this video is actually going to go up before this, but I'm doing a video coming up after this video with Mr. Chaos Math, which is generally on my weekend series. And we talk about television. And we talk about a great deal about the fake smiles and how television went zany and stuff like this. Now people like random stuff, and it kind of falls in that aspect of it. Like I watched just the other day. I was watching True TV. Well, I wasn't watching it. Like, it was on when I walked in the house, and they were at number 1. So I stopped and watched number 1, and I didn't know what kind of most shocking elderly, seniors gone wild, whatever the fuck it was. And it was a YouTuber. I know he's a YouTuber because he was the guy that broke his toe by running into the kitchen, and he slammed his toe into the refrigerator. That's the video I've seen of him, but this was a completely different video. But he was basically, he put I don't know, probably 10 pallets worth of Gatorade in the living room, and his mother freaked out. I mean, it looked like the little girl from Science was up in this bitch. So his mother freaked out. She looked, just screaming you're moving out. See, that's what I was talking about just a while ago. She broke. She's at the end of the spectrum where she failed, or he failed, or he's getting kicked out. People will watch that. They won't watch her walking in, sitting the keys down, and be like, why the hell did you put all this Gatorade in the house? See, that's somewhere in the middle. That's boring. Nobody wants to watch that. See, this society today is back and forth. See, I kind of understand what creates a good video. I just struggle with creating that kind of video. I've always tried to be true to myself, and my mouth is big. I mean, that's why I can't put food in it. My mouth is big, but at the same time, I just can't control it. That's what it is. But I'm going to try, I don't know, I might even change voice. I might be going something like, what up, playboys? It's your boy, Wings of Redemption, the fat, lovable, huggable man. We're here with another great edition of Modern Warfare 3. I don't know. I might have to work on the voice or something. But basically, the tone of the video is going to be more positive, and it's going to be almost comical positive. I don't know. I don't want to give away ideas that I have, because then they won't be funny. And I don't have very many ideas, so I can't give those away. I don't know. Just to coat of arms, just trying to tell you where I'm coming from. It's boy Wings of Redemption. Looking forward to Black Ops 2. Oh, and there's also a series I've already got done, which I'm going to upload anyway. I don't know when they're going to upload. I don't know how often I'm going to upload. But like I've done a 3-game set on World at War, where I basically tried out like video camera and gameplay, because I seen that's caught on too. But positive outlook, pimps. Peace. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. Blah, 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 blah. I need a new damn intro. It's back. We got the malt liquor out. It's your boy Chaos Math. Let's go.
What's going on, dude? You know what one you need to bring back out again? It's the yo 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 yo. It's your boy.
Did I just use that one?
Redemption.
Oh, what's up, everybody?
You know the old one we used to do.
Yo 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 yo. Word to your fucking mother. It's your boy Wings of Redemption.
That's the one. I like that one.
I don't think people realize word to your fucking mother is Vanilla Ice.
You don't know how many times I've wanted to start a video and say, yo, 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 word to your fucking mother.
That's some old Vanilla Ice. I mean, I've told the story before about, Vanilla. I know every word to Ice Ice Baby by heart, because my mother used to have like an old Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, and she had she had a cassette player in it, and she had a tape that was like a mixtape somebody had recorded for her off of like the radio. And like the first song on it was Ice Ice Baby, and like
sweet.
So every time we rewind it, Ice Ice Baby would come on, and like
word to your fucking mother.
So turning
Isn't that how it starts? Word to your mother.
Word to your mother's how it ends.
It's
like word to your mother.
He was such a badass.
Yeah, he's like Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch. Hardcore streets of Boston.
Doesn't he like remodel fucking homes now or something? I think he has a TV show on like Do It Yourself Network or something. He like remodels homes.
Marky Mark?
No, fucking Vanilla Ice. It's called like the Vanilla Ice Project or something. I'm serious.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past it. TV's gotten really stupid lately. Like I think I just got done telling you. I just got done watching like a woman freak out for 10 minutes because somebody put like red Gatorade, like crates of red Gatorade in her house, and she was like telling her son to get out my house. I've worked my whole life. And it's like, why am I watching this?
Because TV has become, it used to be you'd watch shows with stories and stuff. Because I mean, let me put it this way: there's a very limited kinds of TV anymore. There's cop shows, lawyer shows, doctor shows, and then there's some form of reality TV. That's really about it.
I think it has a lot to do with the actual attention span of kids nowadays.
Yeah, it's probably got a lot to do with that, but it's also, I think, it's turned into a way for people to sort of either, forget about how crappy their day was and laugh at somebody else's misfortune.
Yeah, but like Jersey Shore had what, like 5-6 seasons?
I never saw one episode. Yeah, actually, the only time I saw that was didn't somebody like punch Snooki in the head or something, like knock her out?
I have no clue, but the fact is they were like, the whole show premises was on like clubbing. I mean, that's pretty much every time I watched it, they were either trying to get a girl, or they were trying to get a girl in the bed, or some ugly girl was like stopping them from fucking a pretty girl.
It sounds like.
And then the girls in the house were also fighting for their affection, and like they'd have like these cry sessions.
Yeah, that sounds like 20 years old though, doesn't it?
I don't know. When I was 20, I was working.
Well, I was working too. I was working and playing in bands, but I mean, when you're 20, pretty much the number one thing on your mind is tail. At least for me, it was.
I mean, I just didn't understand the show at all. Like, I guess somebody enjoyed it because obviously it went on 5 or 6 seasons. But,
well, that's the thing, though, is people like to look at them and laugh at them. For the most part, people are like, "Oh, look at these losers," even though they keep.
I don't even think it's that. I think they connect with them, and what it feels like, we have a society that pretty much needs father figures, and they'll pretty much stretch out and get any kind of father or role model figure they can attach to.
If the situation is a role model for kids, then we're fucked.
Because like, I used to go out with a girl named Shalene. She actually lived with me for a while.
Oh, I remember. Yep.
And she would watch the stupidest shows ever. She liked to watch Housewives of New Jersey and Housewives of Orange County and Say Yes to the Dress. And she also watched these like Tiara pageant shows. This is what she tuned to. This is what she like recorded on the DVR and stuff. And like, I didn't have to. She didn't make me watch it with her, so I didn't really give a shit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I watch this stuff, and like, I'm gonna come back to this in a minute. But like,
that's escapism, though.
Right?
Right?
Why would you watch this stuff? Like, why do you want to watch rich people trying to outdo themselves? And I remember on the Orange County show, one of the rich people actually ended up hanging himself in his bedroom. And she's over here trying to contemplate why he hanged himself. I'm like, I know why he hanged himself. Do you seriously think these people have enough money to throw $1 million parties every other weekend? No,
yeah, right.
They're constantly trying to outdo the other person to try to show off who's richer and who's got more power. All they're doing is like they're basically whipping their dicks out and putting it on the table. Yeah, and what happened is he ran out of money, and like he realized he had fucked himself up and he fucked his life up, so he just couldn't handle it. He hung himself, and like that's what these shows go to do. And like they can placate it all they want. They kind of support it. Like it's almost.
Oh, well, yeah. The worse it gets, the more of a train wreck these people become, the better the ratings get. But again, that just speaks to human nature. I mean, if you want to make parallels to it, you can almost look at a lot of what TV is like today, and then that aspect of it where people want to see someone else fail. To just going back to why did the Coliseum fill up with people getting fed to lions? Because
the Republic was falling and they needed a distraction.
Exactly, is what I said before. Is it's escapism. Like you'd rather see somebody else suffer, or somebody else that you can laugh at and say they're a fucking tool, or they're a fucking idiot, or they're stupid, or while their life is really fucked up, and it takes some of the focus off of your own baggage for a half hour or 2 hours or however you want to do it. I mean, it's therapy for people, and that's why reality TV has taken off, because it was harder for people to suspend their disbelief and get that same sort of satisfaction out of like sitcoms and all that sort of shit. But now you actually get to see real people's lives falling apart in front of you on TV, and it's a lot easier, I think, for people to sort of bite onto that and get what they need.
It's easier to relate to, and like you kind of see TV and YouTube meshing together already. I see it mainly because I'm a little bit behind the scenes in it, but like yeah, sure. Like True. I don't know if you there's a thing called True TV around here. It basically it used to be court TV, but they took an edgier thing and they start showing like the wildest cop chases and shit like that. But their whole channel consists of like YouTube videos they buy off of them, and like I was telling you before, they actually asked me to buy the video of me bayoneting a TV. They offered me $500, and I had to turn them down. And like obviously $500 ain't nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I'm not to the point where I could take $500 and blow it and not give a fuck. I mean, there's serious thought behind that, but
I have a rack, yo.
Yeah, I have half a rack. But I had to tell them no, I don't want to do this, because I knew what was going to happen. Even though I put my video out there and almost 1 million people seen it, I put it out there on my terms.
Yeah, right.
And these people were going to put it up there. They're going to put it on like the world's stupidest people or world's biggest dumbasses, and they're going to have like washed up comedians or like figure skaters like Tanya Harding or like Tone Lock come up there and try to make fun of me, like, oh man, he should have had too many cheeseburgers or something like that.
Oh man, that motherfucker dumb. Look what he done did to his TV. I don't know if you remember Tone Lock, but yeah, I mean. Yeah, that $500 probably wouldn't feel quite as good if you...
No, it wouldn't. It would hurt my feelings, and then, like, even then, it would have hit even bigger audience, and I might even get noticed more, but I don't want to be noticed as the guy who bayoneted the TV.
He must have drank that funky cold Medina.
No, motherfucker's like, I can see it now. It's like, I just fucked up. I just ate 800 cheeseburgers. They probably do some shit like that.
Yeah, that's bad. No, that's good that you didn't.
It's like I'm not gonna go that route, because one, they don't care about you. Just like I talked about earlier with that. I think that was Housewives of Orange County. Those people had money. They're not in it for the money. They're in it for the fame. And like some people confuse fame and money as the same thing. There's two different variables there. Fame is higher on the tier than money.
Sure is, yeah.
And like,
well, fame usually leads to money, too. I mean,
they're usually you get one, you get both.
Yeah, well, like a lot of these people, like look at the we're talking about the Jersey Shore, like, I don't know what any of their backgrounds were, whether they're from privileged families or what. I'm pretty sure some of them weren't, but obviously now, I mean, I know that some of them get like paid to just appear at clubs, And so all they do is they travel around the country to go to these fucking shithole nightclubs, and they get paid, $400 or $500 just to be there, so that the club can say
$400-500.
Yeah, sure, whatever it is, but they basically just get paid to go there and
That's gonna dry up quick though. I remember Paris Hilton used to get 20 G's to show up at a club, and now she don't get nothing.
Yeah.
But that's when she was hot. Like, when's the last time you heard Paris Hilton?
I never thought she was hot. I always thought she had a weird.
I never thought she was hot, but hot is an opinion.
Sure.
It doesn't matter, but like when I use the term hot, I'm talking about like her sex tape just dropped. She had the stupid ass movies.
Yeah.
It makes me sad to think that Paris Hilton was a idol in our society. And what is she known for? Being a spoiled rich girl.
Yeah, her parents are extremely wealthy.
The same thing with Kim Kardashian. Obviously, Kim Kardashian actually branches out and tried to make a business for herself.
And she's fucking hot.
She's a very good looking woman, but at least she's trying to get into business for herself and not just be a leech off the Hilton name.
Yeah. She's delicious and she got game.
Kind of asked to bring a tear to your eye. What do you call it? Onion booty.
Onion. Rack City, bitch. Rack City, bitch.
You slap that shit like a bongo drum. Beat it like a fucking Jamaican chick.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say the stupidity as it is. The Learning Channel, that's TLC for people that don't know, they have Honey Boo Boo. Come on.
What's a Honey Boo Boo? Honey
Boo Boo is like a 4 or 5 year old southern like toddler kind of person. And she like does tiara pageants, and she has like this really redneck family. And
that sounds awesome.
That sounds like nothing the Learning Channel should be showing.
No, probably not.
The Sci-Fi Channel has wrestling.
They're wrestling?
They have SmackDown.
Is on the Sci-Fi Channel?
On the Sci-Fi Channel, they have wrestling. The Science Fiction Channel has wrestling. And they just came out with this new show with Steve Urkel, Jamel White.
Urkel from that sitcom?
Family Matters, yeah, Jamel White. Yeah. Okay. He's hosting a new show called Blackout. I just seen it on TV just a minute ago.
Is that dude like fucking 45 now?
I don't know. He still looks like he does when he tried to get Laura when he turned into Stefan.
Oh,
remember Stefan?
No. What was Stefan?
Remember Steve Urkel would like turn himself into this sexy hunk of a guy and it'd be Stefan?
I didn't actually watch Family Matters.
You didn't watch Family Matters?
Hell no, dude. All right, how old were you when you watched it?
I was like 9 or 10.
All right, well, I was 20. You think I was watching Family Matters? Like I said, I was trying to get tail. I was playing in bands and trying to get tail. I wasn't watching Urkel.
Come on. All the pot you smoked when you was in those bands, you didn't stop and look at some Family Matters, some Carl
no,
Winslow.
I was probably fucking watching, I don't know, what the hell was on back then.
Family Matters?
Dude, I was not watching. All right, I don't know what I was watching, but it wasn't fucking Family Matters. Probably watching Seinfeld or something stupid like that.
Oh, man, but...
Or playing Mortal Kombat.
I played Mortal Kombat too much. But, like, he turned his stuff on. But this whole show complex is they got this camera that can see in the dark. It's like a blue tint. Yeah. And, like, they have these people walk through a room, and they got to, like, figure out what they're fucking touching. They have, like, a camel laying on pillows. They have, like a
camel laying on pillows.
Yeah. And they have, like a tank full of cockroaches and stuff like that. Or, like, they have the stuff like plastic snakes that feel like real snakes. And you see people, like, freak out when they touch this stuff.
It's not like a haunted house thing that they do, like you take the skin off of some grapes and...
No, it's all about the reaction to the person.
Oh. So it's like...
the person can't see it, but you can see the person, and like when they like run their hands or like the camel licks them, they get scared the fuck to death.
Camel. See, now this is getting kind of creepy now. You got a camel laying on some fucking pillows licking people.
Yeah, this is what's on mainstream TV.
8
p.m. prime time.
I'd be like looking around the room, see if anyone could see me watching this show. Like,
it's like you get off work to come watch this.
Shit.
I'm not trying to say it wouldn't be fun to watch. I'm just trying to say it's only going to last about 2 seasons.
Yeah, TV is fucked up these days, but
it seems like they're struggling
these days. You know, I mean, the internet has exposed every dark corner of the world, and so I think people have just I don't know, you know, like back in the 80s or 90s, like even like kids, like it took a lot more effort to sort of find out some of the crazier stuff that was going on in the world. But I mean, shit, by the time kids hit high school now, they've pretty much seen everything. So
Desensitized.
Yeah, they're desensitized. So the product that people want out of television now has to be more extreme just to hold their attention. And I mean, when I watch TV, I'm looking for I like the military channel, the history channel, boring crap.
I know exactly where your brain went to.
But I'm an old man, so
when I watched TV, the first thing you thought about was like Pornhub.
What?
Don't you watch TV? It's your favorite TV show, Pornhub?
No comment.
No comment. I like Pornhub too.
I don't. Well, on TV. What do you mean on TV?
Come on, you ain't got one of those internet TVs yet?
No. I mean, the TV that I have upstairs is. I have kids. I can't hook up the TV to the internet.
Look, TVs come wireless, dog. As long as you got a wireless router in there that has internet.
Yeah, I don't know. My TV, I don't know. I don't think it does. I got my TV in like 2000. I still have a TV I got in like 2008. So I don't think it has that yet.
Yeah, they got refrigerators with internet.
Watching porn up in the living room on the big screen TV. That wouldn't go over too.
You never get that good jerk going on. That nobody in the house jerk.
That never happens. If there's nobody in the house, I'm like fucking doing some sort of crap. I'm down here doing this crazy bullshit. I don't want to talk about my masturbation habits on YouTube.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. But like,
I'm all set with that.
No, we're done with that. But I don't know. I'm just kind of disappointed where TV's actually headed as a whole, because it seems more and more like they've done a reality spin off of everything. They have like people digging for gold in their backyard. They have people diving for gold. They have people digging rivers in the Colorados for gold. They have like the world's deadliest catch. They have like the world's safest catch. They have Yukon men. They have mountain men. They have
a show called Parking Wars.
Parking Wars, yeah. They have a show that follows a parking guy around giving out tickets.
People watch it though, dude.
Well, they watch it because the people get upset about the tickets.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, my big disappointment with it is sort of the same disappointment that a lot of people have with Hollywood, where you see the same fucking movie over and over again, the same storyline. Like, really, do we need another like firefighter show or cop show or lawyer show or doctor show? Like, there's really nothing else.
Do we need another remake of Child's Play? I don't understand why they remake movies. Like, for example, they're redoing Child's Play.
Or the fact that they remade fucking Spider-Man already.
Yeah.
Like, really?
4 years ago.
Reboot that shit? Like,
they did Incredible Hulk like back to back. They did.
Yeah, they did that.
Eric Bonner Incredible Hulk. Next year was the Eric Norton, Edward Norton Hulk. Yeah. And it was like,
I know. I don't get it. I know, but apparently, people are still going on. I mean, people are just gonna. At this point, they'll take whatever you give them to them. It's kind of sad, but it's true. People will watch what you throw, and people are watching Parking Wars, and people are going to see the 18th Incredible Hulk remake. So who knows? Well, once in a while, something good comes out. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It just seems like maybe it's because when I was a kid, I just was more impressed by everything, and now I'm jaded. But it just seems like there's just not as much imagination out there as there used to be.
I don't know. Like, I feel you on that, because video games, I feel in video games as well. Like,
oh, definitely, yeah. All the sequels, like, there's no new intellectual property anymore.
Like, I talked about it in my GameStop video, where I said that there's like 20 games out there, but in the guise of 80.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
I mean,
sequels, side spin-offs.
And almost all of them are based around the first-person shooter. Is that like the only thing the PlayStation and the Xbox does well?
That's what people like the most.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, you know what I used to love as a kid?
What?
I used to love those computer games that were like, you had to solve a mystery. Like Phantasmagoria, The Seventh Guest.
I never did any of those
Ravine.
Games. That was like the first CD-ROM ones with the...
Yeah, CD-ROMs.
Motion capture video and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, FMG. Full motion video.
Yeah, FMV ones, yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. For me, like, I mean, what I miss is the innovation, like Resident Evil 1. Like, when that game came out, it was just like nothing that had ever been done before, or Metal Gear Solid, or God of War. Like, there's been some great games, but you go back 15 years and there's really only like 5 or 6 of them where it was like, wow,
I mean, let's name the great games of the last 10 years. You have Fallout, which was a rehash of a PC game.
Right,
They gave it the Oblivion engine.
Played off of a first-person shooter,
but
and
the fact is,
RPG elements to it.
Regardless, good game. So let's just lump those in Bethesda games.
Final Fantasy VII.
That's the 90s. I'm talking about 2000s.
2000s, all right. Well, you'd have to say God of War.
God of War.
There.
Battlefield. Call of Duty. You got to list them. They're good games.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else is there? We got the Bethesda games, Call of Duty, Battlefield, God of War. The Tomb Raider series took a fucking flop.
Well, I was gonna say, Metal Gear, but that started in the 90s. That came out in 7.
Those games that just started in the 2000s.
There's not a lot, is there?
There's not. When did Mass Effect come out?
I don't know. I never played that. A lot of the things that came out since, the problem with me is I haven't had as much time gaming. See, the thing with me, dude, I started playing video games when I was 5 when Pac-Man came out into the arcade. So most of my gaming, where I really had a lot of time, was during the Nintendo and then the PlayStation era.
Drinking that malt liquor at 2600 fired up.
Malt liquor.
That malt liquor, son, that bull.
Come on now, let's play some Yard's Revenge.
Yard's Revenge.
Dude, I used to fucking pwn that thing. River Raid, dude, shit.
What was the one with Bruce Campbell? Pitfall.
Dude, Pitfall was the shizzle.
Shizzleman, isn't that the first video game celebrity, the first collaboration?
What did it have to do with Bruce Campbell?
Bruce Campbell was the guy who was on the cover of Pitfall.
Oh, the original?
Yeah.
Really, I didn't know that. Pitfall, was it?
No. He might have been on the remake of it.
I was
on the Super Nintendo
because
I don't think Bruce Campbell was around when the Atari 2600 was out.
Yeah, Pitfall came out in 83.
I think he's on the Super NES version in the 90s.
Probably. There you go. Yeah, I'm talking about real Pitfall, 1983 Pitfall, Pitfall Harry, old school.
I remember Indiana Jones had a Atari 2600 game.
The game was garbage.
Yeah,
they're all garbage, but
Pac-Man wasn't garbage.
They were fun for me back in the day, you know what I mean? But we're getting back to it. 2000s shit. I'm sure the comment section will be like, sacrilege, you didn't mention this, you didn't mention that, but there's certainly not as much creativity in the gaming world because it's driven by profit. What you have to look at is the investment that a studio has to make a big title video game now, as opposed to what it cost them 15, 20 years ago to make an investment on a new intellectual property. The stakes are so high now that it's sort of the same thing with bands and labels. They don't want to take a chance anymore, so they just churn out the same old bullshit.
I was about to say, I think money has a lot to do with it. There's so much money invested in it.
Yeah, why should they take a chance on a new game when they know they can make fucking Call of Duty 10?
Because eventually it's going to get sour.
It's going to take a long time, though. Why hasn't Call of Duty gotten sour yet?
Because Call of Duty has the friend factor. It doesn't matter what map you play. It doesn't matter what gun you use. You play it to hang out with your friends.
And as long as it's 60 frames per second, people will keep fucking buying it. So why would they do anything different?
I don't know. What do you guys think about TV and the state it's in today? Does it depress you? Let us know in the comment section below. As always, this isn't really Chaos Theories. This is another series we want to give a name to it. But malt liquor, hold 'em high.
Rack City, bitch.
Rack City!
See you guys.
See ya. Alright, see. That one's perfect. It's probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to get this rolling out. If you want to go knock you some Z's out.
I'm going to go knock it out, brother. That was fun, though. Yeah, this would be a cool thing to do. Saturday, we'll do one for Saturday where we cover an actual conspiracy or topic, and then we'll do one where we just bullshit. Yeah. Dude, we could talk about video games, and we should it would be good to focus on gaming, right? Because you're a gaming channel, and we've had so many conversations about video games, and with me, dude, I've been playing video games for 30 years. I mean,
I've been playing them almost close to that.
right. Well, that's what I was going to say. Like between you and me,
22
like,
years.
yeah. I mean, I would argue I know more about video games than 95% of people on YouTube, and you know a lot about them too. So we just talk about the history of video games and like if we could spend fucking 20 minutes talking about Akari Warriors. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I beat Super Mario at 5.
what?
I beat Super Mario at 5 without using the whistle.
Super Mario what? 3?
Brothers, the original, 1986.
What do you mean the whistle?
Well, the Super Mario Brothers, you have a whistle trick. After level 2, you get to jump and skip to stage 5. Stage 5 has another whistle, takes you to stage 8.
Yeah, right. The warp.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to the warps. Ooh, a beast, son.
Beast. I mean, I don't know. I just got into it. It just clicked.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, as soon as I could fucking do it, I was playing Pac-Man. I moved on to fucking Atari.
I was very good at sports, but like this didn't require physical movement.
Right.
And I was really good with my brain.
Yep.
All right, buddy.
Talk to you soon, brother.
Bye.
Later.
What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. Let's see here. Turn this up right here. Let's go and play some World at War. Not very many people play in this game anymore, so bear with me. Let's see here. I've been really wanting to use the double barrel shotgun, so let's see if we can get this done.
Wait, is it about to begin already? No, I didn't try it begin.
I'm gonna take that out.
Ow. Oh yeah, it's the first time I dropped all of them.
Oh, outskirts.
Oh, that's crazy.
I gotta mute these guys or I won't be able to talk. Because for some reason my brain when somebody else is talking, it automatically decides to listen. Okay. Oh man, I've been playing a lot of Black Ops lately. Been really enjoying the Olympia. And for some reason in my mind, I've remembered this shotgun being better than the Olympia. Let's see if we're right. Sensitivity feels a little slow. I'm kind of scared to change it right now. Okay. There's homeboy. Come on, Skullhead! Pop up! Pop up! Mm-mm. Can we get it? Oh no, they took this tank too. Nope, 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 please don't shoot me. Oh, it's my buddy Skullhead. Alright, I wish I had something to destroy that tank with, but I don't, so we're going to ignore him. Let's see if we can get a UAV to help our team out. Alright, from where my team's positioned, let's go ahead and get down here a little bit. Alright, they're all fighting right here in the middle, so I should be able to get an easy kill or two here by sneaking up on these people. Oh, and I get knifed! Oh, man. And we have dogs out, and I have 2 satchels and a sticky again, so there's a Type 99 with a bayonet. Hopefully this sounds a lot better than normal, so you probably shouldn't be able to pick up my breathing and all that. It generally comes with like a headset mic. But too bad that I can't find the enemy team. There we go. That is so cool. Love that. Switch over to this. Oh no. Reload. Let's just go ahead to get the idea of actually running down here. I think we can make this change. Yes, we can. These guys are oblivious. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna bayonet him. Got you! Okay, I got 3 bullets left. And he's running anyway. Twitch reflexes, playboy. I want to say there's somebody in this left house here. I'm just gonna push it. Oh, Romanian. Alright. Alright, he got dealt with. Oh! Ah, man. Reaction time is so slow. Gotta love the jug. Let's fuck it. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Get in it. Alright, let's see if we can go through over here. Let's run him down! Run him down! Eat shit! I feel you, pimp. I feel you coming behind me. Run over. Where's the sniper at? Where's the sniper at? Let's go and pull the gun back forward. Artillery inbound! Alright, let's go ahead and move this monster truck right on up here. Artillery's going right where he's heading. It's like a big mortar strike, so I like to think about it as. Boom! Uh-oh, this right is how you beat a tank right here. Come on. Eat shit and die, Tommy. Nice Halloween, might as well put a Chucky quote in there. Where are you at, Mr. Sniper? Are you getting shot to shit? Oh, get fucked up, son. This is Battlefield. I would have so took that walk. Get out of my face. Don't satchel charge me. What? You suck. Oh. I got him, but I killed myself too. Alright. Ooh! I lagged a little bit, but I got it. I got it. Good game. Good game. I don't know if you guys can hear that music. It was pretty cool.
I'm still on my win streak.
Look at me, unlimited UAV. Alright, let's see what else we got here. I want to use the aperture. Let's do that number right there. We're gonna call the dogs!
That's gonna help me out in any way, shape, or form. Explain to me how that's gonna help me out. Explain.
see what we got going on Twitter.
My fucking your mom. That's awesome. That's playing the other part. Okay, tell me what was you...
Oh, Chris Kyle says, you know what I just heard? You can't be a racist if you have a black uncle.
Now,
The more you
I
know.
don't know what the question was.
I need something back there. I mean, I picked the color of this room to kind of be like neutral, but it's like really depressing
I
looking
thought you knew though.
when you look back there. And it's a really odd fucking color too, so I can't like just peek it out. Because if I would, I'd green screen just that and like put outer space or something behind there. That would be fucking cool, wouldn't it?
Team deathmatch. Stick together.
All right,
Come out on top.
let's go up there and hide behind the rubble of zeros.
We have taken the lead.
God, I used to love that feeling so much. Oh, Adrian Bailey. Oh, I got you. I heard somebody swinging bayonets and shit. Oh, my lord.
Enemy recon plane right
60
above
to 100 already? Oh, we have Skullhead on our team. Come on. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. Get away, get away, get away! Alright. Shadow Black is down. Jug Dude's down. Let's push in a little bit again. Oh, come on. Headshot. Headshot?
Dogs coming right at us.
Oh my lord, this is bad. This is worst case scenario right here kind of stuff. Oh, I was hoping I could save it. I was hoping I could save it. Not playing very good right now, team.
Enemy recon plane right above us.
Come on, I know I can beat people that have like no concept of cover.
Recon plane is fueled and ready.
There we go. That should help our team out. Woo! God, that guy can see a mile and a half. Oh, come on! What, you're using the same gun as me. Alright, Shadow Hawk, got him.
Enemy recon plane right above us.
It's your boy. Oh, you're a Bailey! Oh, my lord! See, when I'm recording live, it kind of distracts me. Because I'm trying to think about something to talk about while playing. And if you've never attempted to do this, you wouldn't understand. Come on, let's think about it. Because I usually play video games in dead silence. Let's see here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Come on, we got. All right, we're down. We're down by. Come on! Get down. All right, push it, push it, push it, push it. Adrian Bailey, suck a dick. McDonald, suck a dick. God, I can't see shit because it's artillery. I know I'm standing out for. Oh, McDonald's mine! You know! Oh, I scored both of those guys just then. Oh, McDonald, climb through the window, baby, please. Got you. Keep climbing through them windows, baby. Woo! We won. That was a comeback right there.
Did not get in.
That was a comeback.
Every time we knew we were not gonna get in there, we kept trying. Trying. I know, we did. All of a sudden my that was really weird, like how we kept trying to get into that building. You're on the other team, I know you're on.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. And let's go and get this commentary started. Ugh. Yeah, people. What's up, buddies? What's up? I don't know, this is a fake smile bullshit that I said I was going to do. Oh, man. You might notice there's something different in the force today. If you notice, there is actually brand new Modern Warfare 3 footage from Space Orange. I actually got my PS3 copy to work today because Simual kept bugging me to play Drop Zone with him. Even though this isn't Drop Zone, this is Team Defender. I've been really liking Drop Zone with Simual, so you might actually see some Drop Zone with Simual here coming up. And I've been really loving the KSG-11. It's really a fun shotgun when you don't really care about doing well. And with Modern Warfare 3 on the way out, you know, stats don't mean shit to me at this point. So it's just more about enjoying the game at this point, other than, you know, stat padding. But, you know, we're like, why don't they all think, how did the game always be like that? But it's just the way it is. It's how I'm built. But I've been really enjoying the KSG. I've been really enjoying shotguns. Like I started up with the Olympia. I pretty much took a 2-month hiatus from Call of Duty, and like the game is fun again. Like I really enjoy the game in itself, you know, and even the flaws don't really get to me as much. There's not too many, you sus, gosh. Like even so, even when I'm not doing my best, you're seeing that in some of the other things that I'm doing. Like I did just last night. I did a live video feed commentary of World at War, and spoiler alert, I tend to start doing bad halfway through the series, and I don't give a shit. I don't. But the fact is, I also have a really cool moment in there as well. You know, I really love that sensation, and I also really love that fall down, that moment where you're like, all that effort and nothing. But as you can see, I'm being a super bitch here. I'm running the super bitch kill streaks, the UAV counter UAV. And the reason that is because I just prestiged on Space Orange. I think I hit like 5th prestige on Space Orange. Yeah, I know. I mean, Space Orange is pretty much my solo play account. It's one I really don't care about kill streaks or KD. And I just leveled up, and like I got the first game, I got like an attack helicopter, and Blimpy's coming in. He's like, Blimpy, and the motherfucker didn't even make it to the map. I mean, he got shot down. He got shot down like a fucking pack of donuts at a cop, you know, ball or something. I don't know. Bad pun, not funny. Who knows? But Blimpy didn't fucking make it. The guy was like getting defibrillated up there. I mean, it's pretty much a suicide mission. So I'm like, you know, if these punk motherfuckers won't give an attack helicopter 2 seconds of a day, I'm not going to give them the minimap.
And that's exactly what I did. Because I've been playing Black Ops so long, I ain't been playing with kill streaks in Black Ops. I've been playing with the fun kill streaks. Mortar. I love fucking Mortar in Black Ops. That is one of the funnest kill streaks you'll ever use. Because it's challenging. It's not that the fact that it's really good. It's that it's challenging. I love having to guess where somebody's going to be. You got to pretty much time it within 4 seconds. And yeah, you might get at most 6 kills with a mortar team. Usually you're going to get 1 to 2. But it's fucking fun. It is. I mean, it's just fucking fun. I like to get the Blackbird and then go back to the mortar team. And I don't know. I know it's cheating a little bit, but yeah, it's fucking fun. I don't know why they didn't like put like the Rolling Thunder somewhere so you could like co-op it with the Blackbird. That would have been fucking cool as well too, because the Rolling Thunder is pretty much not on par with Blackbird. You know, why could I make the Rolling Thunder like a 9 kill streak, or like a 7 kill streak or whatever? I don't know. I guess then it would take Blimpy out, but Blimpy's more of an area of effect weapon than it is an actual thing. Helicopter-esque. I don't know. Fuck them. Did I miss the queue already? I think I missed the queue. Oh, man. But one thing about Drop Zone, though, is there's a lot of damn snipers. Whew! Zerg Riz reigns supreme up in the Drop Zone. And I like to make a joke about myself that I'm Bill O'Reilly when I play in Drop Zone, because I control a no-spin zone. And I just fucking shotgun the shit out the bush Wookiees. There's an old term, bush Wookiees. I don't know. This isn't the most exciting game, but it's felt really fucking cool. Now here's the fucking minute-long spiel about rating the videos. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Tell me if you like this video. Leave feedback in the comment section. Subscribe. Blah, 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 fucking blah. Facebook, Twitter, please. So, you know, whore out, whatever. You know, Beast in 25 double spray. I'm going to leave this, at the end of this video, I'm going to leave you some boobies. Fuck it. Don't give a shit. Boobies. Here you go. Oh my god, boobs! 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 What up, Playboys? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. And let me get this video going started here. Oh yeah. Now I'm behind the video. Ah damn it. So now I can't compliment on anything that happens in the video. Well, you guys might know that the video itself is going to be I cut up an excerpt of a headquarters game that I have with my buddy Simual. And a lot of it takes place in the same area. And it's kind of just a way to show you how to basically do well with a fucking shotgun on a 2-bar. I played this entire game on a 2-bar, mainly because of my own dumbass self. What I would end up doing is I sent somebody a Dropbox file as soon as I started the game, and I forgot completely about it. And after I sent the Dropbox file, it was like, oh, why the fuck am I on 2 bars? You know, shit like that just slips your mind. But I'm kind of doing this as an update video. Today, I kind of decided to make a change on my channel a little bit. Basically, I'm going to make Wings of Redemption almost a strictly COD channel. I'm not going to say 100% strictly COD channel. There's still going to be like vlogs and, you know, update videos and things like that, and reviews of other games that's going to happen on this channel. But you're not going to see any of my Let's Plays on this channel anymore. Well, this was supposed to happen a long time ago, where I basically started the Let's Play channel during Dragon Age Origins, which was actually at the beginning of this game, Black Ops. And it kind of got sidetracked. I mean, it took off really well, it took off really successfully, and that channel was War God YouTube. But as we're speaking right now, or as this video is going up, I'm going to be uploading my first part of Dishonored over on War God YouTube. I know there's a lot of broken Let's Plays on War God YouTube, and there's a lot of other people's gameplays. I just want to go ahead and explain the channel and what it is in this state right now. War God YouTube was an idea I had back in 2010. It was actually September of 2010, right before Black Ops 1 dropped, where basically I would start doing all my side projects on the secondary channel. Well, I did it for a while. I had a complete Resident Evil 2 Let's Play on there, and I have a complete Skyrim Let's Play on there. I have a complete Fable Let's Play on there.
There's a list of games I have completed on there. There was also a list of games that I didn't really finish because mainly I just lost track of time. I was putting too much time into the Wings of Redemption channel itself. So, what I ended up doing is, like, first off, I tried to give a smaller YouTuber a partnered channel. Not like give it to him, but like just kind of make some money off of it at the same time helping somebody else out. Because when War God at the time, a partnered channel was rare. When I had War God, there was like maybe 50 partner channels in the gaming industry, and that was one of them. And basically, that's where God, who was it? Jeremy, he was the first guy that took it over, and it kind of got to be a hassle via taxes and all that. So we ended up getting Jeremy to go ahead and quit posting on it, and I ended up paying him what I owed him. And then it just sat around again, and I did some more Let's Plays. That's when I did the Skyrim Let's Plays. I did a couple other things. And then my buddy Chris suddenly came back into my life, my buddy from high school. And he basically owed me money, and I said, look, you want some money? Do the Dead Space Let's Play on my War God YouTube channel, and I keep all the proceeds of it. And so he did the Dead Space, and it took off big. It was getting like 10,000 views a piece on War God YouTube, and I thought it was going to be a somewhat successful thing. So I had him take the rest of the channel over because he needed income pretty badly. I don't know if you guys remember him. He's the guy with the big Viking beard. I actually gave his beard away when he had to shave it off. He had to shave it off for a job interview, so I ended up giving his beard away. But like, basically, went on his second reign or his second tour de force. It wasn't as successful. Those 10,000 views quickly faded down to like 400 views, and a lot of people asked, "Where's Wings at?" But the idea of it is, I love the idea of a Let's Play. Let's Play is what got me into YouTube to begin with. It's not what made me start a YouTube channel, but it's actually what made me start watching YouTube videos in general. So I'm gonna try to revive this channel one more time. So if you want to see a Dishonored Let's Play, check in the description below. And while you're checking the description, leave that fucking like, son. Don't make me slam you in the face with a sledgehammer of fallacy. No, seriously, ratings help tremendously. If you have any suggestions or anything you'd like to see happen, feel free to leave in the comments below. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. 85,000 pimps. What up, Playboys? It's your boy Willowbrook. I am tired. Oh man, I have to kill one, marry one, and fuck one, and my choices are Barack Obama, Mitt Romney, or Iron Man. And I'm assuming with Iron Man, I get to have his other personality as well, and not just the suit. Let's think about this. Obviously, I'm going to marry Iron Man. I mean, that's a given. Why not? Why not let it fly? Well, the reason I'd marry Iron Man is, well, he's a playboy billionaire. He's probably into swinging, and I could probably still get me some pussy if I married Iron Man. I mean, what do I get on the other? What do I get on the other two choices? I get a cold-blooded Republican, and I get a Democrat that smokes. Not digging that. Iron Man doesn't smoke. He got more money in both of them, and he got a cool ass suit and a bunch of cars. Iron Man's the marriage. Now I gotta kill somebody, and I gotta fuck somebody. I don't know how to do this without somebody saying racist or a hate crime. Because if I kill Obama, I'm racist. But if I fuck Obama, that could be construed as a hate crime. I mean, on two different ways. Because Obama's like Muslim, and any Muslim, and is like his name's like Barack Hussein Obama or something like that. I don't know. But I feel Obama would be better in the bed than Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney has that cold-blooded, you know, I paid for pussy look to him. And he's got that John Edwards feeling going on with me. You guys remember John Edwards? Whatever happened to John Edwards? Did he ever actually go to jail for that Heather girl? I don't know. But yeah, that would be my choices. Marry Iron Man,
fuck Obama, kill Mitt Romney. Reason I'm gonna kill Mitt Romney because he's a tool bag. I mean, I've seen bags with the name Stanley written on the side of them. That's less of tool bags than Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney seems like the kind of person that will do anything and say anything he needs to do to get what he needs to get. I mean, he reminds me of a weasel. I mean, like a little sniveling weasel. Like, that's just what it reminds me of. And I don't know. I mean, like, do I have to do all this in one life? Do I have to like do all three of these? Do I have to like kill Mitt Romney with like Iron Man suit, and then like have sex with Obama while I'm swinging with, you know, Robert Downey Jr.'s money? I don't know. Or maybe I can use Stark missiles to kill Mitt Romney while having sex in like one of his cars. I don't know. But even then, you get like Mitt Romney isn't president right now, so I figured Mitt Romney would be easier to get to than the president. So how do you sexually seduce a guy that has Secret Service around him at all times? I don't know. These questions, these are all just questions. I don't know. Which would you guys pick? I don't know. This was the stupidest question I could find this morning. And, yeah. Big ups to Simual. Some PM9 gameplay. Audi 5000.
Rape. He's trying to sexually harass us with his words. Rape. Rape! Rape! You're weird, man. What the heck?
I have a
Rape!
4.0
Rape!
KD.
You're trying to rape me! Come on, one more. I don't even think I have this medication. Go over there. Never mind. Roundhouse. 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 Go.
Mm-hmm. Team Deathmatch. Let's kick this. I'm just trying to set up out. This is probably going to be the last game. Yes, I'm getting really hungry right now. That's kind of odd that a fat guy gets hungry. No. Oh my lord. Alright. Ooh, Shadow's the guy that's really talking to, so I bet he's like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Oh my lord. Ripped out my shoes and shit. This guy's gonna come around here. Black. And there's, I need to switch to something with satchel charges. And it's a sniper. Alright. Let's do this.
Enemy recon plane!
Oh man! See, I was getting too greedy there.
Our recon plane will find them.
What? Oh my lord! Come on, knife. And they give me that shitty ass spawn.
Enemy artillery! Enemy recon plane!
Reload. Oh, ow. Woo! Get jump shotted.
Our artillery will break their will.
Come on, you knifed me. You had to have Jug and a knife. Ah.
Find them wherever they hide.
That's an instant kill right there.
Come on, dude! Like they're all over me as soon as I spawn.
They have our location.
This is so lame.
Enemy recon plane.
Alright. No! Get,
Recon plane will find them.
come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Stay alive, Jordy. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
Enemy recon plane. Recon plane acquired.
Just like that. Just like that.
Our recon plane will find them wherever they hide. Artillery acquired.
God damn it, dude. Did that guy seriously have, like, second chance, huh? Look at that shit, dude! They're right where we're spot! Shenanigans! Reload. Come on, reload. Come on. Oh, and it killed me! No, we were coming back! Oh. Well, you can't win them all. I had some bad spawns there. Like, every time they spawned us in like a pincer attack. And I guess times where I ran. What's up, everybody? It's that smooth pimp daddy, your boy Wings of Redemption. I got a little update video for you motherfuckers that you might like. I don't know if you keep up with the Twitter beef or all the beefs that come in and call it the community. Somehow I always seem to get my ass ended up in them. Well, I know how I end up getting in them because I'm prideful. You know, a motherfucker want to talk shit about me, this dude. I'm gonna talk shit back. And a lot of people get butthurt, a lot of people start instigating, that's how the drama starts. Well, I'm going to go and clear some drama up right now. You, J Nasty. J Nasty 720. Everybody knows J Nasty 720. He's one of the masters of boosting for MOABs. He pretty much has like 2 or 3 maps locked down where he beats up people all the time with an MP7 or an ACR in the corner while they just spawn, while his team throw 15 million ballistic vests down, while he has a constant feed of UAV. I understand that playing with a full team is easier, but this dude has put it down to a science to the point where he doesn't allow his team to get kills unless they're funneling them back to him. How many live streams have I seen J Nasty yell at somebody because they got an AC-130? That's some of that stupid shit. That's some of that new commentator shit. That's some shit that you do when you're fucking an egomaniac. That's what that is. And I have no problem with J Nasty as a... Well, I don't know him as a person. From the personality I've seen, he has a horrible personality. He has a personality worse than mine when I'm on PMS poke mode. But I was asking people on Twitter last night. Let's go and throw some backstory here for you. I was asking some people on Twitter last night would they like to come and hear me bitch about YouTube.
And, you know, obviously some people jumped at the chance to talk to me. And Jay Nasty wanted to throw his 2 cents in. Keep in mind, I do not follow Jay Nasty, so he started this bullshit. I'm just going to finish it. I'm like Judge Judy up in this bitch, like go with Greg Mathis or some motherfucker. Look here. He goes, why don't you just quit? You suck at Call of Duty anyway. I don't know. Something about that struck a nerve. Keep in mind, I haven't played Call of Duty since... Well, I haven't played Call of Duty realistically. Realistically means, like, with the idea of wanting to do well. I mean, I've played Call of Duty off and on throughout the year. But, like, I have, like, 7 days on Modern Warfare 3. And I have an extra copy of Modern Warfare 3 because my brother had a copy when he brung him from Iraq. So me and my brother would play Modern Warfare 3 when he was in Iraq. So I'm using my brother's copy, and I started playing a little bit more last night. And I challenged Jay Nasty. I'm like, you think I'm the worst player on YouTube, do you? The fact is, I said, a player like me puts a player like you out of business. And a player like you, basically meaning a guy who boosts for fucking MOABs. Have you ever seen Jay Nasty play without a full team in a constant UAV on a ground war map? If he doesn't know the spawns like the back of his hand, he looks like a little lost deer. And I'm not talking shit to be like talking shit. I'm just pointing out flaws in your game, dude. Everybody has a different style. And what a lot of people don't understand is some styles are better than others in some aspects. And some styles are better than others in other aspects. For example, camping style generally works better in a TDM mode, whereas a rushing style generally works better in a capture the flag or, you know, a sabotage type mode. Those are rushing game types. Something like domination would be a camping game type. You kind of understand what I'm saying here? And as a whole. But the fact is, it's like, you know, PC Master Race. That's basically what he's claiming. And he's claiming he's superior because he plays on the Xbox majorly instead of the PS3. So I called him on it. I go, look here. How about this? How about this for a challenge? Not this Thursday, but next Thursday, around Painkiller Already time. Jay Nasty, 6v6. You and 5 of your boys versus me and 5 of my boys. In a best of, I want to say it's a best of 3 or maybe a best of 5. And it's going to roll something like this. Domination, TDM, capture the flag. That way you have a test of all kinds of game modes. You can pick anybody you want. But you already put the stipulation down that no pro players are allowed. So I'm going to hold you to that as well. You know what that means? You can't use Exquisite. Exquisite won money. He's a pro player. So I'm going to go ahead and announce my first pick on my team. And it's not going to be, you know, somebody that people would just like, wow, Wings went out like that. I've already talked to him. He's already said yes. I'm going with my boy Redneck. Zedneck. Mr. Montezuma's Revenge. Mr. If It's Brown Port. Mr. I Don't Give a Fuck Modern Warfare. And that's how it's going down. Answer me back. But keep in mind, guys, this is not a super beef drama, but this is something to get us by until Black Ops 2 comes out. I'm very excited for Black Ops 2. I've been getting back into Call of Duty for a while now. I've been wanting to get back into it, and I'm having fun. I'm getting my shot back. I play some games just right now with some subscribers on some Modern Warfare 3. It was mainly domination, but the whole goal is I'm just getting it down, so I'm using the ACR religiously. And, yeah, it is what it is. And people might think I made a bad pick, but who knows? I got a couple other picks that people are going to question too. But see, it does, like, if you ever paid attention to the Athletics make it to the playoffs every year. Athletics ain't got nobody. You know why the Athletics make it to the playoffs every year? They build a balanced team. They don't build home run hitters. So pick your team carefully, Mr. J Nasty. You set the rules. I didn't. But in all contests, there's always a winner and a loser. And whoever loses this contest, if it's me, I don't give a shit. You know, I don't give a shit because I'm already considered the worst player on YouTube. But I'm actually happy to be the underdog in this point. But it goes like this without saying. Contests prove something, but they don't prove everything. So don't think that whoever wins this contest is the end all be all, and it doesn't really prove anything. But
that's just the way it is. Hope you guys like it.
Peace.
What up, Playboys? What up, Playboy? That's your man, Wings of Redemption. I want to go ahead and talk a little bit more about this Jay Nasty situation, or if people don't even know who Jay Nasty is. I've seen a lot of people like, who the hell is that? He's a commentator, and he does his own type of gameplay. You can check him out if you want to. Go find him on YouTube. But here's the deal. I want to go ahead and come clean about the whole idea of what this actually is. This right here is what the YouTube Call of Duty community needs. This is what this is. I mean, for years now. I've been doing this 4 years now. 4. And I've noticed, and I've looked at things, and this is what the community does need. Even Redneck kind of hit on it, and I'm like, yes, somebody's getting it. The community needs competitiveness. That's what it needs as a whole. Everybody sits around, gets penta MOABs. Everybody sits around, drops fucking 100 kill games. Everybody sits around and speculates what would happen if this and this happened. And speculation is only so much fun. And the fact is, this right here is kind of pushing more towards Black Ops 2. In a way, this is Black Ops 2 for the most part. Because, one, myself, I'm hoping to become a more competitive gamer in Black Ops 2. I don't want to be a pub player anymore. I don't want to basically get on a pro team, but I want to take my gaming to a new level. I don't want to care about 5 KDs in a public setting against Billy, who just bought the game for Christmas. I want to get, 2 KDs against, some of the best players in the game. That's what I want to do. What I want to do is actually learn the abilities that I've not been learning lately. And I want to basically bring a light or share into the public setting. Because, you know what? Competitive gaming can be fun. If you think I'm lying, look at the video response. I put that video out this morning at like 8 o'clock. It's got 40 or 50,000 views already. That is enormous for my channel. And the fact is, people are interested in this kind of things. Remember the Billionaire Showdown? I think the Game 360 won that. The fact is, people showed up to watch that thing. There was like 1 million people showed up to watch that thing. That's what this community needs. I'm not trying to say that you have to be a good player to be a Call of Duty commentator. I'm trying to say that people want to see their favorite commentators actually compete against other commentators. Just imagine if you had like a baseball arena where everybody speculated how good they could play baseball, but nobody actually played baseball against each other. I mean, just like fighting, everybody has their fans, everybody has their supporters, and obviously we're in a situation where there's more people, there's more that you can bring to the table than just gameplay. So that was one in effect of my decision to do this. It was to basically bring out the competitive nature in Call of Duty, because people want to see their favorite commentator's face. They want to see, Fearcrabs versus the Market J. They want to see Jay Nasty versus, and Simulus. That's what they want to see. They don't want to, they don't want to see like 2-minute gameplays of quick MOABs. You know why? Because that's the same reason why competitive COD has failed to this point. Because it's unrelatable. You get a guy that struggles to, learn the spawns, and you show him a 2-minute MOAB, all he's going to be is like, wow, that's good, that's great, man, dude, you the bomb. You didn't help him a damn bit. And unity is one of the things that Call of Duty is based upon. All first-person shooters are based upon teamwork. I mean, there's like one game mode that isn't based upon teamwork, and that's free-for-all. There's only one game mode that you can pretty much play by yourself. Well, in Modern Warfare 3, there's other game modes, but they're essentially free-for-all variations. And it's a team-based game. Every game mode is generally you have to work together as a team. The team that works together the best is the team that most likely is going to win the game as a whole. And this is pretty much how I'm going to spawn it out. The idea or the drama behind the thing, that's more of, candid and fun. I don't know who Jay Nasty. I don't watch his channel. I don't give 2 flying fucks about him. The reason being is he's just not in my inner circle. And like, one good player is as good as the next good player, and that's just the way I see it. It's like, I don't like the dude. I can't say I don't even like to do because I don't know him. I mean, I've only watched like 3 live streams of him, and all I can do is relate to what I actually can see in him. I can see why he's angry. I can see where the frustration comes from. I can see his thought process. He's a very simple person. But on the other hand, take a look at this game, for example. This game right here you see in the background is a fantastic example of what anybody could do if you run into a bad enough team. This is a 6v6 domination, and this is me playing on my Space Orange account, and I drop 100 kills on 6v6 domination on Nuketown. It's not like it's never been done before, but, you know, 100 kills on 6v6 is essentially like 150 kills on domination. It's not like 100 kill games are out of the reach of any other player. I mean, pretty much all you're proving when you beat up a large amount of people is that you can beat up a large amount of people that don't know where you are, but you know where they are, and you have every advantage in the world against them. And, like, that's why this thing's intriguing. Jay Nasty generally has the advantage of everything. Just like people say he's dropped Penton, solo MOAB, blah, 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 fucking blah. You know what? There's guys that can make half-court shots. There's guys that, you know, kick soccer balls and they go into the goal from across the field. There's guys that, you know, wreck their car and come out unscathed. You know, Bigfoot has his spotters too. You know, just because you get it doesn't show how hard you had to work for it. I mean, there's only really 2 guys in this community that consistently do well, and that's TB and R Frags, and that what's the other dude's name? Both of them are like Swedish. And even then, you can speculate on that. I mean, like, well, they play in a time zone. They don't play against the really good players. How good is the actual Swedish population? How, you know, there's all kinds of speculation that you can throw out there, but why? I mean, just finally, like, okay, they're cool players. And they showed they consistently do well. And those are the only 2 guys I've ever seen that, without a doubt, shadow of a doubt, 50 to 70% of their games are MOAB. I've never seen another player in my life that comes close to, you know, the standards that some of these guys hold themselves to. And this isn't about who's best. This is more about the community growing as a whole. Who cares who wins? It doesn't matter. The idea of who wins shouldn't affect anything else. Do you care who wins in the World Series this year? You know what? There's going to be a World Series next year. But that's just my piece on it right now. And what do you guys think? There's a damn dog barking. Hello guys, it's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I want to go ahead and talk to you today about something that I'm very passionate about, and that is domination. Domination is a game mode I've been playing in Call of Duty for years, and it's one of my favorite game modes. Actually, it is my favorite game mode, opposed to War. But War's only made it into one Call of Duty, and Domination has made it into every Call of Duty. So let's go ahead and talk about what I don't like about Domination. As for somebody that plays Domination a lot, Domination is a little unfair to a person that doesn't have a full team. This game you're watching right now is me playing without a full team. And I feel like I was playing good enough to carry my team, but not good enough to keep all the flags and be everywhere at once. So how do you make it more fair for a couple strong players joining a public game versus a full team that they feel like they're doing a little bit better than, versus the system that's set up now? The system that's set up now pretty much punishes anybody that tries to play solo, and a full team traps you in a spawn, and it's pretty much take you right to the meat locker. Well, I've come up with a system, but it utilizes something a lot of people do not like, which is spawn delays. So let's go ahead and hear it out and why I think it would be a better system, and it would be better for competitive play, and also would be better for people looking for that challenge added to their game. Spawn delays are nothing new. Almost every game mode has them, aside from like TDM and Domination in itself. Like Capture the Flag has a spawn delay. So spawn delays in my book would be the answer to people controlling a flag, controlling an area. You know, because how many times have you killed that guy head glitching a box only to have him tack insert and be right back there by the time you get 3 feet? You need a way to allow you to surmount a basic principle. You need to surmount, like, a rally.
And you can do this a couple ways. There's momentum, which we're not going to talk about. That's based off war. War did that really well. The team that was doing better carried momentum into the next flag. Or you could add the spawn delay. And I feel like the spawn delay would be the more fair option. So let's go and talk about the spawn delay. How would that work? Well, how it would work was basically the team that's winning the game, that's controlling 2 flags at one time. You basically have a 5-second spawn delay on your team for capturing 2 flags at one time. So right now my team would have a 5-second spawn delay. This would be a rotating spawn delay, kind of like capture the flag. So sometimes you might get it on 3 seconds, sometimes you might get it on 4 seconds, sometimes you might get the entire 5-second delay. But irregardless, if you're controlling the map, you have the spawn delay. This allows the team that's not controlling the map a better chance of acquiring a flag and more of a chance that somebody might actually play the objective and actually take the flag back. If you're one of those teams that dominate right out the ass and you actually get a domination where you capture all 3 points at one time, you now do not respawn at all. But since you're not respawning at all, you can basically get 50 extra points for every time the ticker clicks over and you get the 3 points. So now it's basically like a headquarters game. The longer your team can hold down a 3 cap, the more points you're going to get, and it's a way to score more points. But it's also a way to get a team that's really down under luck back into the game. A team that has all 3 points captured could very easily capture 2 points and put themselves in a 5-second spawn delay and have you reeled, and you have to pull them back out. And I feel like it would add more challenge to the game. It would make the game more fair, and I think it would bring fresh air into the game mode itself. What do you guys think of Domination Pro? Let me know in the comment box below. And if you could, please subscribe if you really like this. I make Call of Duty videos every day. And leave a like. Like helps me out a lot. Thank you. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm Audi 5000. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. What's up, dudes? It's your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm going to do a quick video here today. How to escape from the cops on the Ford F-150 Raptor. It's one of the first vehicles you get in the game. And this is very challenging because you only have 2 minutes to do it. What I suggest you do is make a right, hit this pit stop, and then to your right you'll see a courtyard. Go into the courtyard. And then you go around the building. You'll see like a little loop. It doesn't matter how graceful you do it. You don't really even need to use your nitro, but I use my nitrous here anyway. You'll have 2 jumps in quick succession. Make sure you line them up perfectly, and make sure no cop is on your tail or he'll flip you. Alright, by the time you get over this hump here, you'll be entering cooldown mode. But don't lack off yet, because once you get in cooldown mode, you still have to wait 3 ticks to get them off. If you notice your mini-map down at the bottom, you'll see, let's go ahead and pause it right here. You'll notice that the blue arrows are all around you. If you notice, they point in a certain direction. That is the direction that the cop is heading. So when you do that way, try to go a little bit slower and be more methodical about your movements. Make sure you take routes that they're not heading to, because it's based off line of sight and not area of effect. You can drive right past one as long as he's not on the road you're on, and as long as he's not looking your way. You see that happen coming up right here in a second. I'm going to pause it again once that happens, and I'll point it out to you again. Alright, see the heat levels decreasing? Alright, right, boom, stop right here. Again, look how close I came to these cops. But see, one was pointed in a northwest direction, the other was pointing toward a more westerly direction, and I was able to slip right by them without alerting either one of them. And you'll see my cooldown right here continues to go down. I was able to do this and elude them. I see a cop right ahead of me now, so what I'm going to do, but see, he's going to the left, so I can just go right down the gullet and get away from him. This will allow me to get my target time in very easily. I know a lot of you might not have this game yet, but trust me, this is one of the harder sections that I've came across so far. Hopefully you'll be able to use these tips. And should you buy this game? Hell the fuck yes. This game is so fucking cool. I've had so much fun trying to beat some of my buddies' scores that actually also got the game as a promotional copy. And like, I've been going to like war with T Martin and Onslaught on the track, because when you buy the game and you pop it in, your buddies that play the game too. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and show you. As you see right here, I actually beat T Mart's time on the speed camera. It doesn't say it right there, but right there it goes. It shows that he hit it at 81 miles an hour. I hit it at 94 miles an hour, which lets me know that I'm doing a little bit better than him when he did this track himself. And there's all kinds of trials, and you get to customize your car. You even can race your buddy's cars, and you can actually win cars from him. Say I wanted to challenge Onslaught, and I got to the point where he was on my most wanted list, and I wanted to challenge him for like his Shelby 427. I could actually do that. I could challenge him and try to take his car from him. You can race for pinks with your friends or anything else. Really cool game. Pick it up. Very fucking fun. Alright guys, just wanted to drop these little tips for you. If you want more Need for Speed, let me know in the comment section. Also, letting me know by rating the video. Thank you guys for your time. And it's been your boy Wings of Redemption. And I'm Audi 5000. Peace.
I'm back on the guy. 10-4, I've got you and the suspect in sight.
I'm Wings of Redemption. And so I want to go ahead and talk about some stuff here. I just woke up, so give me some time. I want to go ahead and announce my team that I'm going to be using in the 6v6. And I also want to talk about some of the rules I would like to be implemented, and maybe the maps that we're going to be able to play to give everybody a fair advantage, have level playing fields. Alright, see, this is not going with standard GB rules. I'm basically going to try to play the game out of the box, just like everything else. The reason I'm playing the game out of the box is because I want to see if it's going to be more entertaining matches playing the game out of the box than it would be versus playing it with the GB rules that are in effect right now. And I think it would make it more exciting because you get to see some of your favorite guys go up against each other with the same rules you would be under if you went up against them, and to see how they would react to things, see how they adapt, see how they learn. So without further ado, everybody who clicked on this video wants to know my team. So here is my team as of right now. There's not all officials. There's actually two people that hasn't really said yes. Actually, 3 people that hasn't really said yes yet. But as of right now, this is what my team wants to be. There's me, obviously. And then I have Ronaldinho, 12-24. I also have Zednek, Mr. Poet, Mr. Montezuma's Revenge. I also have GB Kong. You guys don't know who GB Kong is, but he's a guy that's going to be on my team. And this GB Kong's already confirmed. But this next guy, he asked to be on my team, and I accepted, but I haven't told him yet. It's Shao is OP. You can find Shao's channel in the description below if you want to see some of it. The guy's amazing. He is I actually met Shao when I played Black Ops on Mercenary TDM, and I actually beat him twice. But that was mainly because he had a bad team. His team sucked. But we hit it off. We became friends, and he's a really strong player. So Shao is OP. He's going to be one of our slayers with GB Kong. GB Kong is another really strong slayer. GB Kong is actually one of my friends from the PS3. So he just recently got an Xbox to do this. So it was me, Redneck, GB Kong, Shao is OP. And we're going to have some alternates too, so you're going to need more than 6. My buddy Simual wanted to play, so I'm putting Simual as an alternate, and also Mr. Sensationalized wants to play, and I don't know if Onslaught has confirmed that he's going to do it yet or not, so that's why Onslaught hasn't really been put to the list yet. I haven't got if he wanted to do it now, and confirming that he wants to be on the team. So Onslaught and Mr. Sensationalized has also expressed he wanted to be on the team, and I can put him as an alternate. So that would be my list as it sits right now. Onslaught, Ronaldinho, Redneck, GB Kong, Shao is OP, Mr. Sensationalized, Simual, and I'm missing somebody. There should be 8. Who did I miss? I don't know. All the names are listed right there. I'm sorry. I'm just losing my mind. All right, maps. Alright, been thinking long and hard about the maps that we should play, and it's going to be a best of 5 series. I've concluded that. The reason it's going to be best of 5 is because it gives the most fair advantage, and it's the easiest on the nerves or whatever. And I wanted to do it like this. This is up for debate though, because obviously Jay Nasty has to agree to all this and so forth. I want the maps to roll like this. I want Arcade Domination as the first game. Arcade Domination. The second game, I want a team deathmatch on Hard Hat. The third game, I want a Capture the Flag on Dome. The fourth game and the fifth game are both Search and Destroy. One's on Seatown, the other is on Hard Hat. That's the way I want it to roll, because if nobody sweeps, there has to be Search and Destroy. And you have 2 rounds of Search and Destroy to kind of determine the winner. I feel like this would bring the most enjoyment out of this event, and I feel like it would put it into a more competitive level, and you get to see somebody adapt over a broad range of game modes opposed to just 2 game modes. So what do you guys think? What do you think we could do to make it better? Oh, also, I would like to move to have the EMP removed from this contest. In my book, the EMP is the only thing in Modern Warfare 3 that's unbalanced. And yeah, I just don't want the games to become a race to an EMP like you would in a normal domination game against a strong team. Let me know what you guys think. It's your boy Wings of Redemption. I'm Audi 5000. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back and I'm bringing you a gameplay. Well, it's from Ronaldinho. This is more of a Meet My Team kind of series that I'm going to do for the next 4 or 5 days, where I actually introduce you to the players that I picked to be on my 6v6 team. This one's Ronaldinho. He should be familiar with everybody here, because Ronaldinho was actually somebody that I helped discover. He actually discovered me, but to be perfectly honest, about 2.5 years ago, I sent out a thing looking for people to play on my PlayStation's friend list, and it had a really high criteria. And the reason I had set such a high criteria was because I was tired of losing. And Ron was one of the first people to send a message out. He's like, yeah, I got like a 5 KD on Modern Warfare 2. And I'm like, 5 KD? I gotta see this. You know? Ron was a fucking monster on Modern Warfare 2. And then Black Ops happened. Black Ops, I kind of got more serious into the gist than I was in Modern Warfare 2. In Modern Warfare 2, I was young. Hell, how old was I in Modern Warfare 2? That was 3 years ago. I was like 22, 23 during Modern Warfare 2. And I was really naive. I didn't really have my heart in it as much as I should have. When Black Ops came around, I started to get more serious about it. And when Black Ops came around, Ron basically offered gameplay. He goes, dude, if you ever need gameplay, just go ahead and take some out my folder. I'm like, okay, so I started looking through his stuff. I'm like, man, this guy's magnificent. Because Black Ops introduced the theater mode. And in theater mode, you basically got to see how other people played. They kind of ruined it in Modern Warfare 3, in my opinion, but in Black Ops they did it perfectly. And I actually got to see him play, and instead of just seeing the end score that came behind him. And I found myself looking through his theater mode, just being like super impressed. I was like, I found myself sitting there eating and drinking, just watching Ronaldinho play in theater mode, just like a lot of other people did when theater mode first came out. So I decided to start putting some of his footage up, and people kept asking for it over and over again. It almost became a weekly thing where people would literally ask for me to put more Ronaldinho footage up. So it got to the point where he bought his own capture card, made his own channel, and he just recently made another channel called Ron's Gamertag, which you'll be able to find in the description of this video. But Ron is an amazing player. He's the kind of guy that can hold a 7 to 10 KD legitly. He's like a 400 or 500 score per minute. He's like a 700-800 if he's trying. 400 or 500 is just roundabout. He's one of those guys that is just naturally gifted at Call of Duty. He doesn't need like gun tactics because he has such good twitch reflexes. And the reason I know this is because in Modern Warfare 2, in the beginning of Black Ops, Ron was stealing his internet connection. Yeah, he played on the PlayStation mainly. And Ron would basically have his PlayStation set up to wireless, and he would get like the runoff of his neighbor's internet. So he would always drop. Well, he still has that problem of always dropping. But like he'd be running on like 100 ping server and still be dropping 6 KDs. And he pretty much is a contradiction to everything I've ever said that you need a good connection to do well in Call of Duty. But, you know, there's white alligators, and there's also like white horses in mist. and Ron would be the albino alligator of Call of Duty. Him and Mellow Gamer, which is another guy who has a strangely bad connection, are two of the prominent contradictions of everything that Call of Duty is known for. Call of Duty is generally a connection-based Twitch shooter, and they defy the odds. Amazing player. Ronaldinho would have if he applied himself, he'd have a very successful role as a main slayer in like an MLG team. And probably anybody would be lucky to have him, because Ron is the epitome everything that I'm not. I play on a 2 sensitivity, he plays on a 10. He rushes, I can't. He has a 400 SPM, I have a 260. And even though we both get the same thing done with different styles, his has more, I don't know, I don't want to say class to it, but his has that fun factor along with it, because he plays on such a high sensitivity. It constantly makes you engaged. It constantly keeps your attention. It's hard to tell what he's thinking when he's doing it, because he's moving so fast. And it almost seems like he's always in that zone. You know, that zone where you get warm and you just start hitting all your shots? It seems that's Ron's gameplay as a whole, staying in that zone. But that's Ronaldinho. That's one of the first picks I got on my team for the 6v6. And tomorrow I'll be doing Sheo. And hopefully you guys have a wonderful evening. Check out Ron's channel in the description below. And I'll see you guys later.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and it's that time again. It's Saturday. You know what happens on this Saturday? It's the Chaos There Is with your boy, Mr. Chaos Man.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, you gotta drop the rap, son, before you go to AO.
You know what I need to do? I should make up some sort of Rack City parody for this series at some point.
Yeah, Rack City parodies. You know what you should do? You should go and pour that malt liquor.
Malt liquor?
Malt liquor, son. That corn liquor up in here.
There was some pretty funny names for the other series, and something like Malt Liquor and Rack City. Anyway, what the hell are we talking about tonight?
Well, this week we did things a little different. What we did different this week is we had the actual people or fans of the series vote on Facebook what they wanted to talk about, and some of the votes were about time travel. Mm-hmm. They were about Nazi science in World War II, and they were also about fucking Kyle.
So we're going to talk about fucking Kyle now, right?
Well, that's not a conspiracy.
It could be.
It could be. But we can knock two out at the same time. How about we do the Nazi device that was a time travel device in World War II?
Dude, yeah, World War II and Nazi sort of history is always fun to talk about. Yeah,
I like the Nazi stuff, because for people that didn't really follow World War II, or you might be too young and you haven't actually learned about it in your history class in high school, Hitler was really into the occult. Like the Black Forest, he thought was like a playground for aliens. Even the swastika itself is a Buddhist symbol.
Yeah, it's a mystical sort of has mystical origins. Yeah, it was originally like a pagan symbol, wasn't it?
It was all over the place. I remember I did a video one time. It was like an update video, and I used all kinds of swastikas from different religious views. I had some on the Buddhist statue. I've had some on Roman helmets and stuff like that.
That's right, actually, yeah. Quite a few different cultures have used it, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and people, that video actually got flagged for hate speech.
I bet, yeah. You it doesn't take much to get to. And here's the thing with Nazis in World War II. For me too. I just, it's fascinating, and it's not because we subscribe to Nazi ideology or anything, but you have to admit it's just a fascinating piece of history, and there's something just mystical about the whole thing. How much power he had over them, how fast they grew, the style, the look of their propaganda, their uniforms, everything. There's just something that draws you in about it, that you just want to learn about it. And
I always get a lot of flack about Hitler, because I say Hitler was an evil man. He was a man that nobody should probably imitate or mimic in any way, shape, or form.
That's good advice.
But Hitler took a German economy that was pretty much where America is. They were in recession. They had just lost World War I, and he rebuilt them from the ground up. Mm-hmm. And they became a superpower
within
That's
like
right.
a 10-year period.
Yep. I mean, Germany was under the Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah, the Versailles Treaty.
Which was put into place after World War I, which, limited their navy, it limited their armaments, and it basically made them the shit dog of Europe.
Everybody was out of work.
There was
unemployment was like 40%.
rampant. Yeah, Germany was in tough shape, and he came along, he turned things around, and he came into power in, it was like the early 30s, right? 31 or 32?
I think it was the mid-30s. I was like 30...
I think
536.
I think I don't know, but he started to rise, before that. But I think he took over in like 35 or something like that. But within the span of 10 years, I mean, he turned that country into, just barely scraping by to a world power.
A world power that almost took over. Well, it took over the entire European continent.
Well, I've always said
most of Africa.
If he had just waited until spring to go after Russia,
Why even go after Russia at all? Why not wait until you've pretty much made a bulkhead? You finish England off, you get the Africa going, you get all the oil from the Middle East, start pouring into your fucking Tiger tanks, then you go after Russia.
Well, he created a war on two fronts. That was his fatal flaw.
Yeah, I mean, like, he went after Africa and the Middle East because of the oil. He wanted the oil for it, but this isn't really a history lesson.
Here we go again. We're like the kings of fucking sidetrack.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the mystical side of the Nazi regime, the National Socialists, everybody's favorite red guys. We're going to talk. It's actually interlinked with what a lot of y'all might actually know. The Nazis had a secret weapon called the Wunderwaffe. The Wunderwaffe. It's called the Die Glocke. It's called Das Bell.
Das Bell.
Das Bell.
That's good.
Yeah. And it was actually a time travel device that was skeptical about it. And you actually get to see it in like Call of Duty World at War, in like the teleporters and stuff. They're actually made after the Bell.
Right, the zombie maps.
And there was a book put out by Igor Wistowski, and it actually talked about the Bell and how it was created and how he's seen it and all this thing, and talking about the mercury flask that pretty much would turn in a counterclockwise motion to make an anti-gravitational pull. And some say it took people to other dimensions. Some say it was some sort of bomb. There was all kinds of speculation about the Bell, but there's really not much on it as a whole.
Yeah. So what's the deal? Like, I mean, there's a couple accounts of it from people who say they saw it. But was there any actual photographic evidence of this thing?
There's a site. There's a picture of a site on Google Images from what I found.
Yeah.
And it's like almost looks like a Stonehenge type site that has like the ground like permanently burnt, and that's where they say they tested the Bell. And it's in, I think it's somewhere near the Black Forest in Germany.
So there's just like a stain on the ground?
Yeah, and like the grass just doesn't grow. It's like burnt grass.
Well, that's not very good evidence, is it?
It's not good evidence at all. But this isn't about good evidence. It's about something fucking cool to think about. Like, that brings to the concept of, I don't know if you know who, God, what was that guy's name? I'm sort of trying to tell you somebody. Arthur. He wrote 2001. What was his name?
2001?
The book 2001.
Oh, I don't know who wrote the book.
Arthur C. Clarke.
Yeah, I know the movie, but I never read the book.
Arthur C. Clarke wrote a book called 2001. Stanley Kubrick ended up redoing the book as a movie, and then it also was 2010, and then there was 3001. That's the three books that he wrote. But he pretty much used Einstein's theory writing those books, which was that if you could travel faster than light, you could go back in time. Because in theory, it makes sense. In theory, it does. Right. Because what is light? Light travels. Like your eyes see light, and what your eyes see is what the light hit last time it came into effect. So it goes into the retinas. So if you could go faster than light that's leaving Earth, and you look back, you would see the Earth of the past.
Well, that's essentially what you look at when you look into space. You're looking back in time.
Yeah, you're essentially looking back in time, because like the stars that you see in the sky right now might not even be there.
Mm-hmm. And if you look, across the universe, you're basically looking at the beginning of the universe, because it's taken the entire, life of the universe for that light to get across it.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it like that.
It's even more crazy that you're looking at something that doesn't exist anymore. Just imagine if all the stars were gone.
Well, right. I mean, if the
and like all of a sudden they just black out, and you got to think about it. Oh, those stars are gone because they blew up like 10,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, right. When you look up and you look at the Big Dipper, yeah, that's the Big Dipper. 10, 15,000 years ago or whatever. It's crazy.
So
Very
essentially,
strange.
you could travel in time if you could move faster than light.
Yeah, I think, what is light speed? It's like 365,000 miles a second or something like that.
Well, we have the strongest weapon ever created by man right in front of us.
The Oracle. That's what I always tell my wife. I'm like, look it up when you ask the Oracle. You can find out anything in like 4 seconds.
The speed of light is 299,792,458 meters per second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know how that translates to miles. But it's pretty freaking fast. Let's just say that. So, one of the things I've always wondered about that, though, like if you were
700 million miles per hour.
How many?
It says 700 million miles per hour.
700 million miles per hour?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right, yeah.
As right here goes, speed of light. Light travels at the speed of 186,000 miles a second, or 700 million miles per hour.
186,000. Okay, I was wrong. I doubled it.
What you said, I said miles per hour. You automatically put it at seconds.
Yeah. So one of the things I've always wondered is like what that would do to the human body, though.
Dude, the human body couldn't withstand that. You'd have to have like a piece of metal or something protecting you from that kind of G-force.
Yeah, right, exactly. You'd have to be in some sort of artificially created environment with artificial gravity to counteract the G-force on your body. I mean, I don't
know if you know
this.
this.
Shreds.
Yeah, it would tear you shreds, but like they do tests out in Arizona, where Area 51 is at, and they have this track that they sit on, and they launch these planes on this track to see how aerodynamic they are, and they get up to like 3,000 or 4,000 miles per hour. And like they used to test it on humans. They'd have like volunteers get into the plane body, and they'd run it down this track as fast as they humanly could. And people were having blackout spells. They were having brain damage. Their heart was busting. Humans can't withstand that kind of speed.
Yeah, there's only so many G's you can take. Like, I mean, that happens with fighter pilots. They hit like 3 or 4 G's or something like that, and they'll start to pass out.
Yeah,
because all the blood will pool. It basically pulls all the blood, into certain parts of the body, like to the back of the brain or the back of the head or something. It makes you pass out. But all right. So let's get back to the Nazis. What the fuck were they going to do with this thing?
Well, essentially they were going to travel through time.
Okay.
It's a time travel device.
So they're going to go back to like Franz Ferdinand getting offed for the beginning of World War I?
Well, the bell didn't come along. Well, obviously they were making the entire time, but Hitler was pushing. The reason Hitler. Well, this is all theory now. Let's go ahead and announce that. This is all theory. We do not know history. We do not know how things done.
I know. This is the disclaimer. All you wiki warriors out there, like, we're not experts. We're 2 guys on a Call of Duty channel talking shit. So, what was he doing? In theory,
Hitler made... One of the mistakes Hitler made was the Battle of the Bulge, which he crossed the river to actually fight the 3 armies, the 2 United States armies held by... I keep forgetting his damn name. He's one of my favorite generals of all time. Patton. Patton had 2 armies, and Montgomery had 1 army, and Hitler hit him head on right there in the Battle of the Bulge. He did that to give himself time to get the bell going so he could go back in time and correct his mistake that got him in this situation.
Really?
Yes. That's theory, though. That's why they were developing this thing.
I heard another crazy theory that the whole reason Hitler started World War II was so he could get the Spear of Destiny.
Why would you need to start World War II to do that?
I have no idea. This is a stupid theory that I've heard. There's some guy wrote a book in the 70s called The Spear of Destiny, which was basically saying that Hitler was obsessed with the spear that punctured Jesus Christ. And it's this, supposedly imbued with, magical powers and grant the wielder immortality and omnipotence and all that. So I don't know why exactly he was supposed to do it, but yeah, there's this crazy theory that, Hitler was obsessed with this thing and so he was trying to get it. Maybe that's what the bell was for. He was going to go back and get the spear.
I'm gonna punch holes in this little theory here, because Hitler was a nihilist. Like, he believed in nihilism, which is basically
Nihilism, you mean?
nihilism. Yes.
Did you ever see The Big Lebowski?
No.
Oh, dude, you got to watch that movie. Anyway, for another day. Keep going.
But he believed that the meek would pretty much tainted the human genome. He wanted to kill off the retards, the blacks, the Jews. He wanted to take everything but the superior race and only allow them to breed.
Right, eugenics.
Yes, and
the Nazis started that, or actually very early on in Hitler's power, they started a eugenics program where they basically started taking anybody with any sort of mental illnesses or physical deformities and started locking them up and sterilizing them.
Oh, the Hitler Youth, they'd shoot kids. Like if you were a Hitler Youth and you couldn't like run the mile in a time that they had set, you'd get shot.
Yeah, he was trying to cleanse.
But with that understanding, why would he believe in Jesus Christ?
Why would he?
Because nihilism doesn't believe in God.
I don't know whether or not he was nihilist. I don't know. I'm not familiar with his stance on Christianity, but as far as I knew, they dealt with. I mean, because didn't the Nazis work with Rome? I mean,
they worked with Italy,
right? But they worked with the church specifically. I mean, there was ties to Nazi Germany within. Not talking about Mussolini and all that, with Italy, but they actually had some ties with, I believe, the Holy Roman Empire. The all that shit that was going on in Rome and with the Pope and everything. I mean, they sort of had connections to him.
But he also worked with Russia until he's ready to take him over.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I don't know if he was atheist or not.
I don't know that either, but I just saying it's hard to believe he's going after the Spear of Destiny when he has so many actual convictions of killing off people that were meek.
Right, but if it wasn't for Indiana Jones, he would have had the Ark. How do you explain that? How do you explain that shit, Wings? Right? Am I wrong?
A guy with a bullwhip, set off Hitler's men.
Did Indiana Jones not save the Ark from the Nazis?
Yes, he did. Indiana Jones saved the Ark from the Nazis.
There you go.
He later got the crystal skulls, and he.
I seen that shit. I saw it. He opened it up too. The Nazis opened it up, and shit got real.
Yeah, real quick.
Yep.
Oh man.
Okay, so what do we got left for time here? Let's wrap it up with the bell here. So
let's wrap it up.
So this thing was just a time travel device?
It was supposed to be a time travel device. Some thought it was like this huge bomb he'd had set off, so when the armies got into Berlin, Germany, it would just wipe them both out while they hid underground. I mean, these are all theories.
Do you stand next to it, and then they start it up, and then it's like the Star Trek transporter? Is that how it works?
I think that's how it works. I mean... But that's how apparently Treyarch thought it worked too, because they end up being teleporters. The teleporters in Nazi Zombies are shaped after the Die Glock or the Das Bell.
Das Bell.
Das Bell.
They say how you like dial in where you're gonna go. Like, is there?
I mean, if you look at the picture, it's like Stonehenge.
So how do they know where the hell they're going?
Who knows? Maybe they didn't care. Maybe they just sent people through to see where they went.
Get into the ring, go!
Yeah, more likely the only place he went was to the ground after dying from radiation mercury poison.
Schnell!
Oh man,
we're gonna have to do more on World War II and the Nazis.
We are. If you guys want more Nazi propaganda, let us know. Let us know in the comment section. Go. By the way, rate the video. Check out Mr. Chaos Math's channel. Very good channel. Puts a lot of effort to his videos. He's actually building a great pyramid on Minecraft.
That's good.
Fucking cool. That's good. Hey.
See you later, guys. Peace.
What's up, fellas? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back and bringing you another video here today. And I'm gonna go and say I'm pulling out the 6v6. Well, me personally, the 6v6 can still go on. I'm just gonna replace myself on the team. There's a couple reasons why. One, I don't play Call of Duty hardly anymore. There's a reason why half the games you see on my channel are from somebody else. It's because I haven't really played Call of Duty since January. And, I'm not having fun. I'm not. And that's the whole purpose of everything behind it, having fun. And, the teams that got announced, they're better players than me. Quite honestly, I can easily say this because one, I haven't played seriously since January, and with that being said, some of these guys play like 3 or 4 hours a day, in like on a game that I haven't even touched. I have like 7 days total on Modern Warfare 3. To give you an idea of how that's different from Black Ops, I had over 30 days on Black Ops. I mean, I just don't like the game, and it just doesn't agree with me. And there's other things out there that I want to do. And there's other things out there I have to do. Like Saturday, I was supposed to scrim with my team, but I spent the entire day trying to get my brother's car home because somebody had slashed his tires. I mean, and that's the honest truth. I mean, it is what it is. And like today, what I got to do today? Today I got to work on my office desk. I can't scrim today, and it is what it is. Like, I am the weakest person on my team, and like, I'm not even gonna kid you. I stand no chance against people that I'm having to go up against, and it would basically be my team versus another team anyway, since I would just be there to kind of fill in the slack. It wouldn't be nothing exciting, and I have people like say there's nothing to lose. There's tons to lose in situations like this, and this is why nobody does it. This is why like people like White Boy and stuff like that don't do this kind of things, because these spotlight situations is where you lose your ass off. This is where opinions be made, and I feel like I'm gonna lose subscribers any way I go at this point. The only way I could gain subscribers is to win the contest, and even then it won't matter because Black Ops 2 is right around the corner. So I've concluded that the easiest way is just to go and take the subscriber hit now and move on with my life, instead of creating a situation where it might be another syndicate, which it took my channel 6 to 8 months to rebound from the syndicate loss. And it is what it is. I mean, like just the other day, I just seen Jay Nasty arguing about the maps, and now he wants to set the maps up that kind of highlights a rushing style versus, and takes away all the camping elements out of the game. And it's like, I don't have Twitch reflexes. I don't. My channel was based around the idea of how a person that isn't very good at Call of Duty to do well within himself and be more of an asset of his team. I've never been a Twitch guy. And even though I'm pretty good at Call of Duty, I'm by no means a professional player. I play to have fun, and I don't want to play Modern Warfare 3 at this point in this life cycle. I want to play Assassin's Creed 3. I want to play Need for Speed Most Wanted. I want to do all these other things, and I'm tired of stressing about this. I've been spent the last 4 days sick to my stomach trying to figure out the best way to take this 6v6, and I'm tired of stressing about it. So yeah, pulling out. We can still have it. I will just replace myself with like Simual, and we can still do it on whenever it happens. I don't know. Peace, guys.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and today we're gonna talk about some zombies. Zombies. Need some brains in this motherfucker.
Yeah, buddy. Zombies. This is like the hottest topic in the world now is zombies.
Yeah, zombies. I mean, The Walking Dead's so big. You got Nazi zombies coming out here in about 2 weeks. You got
everything is zombies, dude.
You know what sucks? George Romero still can't make a good zombie movie since like 1970.
Dude, you know what I have to say just right off? My favorite zombies are from 28 Days Later.
The 28 Days... yeah, technically they are zombies.
They are. They're technically zombies. Well, I don't know. I guess that you sort of have to go into what's the definition of a zombie. I mean, I guess they would have to be undead, which I guess would make 28 Days Later variety not a zombie, because they're still alive.
Yeah, they have rage.
They have a virus, and then they go hungry and die, right? So I guess those aren't zombies.
Correct.
They act like it.
They have zombie traits.
Yeah, they're
What's your favorite zombie scene in a movie?
My favorite zombie scene in a movie? Shit, I want to say something in Evil Dead. Wasn't there zombies in Evil Dead?
There was the zombie chick that he like hit.
Yeah, the one, and then he's like stomping on her head, and then the eyeball flies out and goes in somebody's mouth. I think that was
that was a zombie. Yeah, that's Henrietta. Yeah. I'll swallow your soul. I'll swallow your soul.
Yep, that's gonna be my pick.
You want Henrietta in the basement, in the fruit cellar.
Yeah,
I
dude,
buried her in the earthen fruit cellar. My favorite zombie is the one from the remake of Dawn of the Dead, where the bitch gets out the window, she starts driving her car, and this guy just starts running after her, and he like sees somebody else watering their lawn, and he eats them.
Easily distracted by a tasty treat.
Yeah.
Zombies have just taken off, though. It's weird. Like, I mean, it's all over TV. It's all over video games. Like, just think of all the video games in the last 5 years that have had zombies in it.
Well, people, we talked about this earlier. We talked about this last week on this. Is people are scared to try something new. People like zombies. Let's put zombies in them. I'm surprised Left 4 Dead 3 hasn't came out yet.
It works. So, what are your favorite video game zombies?
My favorite video game zombies? Resident Evil 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say Resident Evil zombies.
Like, I used to love playing Resident Evil 1 and going through and just reading the stuff about how the zombie project failed.
Yeah.
And how they would be they're living in their dorms and clumps of skin falling off their back and stuff like that. And how their foot started itching and you'd start dragging it.
The whole Umbrella backstory is pretty genius. How about those, the scariest moment I ever had in gaming was from zombie dogs, those Dobermans in Resident Evil 1. Do you remember in the beginning you're walking down that hallway and they come crashing through the window?
The window, yeah. They did that shit again in 2 with the arms near the police.
And the boards. They come through
oh my god, I jumped out my damn skin.
I got so scared because, I played Resident Evil 1, this is when it first came out. It was 96, I think?
98.
On PlayStation. No, that was number 2. Resident Evil 1 was, I think it was...
you're right, because it came out 96, 97.
Yeah,
but on the beginning of the game it says 98 in the little crappy intro movie.
Yeah, I was I was on vacation from work and I had I played the game for 8 hours, but I had sat down and there was nothing like that in gaming up to that point. But when those zombie dogs came through, I literally jumped out of my chair. I was scared shitless.
That music
and then it was all fast paced and you're running around trying to aim your gun at him and because he
they didn't have auto aim back then either.
Yeah, he was so clunky trying to make him move around and shoot those things and that was my favorite zombie.
You remember the first time you see the snake? Or
shit, no, how about the hunter?
Oh, the hunter.
The first time you see that? When they show it running up to the house?
Yeah, and he jumps up the damn little elevator thing there and he's He's holy shit.
You need to get some Magnum bullets.
Oh man, I always save my Magnum for the Tyrant.
Yeah, he was pretty scary.
I remember I got stuck on Resident Evil 1 in the house for ever when I was a little kid. And, I didn't realize there was a garden section back there, and I realized there was a section, but I never could figure the puzzle out where you had to put the baby to the old man. And then the end of the life at the end of it. So I didn't realize that was a puzzle.
It's weird how zombies have changed in that regard, because now the zombies that you see in games now, it's more kind of comical and funny, and it's not. I mean, other than Resident Evil or maybe Silent Hill or those type of games, zombies aren't really there to scare you anymore. They're just kind of these silly things that run at you and you blow their head off.
Yeah, just it's almost like shooting a person that doesn't make you feel bad for shooting a person.
Yeah, it's just a stupid zombie. You make a train and then you run them around and then you blast them to hell.
I like the old Resident Evils.
Dude, I would love to go back and play those again someday, but but anyway, so zombies, let's talk about the feasibility of zombies. Now, I would say that what they did with 28 Days Later in that movie was really cool, because it's sort of, you could see that happening, some sort of virus that would make people crazy and want to eat other people, and what would make them want to eat somebody else? Well, if they got mad
crashing.
Yeah, how about that? Zombies, an outbreak of zombies because unemployment went above some magical number. Once you go over 43% unemployment, people start eating each other.
You gotta question it though. How hungry do you gotta be before you start looking at your neighbor yep, he should have ran more. He's got a lot of tasty meat on those thighs.
Oh, well, I mean, I can guarantee you that in a collapse of society scenario, and, you know, we often end up going back to this, but you damn right there's going to be cannibalism.
People's morals go right out the window. Like, all right, I could have this guy and have to feed him, or I could shoot this guy and eat him, and everybody in the family's happy.
Yeah, I mean, people will be rounded up and farmed, basically.
You'd have people in like bars, like hanging up by their ankles, just getting taking meats off the leg and cooking them up.
Did you see that movie, The Road?
No, I'm reading the book though.
Shit, dude. In the book, The Road, or the movie The Road, they actually address this. You know, something happens and, you know, society collapses or whatever, and so this guy and his son, they're basically just roaming around, and they're trying to avoid these bands of people that are basically rounding up, you know, people for food. And they come across this house, and they go in the basement, and there's just like people locked up in there, and they're basically just keeping them in there to eat. Yeah,
and you have them fuck too. Like, oh, you've been good for a while, you get to fuck, so we can have food for later.
Tasty baby. Yeah. Nasty. But yeah, people would definitely quickly resort to cannibalism. I mean, it wouldn't take much to make people say, yeah, you know, it's pretty tasty. Little plump action over there.
You ever do the sick thing of actually feeding a chicken?
Yeah, there's something fucked up about that, isn't there? Like feeding an organism one of its own.
Yeah, that's the only one you can do it and get away with it. You can't like just like grill up a dog and be like, "What's up, Spike? You want something good? You've been a good boy."
I would have no problem eating human flesh if it came down to it.
I wouldn't either. Give me some fucking A1 sauce.
Yeah, put some garlic on it.
How would you cook your human thigh?
I would braise it. I would braise it in like garlic and wine, and you know, because if you braise it, you'll tenderize it, and because I would think that most human meat is probably kind of tough. This is sick. This is fucking. Wait a minute. Stop. This is sick. This talk is going to places.
I was about to bring Albert Fisk into it.
Well, like, I don't want to. I can't believe I just answered that question. Ugh, I need to go take a hot shower or something. Right.
Remember Albert Fisk?
No, who's that?
He's like an old man that would kill little kids and like eat them.
I'm glad I didn't know.
I remember reading his book, and his book says he ended up getting this little girl. He came to this guy's house. He had to put an ad in the paper looking for a strong man to work on his farm. And he came to this guy's house, and he talked about the little boy maybe working for him, whatever. And they had a little girl there, and he instantly fell in love with that little girl. And he thought to himself, man, I have to eat her. And so he convinces her parents to let him take her to a birthday party.
What an asshole.
But that birthday party ends up being like an abandoned house, so he takes all his clothes off, and he ends up cutting her head off, and he drains the blood of her body out into paint cans and stores them in the closet. And like he talks about how he ate her butt first because it was tender.
Okay. Well, what we say for our serial killer series?
The serial killer. Serial killers are fucked up people.
Yes, they are. Let's go.
How do we get this Albert Fisk from zombies?
Let's go back to zombies. Well, we started talking about cannibalism and eating people, but I was saying, you know, like what is the feasibility of zombies? You know.
Yeah, your microphone's really low right now. Can you do something about it?
Hello. Damn the internet.
Yeah, your internet's failing.
That's all right. Why don't you talk for a minute?
Well, shit. Zombies itself. I don't know why the zombie phenomena took off. Because obviously zombies always been in the video games. You have Resident Evil, you have Left 4 Dead. You know, Nazi zombies came in. The Nazi zombies? Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Nazi zombies came from a movie called Shockwaves.
When was that?
It was 1988, if I'm correct. But don't quote me on that year. It was an 80s movie.
Don't worry, somebody will correct you.
Don't worry. Yeah, a Wikipedia warrior.
Somebody will get mad.
But Nazi zombies came from a movie called Shockwave. Well, Shockwave was basically, I don't know if you ever see Death Ship. That's another one of my favorite movies from the 80s. But Shockwaves takes place on a Nazi, like, warship that's derelict. Mm-hmm. Like, their boat ends up crashing on the ocean, and they on the raft, they find this old ship that looks abandoned, and it ends up being a Nazi warship. And the warships where they did all their testing and all their experimenting on like prisoners and slaves and Jewish people. And there's Nazi zombies in the ship itself.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and you got like zombies wearing all that stuff like that right there. That's where the Nazi zombies came from.
Oh, yeah, I thought that those were created for Call of Duty. But as far as gaming goes, doesn't it seem like... I mean, what's the origin of that phenomena? Like, was it the original World at War zombies when it exploded, and now you have like?
I don't think there's been Nazi zombies besides World at War.
Well, no, I just mean zombies in general, because now, like, I mean, every fucking game that comes out is zombies in it. Like, I mean, you got Left 4 Dead, you got what was it? What was that other one? Dead Island or something? Dead Island, I think.
I mean, Wolfenstein had Nazi zombies in it.
Did it? The remake did, right?
Return to Castle Wolfenstein, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the original Wolfenstein was...
Shockwaves was 1977, and then, like, 1981 had Nazi zombies, and there's an Oasis of zombies had Nazi zombies.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, was it the Call of Duty World at War zombies that started the whole fad of having zombies video games?
Yeah, Call of Duty World at War was the
beginning of it, right?
Was the beginning of the Nazi zombie movement for video games.
And now it's like everything is just zombies, because like what, Lollipop Chainsaw, right?
Yeah, Dead Island,
sequel. Left 4 Dead, DayZ, Call of Duty, like it's just zombies all over the place.
Why don't they do it with other stuff that's actually cool?
Oh, you're gonna piss off the zombie demographic now. Be careful.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. They do vampires and they do it really shitty.
Yeah, they never do vampires right.
Vampires never get done right. Vampires get stronger as they age.
Twilight.
They don't glitter.
They don't shine in the sunlight.
They don't shine in the sunlight. They fucking burn in the sunlight.
They don't pout. Vampires do not pout and sulk.
Here's the thing about the Twilight. Why is he working so fucking hard, scoring a chick that might be a 6?
She's not even hot, right?
Yeah, she might be a 6, and he's working his ass off for it. Vampires, I know, were suave and debonair, and like the bitches just flock to him.
She's just like bummed out and biting her lip and just like.
Yeah, I mean, you have 5 centuries to pretty much solidify your game, and this is the best you could pull.
I don't know. Misery loves company, I guess.
Yeah, like, how the fuck does she get a werewolf coming at her at the same fucking time?
Yeah, I know. Lucky her. Well, I'm proud to say that I didn't watch those. I
haven't watched them either, but like I watched the first one, which
I watched the first one. I admit it. Yeah,
I didn't watch the whole thing. I made it to the part where he's like, "You wouldn't like me. You don't know what I am."
Oh.
And then he's like all fast and shit, and all of a sudden he's like in the sunlight, he's glittering and glowing.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, you're a bass boat, huh?"
Zombies should come after him.
You know, rednecks should come after him because rednecks like glitter finishes. Think about it. A beer can has a glitter finish. A bass boat has a glitter finish. Things rednecks like.
What else? Tilt-a-whirl?
Tilt-a-whirl.
The cars on a tilt-a-whirl? Those have a glitter finish, don't they?
I wonder if he took a shit and it stayed there until it's daytime, would his shit glow like glitter?
His shit is immortal. Yeah.
It's part of its living essence. Like, is the bacteria inside of him immortal too?
Do they eat? Do zombies? Let's go back to zombies.
Yeah, do zombies shit? Do they have a reproductive
system?
system?
Do they take a shit?
Yeah.
Or what do they? Yeah. What do they? Or do they just throw it up? Because isn't that one of the big things zombies do? They like to projectile vomit. So maybe they just eat and then they.
I don't know if you remember the night of the what was that shit called? The Living Dead.
Night of the Living Dead.
That's Night of the Living Dead is the movie. There's like a funny movie spoof of it called Return of the Living Dead.
Okay.
And Return of the Living Dead, they actually cut a zombie's head off and it talks to him. And they ask it, why does it eat brains? And they said, brains make it feel better.
There's those silly zombies again. I like the scary ones. When's
the last time you see a scary zombie movie, though? Like, Return of the Living Dead actually had a scary zombie in it.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to 28 weeks later. Did you see that?
I've seen them both in theaters.
Dude, that movie was fucking creepy. When he kissed his wife and you know, the dude, the character there, like his wife was like immune. She had like an immunity to it.
Mhm.
And then he met up with her and kissed her and got the virus, but he was locked in a room with her and she was like belted down to the table and he basically just started like ripping her face off and punching her, and that was fucked up to watch. That was actually made me uncomfortable. Those zombies though, the way they run and they're like, wow, they're all fast and crazy.
I like the scenario. Remember in the first movie where they actually got the guy that has like the stairs barricaded and he has like police riot gear?
Guys
I like that kind of scenario.
Right.
Like when they do the new zombies, I was always hoping for like a Night of the Living Dead farmhouse level. Just imagine that.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Just all the weapons on the level were like double barrel shotguns and like lever action rifles or some shit.
Yep. Or big ass revolvers.
Why hasn't somebody made a standalone Nazi zombie game yet?
Oh, I'm sure there's 19 in development as we speak.
I don't know.
Zombies for days.
Anything else you got to add on zombies?
I think I've had enough of them. I think we need to change them or move on.
I do too. Like,
I think it's going to wear out soon because it's being like pounded into the ground now. I mean, there's so many zombie games, and zombies is a tradition now with, you know, Treyarch games, which is cool. But I think as far as, you know, all these other titles that are coming out where it's like, you know, get with your friends and beat up zombies, like, I don't know how long that can last before people start getting bored with it. The shelf life's got to be getting pretty close.
Well, look at Resident Evil series. They did away with zombies altogether.
Right. Yeah, they're not even anything like they used to be. They, you know, lumbering around. I mean, I think 3 was probably the last time they had those, right?
I'll tell you what I'd like to see. Zombie elephant.
A zombie elephant? Zombie animals?
Yeah, zombie elephant.
Animals.
Zombie tiger.
Zombie tigers. There you go. Zombie Sasquatch.
Yeah, zombie Bigfoot. How about have a Resident Evil with zombie Nessie that you gotta fight?
Well, there was something like that in
Part 4, yeah.
4, that thing in the lake there.
Yeah, see, that was a cool part of 4, though.
That was a pain in the ass. I had to do that like 15 fucking times.
That was cool as shit, though.
Oh, man, I was getting so mad at that level.
But see, that's the kind of stuff I like when you actually got to fight these unique monsters in like these zombie games. That's why I like Resident Evil 6. You get to fight these unique monsters.
Yeah.
Why don't they have like unique zombies? Well, they kind of do in Black Ops, but like, why don't they have like zombie boss battles, like where you got to fight like a zombie Loch Ness monster and shit?
Yeah, that's a good idea to have zombie like bosses. You know, I mean, they had the Romero one in the last Black Ops one, but I don't know. I mean, the Black Ops 2 zombies does look pretty cool. It does look like it's going to be pretty.
It looks like it's going to be more eerie, like it's actually set in like in abandoned cities and stuff.
Yeah, right. Like the scenery is a lot scarier looking. Now their eyes are glowing, and
I never liked the whole like comedy part of the Nazi zombies. Like, oh, get to the juggernaut.
Yeah, right. The voiceovers that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's the thing though. Like I was saying before, is like at some point, you know, but I guess it's because of the origin of zombie movies. It's kind of hard to take them seriously, but there's something with comedy connected to zombies now. But I would prefer, if you're going to do zombies, to have it be more creepy and scary. But it's just
here's one thing else I want to address before we do this. This is Romero, right? In the first film, you have the black guy with the white girl. And the black guy says they're weak. They can't really tear a board down. They're very weak. But in like Day of the Dead, they rip a guy apart.
Okay.
Are zombies supposed to be weak or strong?
Yeah, right. That is actually a pretty good point. Like if they're so strong, then why can't they walk faster than 0.2 miles an hour?
They're supposed to be dead, so their muscles supposed to decay. They're supposed to not have very good hand-eye coordination.
Right.
Why the fuck is like how do they rip a guy apart in some movies?
Yeah, it would be pretty hard. It's pretty hard to rip somebody's arm off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very hard to rip somebody's arm off. You pull them to the ground most likely before you rip it off.
Yeah, you'd have to, you know.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's the same bullshit as like when they blow a car up in a movie. Cars don't usually go up in a big ball of flames.
No, they don't.
And like I watched The Happening just a while ago, and the guy's in the lion's den, and he tries to pet the lion and it bites his arm off. Lion ain't gonna do that.
Lions don't do that shit, sucker.
I mean, an alligator might, but that's because he bites it and rolls with it and rips it and just destroys the sinew and all.
The death roll.
The death roll. But I think that's all we got for zombies this week. It's been your boy Wings of Redemption. Make sure you check it out in the description below. Peace, people. God, that's a good Resident Evil 1. Alright, let me go back. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Wings of Redemption, and I'm back, and I'm bringing you a Drop Zone gameplay with my buddy Simual. And this is a game mode I kind of slept on when it was first released on Modern Warfare 3, and it's a game mode I've kind of gotten into as a whole, and it kind of highlights the aspects of being a team player and how fast or how pivotal people playing the objective can be. And it's a really fun game mode. If you haven't really explored into it, I suggest you do it, because wow, lots of fun. Kind of hectic at times, but in the end result, it makes the wins more satisfying. Speaking of satisfying wins, I want to talk about something I've seen in Black Ops 2 recently. A buddy, well, not a buddy of mine, but a guy named Trademark was talking to me and telling me about this thing called a League Play badge. And basically what it is when you play League Play in Black Ops 2, you get a badge that would give you this extra rank, almost like the StarCraft ladder system. I don't know how many of you guys out there play StarCraft, but it had a ladder system, like it would take over your normal rank. You would basically play against public matches and just free for all, whatever, and they'd keep track of that. Or it'd be something along the lines of playing in a public match in Call of Duty. And then on the other side, once you actually decided to take it a little bit more serious, like a rank mode, almost like Halo, you would get a ranking system, and it would show you how you stack up against the players that you face in League mode. And I really enjoy that aspect of the game. I'm really going to enjoy like a ladder type system in the game itself, because it allows you not to concentrate on superficial stats to prove that you're better than someone, and allows you to actually see how good of a player you are and how well you're improving. And these things, in my book, are some of the things that actually will push the game forward. I don't know how many of you guys actually followed me when I played Modern Warfare 2. But when Modern Warfare 2 came out, I had a mission, and my mission was to be the #1 on the kills leaderboard on the PlayStation 3. And I was in the top 100 for the first month of PlayStation on Modern Warfare 2 existence. And I was fighting hard. You know, there'd be guys like, you know, I think the highest #1 ever got ahead of me was like 8,000 kills. And that's a lot of kills. It is. But you gotta understand, most of the people above me were boosters. And they were boosting their butt off, and nobody took them out. But then, when I think I topped out at 88. My rank was 88 on kills overall. And then all of a sudden, the people cracked the code on Modern Warfare 2, and all of a sudden I went from 88 to like 12,000. And all the time that I invested into that game mode, or into those kills, and playing, and putting bandages on my fingers, and, you know, pretty much losing sleep, was all for nothing. Even though it's all for nothing in the long run, but I didn't get that overall satisfaction that I was beat by another human. And like, even though I wasn't getting it to begin with, because like, I'd say almost 40 of the top 80, of the top 87 people above me were boosting kills in some form or fashion, I still would have felt better knowing that I lost to somebody actually investing time than somebody that just pretty much flipped over and clicked the switch. And that's something else I look forward to in Black Ops 2. And Call of Duty Elite as a whole, which I'm going to get back to you in just a second. In Black Ops 2, I'm hoping they do a better job at controlling the leaderboards. And why am I talking about controlling the leaderboards when I switch from League Play? Because for League Play stats to matter, you're going to have to stop people from being able to boost their win-loss against other players. I don't know how many guys actually out there played Halo 3, but in Halo 3, you would basically have what you call derankers, and they would derank themselves, and they'd fight newbie players and get big beastly gameplays. And who's to say that you couldn't have somebody that was, you know, somewhat good, would boost himself up on public games, and then come and play with his friend who sucks ass, but they would just give him free wins, and every match would be a setup in that aspect. That you need to have something along the lines here to either report or to guideline against this type of, you know, scorelord boosting, because a good rank
should be something a good player has. If you're not a good player, you shouldn't have a good rank. You should have to earn something of that nature. And it should be, a reward for, dedication and constant being able to play Call of Duty, and even loyalty. Like, if you're a high-level Call of Duty player, you've most likely bought the last 4 or 5 games of Call of Duty. You've invested a lot of time in there. And your money and time should be invested with you being able to use skills that other people haven't attained yet. But that's just my opinion on these things. And then it moves over to Call of Duty Elite. I don't know if you guys actually bought Call of Duty Elite during the Modern Warfare 3 era, but I did. I bought 2 copies of it. I bought one for the PlayStation 3, and I bought one for the Xbox 360. I bought them at the same time. They had $120 plus tax. And I don't feel like I got my money's worth out of them. And I feel like I was kind of had because they didn't really patch the game or control the leaderboards as well as they should. Because I had a buddy that was running the Domination leaderboard on the PS3 on Modern Warfare 3, and he would... Basically, he was in the top 10 for a long time, and all the people above him were like boosting. Like, he legitimately was the #1 guy. I mean, there might have been one guy out of the 8 that was more legitimate than him, but you couldn't tell the difference because everybody was boosting above him. And he would keep up with the boosters because he just he invested lots and lots of time into the game. And like, that time investment, even though some people might see it as sad, it's what some people like to do. Just like some people like to buy new cars, some people like to buy new houses, some people like to collect magazines. That's what he did with his free time. He liked to strive to be something or be noticeable on the leaderboards in Call of Duty. And I feel like if you're paying money for Elite, that's $60, some of that should justify as having some sort of moderator on the leaderboards. It doesn't have to be an individual job or have somebody just sit there constantly scrolling through. Even if it's just a coding and then having a person look over it once a week, that $60 in Call of Duty Elite should justify that without having to actually pay for a subscription to Call of Duty Elite itself. What do you guys think on that? And another question I have with Call of Duty Elite, are you guys buying it again? The reason I ask this is because I don't feel like I got my money's worth in Modern Warfare 3. Obviously, I didn't use all the features. Hell, I've never used the clan feature. I never used the Elite Ops feature. I never used anything of that nature. But I still feel like, it wasn't worth the money because all I really bought it for was the map packs. That was the main selling point. And even then, I didn't really use the map packs. Are you guys going to wait on Call of Duty Elite, or are you basically going to buy it right out the gate again? For those of you who are still here and haven't been bored out your mind from my monotone voice, I'm actually going to be on Play the Objective tonight at 5 Eastern. And, it's 6 Central, but it's 5 Eastern my time. So, no, how's that work? No, it's going to be 6 Central, so it's going to be 7 my time. I think that's how that works. And hopefully it's going to be a very fun show. I'm going to try to bring my best to the show and bring some of that Painkiller Already swag into it. And speaking of Painkiller Already, a lot of people ask me about this all the time. When is it coming back? Painkiller Already should be back this week. And if everything goes right, it will be back this week. And it will be pretty cool and epic. Hopefully, I don't know what platform we're going to be using Painkiller Already on again. I don't know if we're going to use it on YouTube again or Google Hangout. But we'll figure it out. Hopefully, we'll let you know something about it in the next couple of days. It's been your boy, Wings of Redemption. If you could, please check out my Dishonor series. It's a really cool series I have on my secondary channel, which will be in the description. And as always, rating the video has helped me tremendously. And if you like what you've seen, you can please subscribe. It's been your boy, Wings of Redemption. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and I'm Audi 5000. Peace, pimps.